like, get out of here, and they meant to kick me out of the team area. Yeah, she removed me from the KQD Discord entirely. I'm like, I was there. I did one at home. He might be commentary in the draft. It depends whether his fantasy football draft or when it ends. But I think that's like the best single human on the planet to do it if he can. He's really good at it. Oh, I do. No, I have a cigarette. Oh, you have an eraser. That's an eraser, right?
Back up. Like a real bit. Let out.
Like the mom.
Well, fine. Take it let out. It's like a mechanical pencil, but like a full size pencil.
You always got the coolest shit.
Right, like it.
Did I send you the picture of Jesse and Lisa? And I didn't take it for you. I did do that. I intended. At the meeting, at the little meeting we did
for once on any stream, so it's all good. Welcome in, Star Wars Unlimited fans. We are here at the Pastimes Games Limited Planetary Qualifier in Chicago, Illinois. I am Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network. I am here with the one and only Jordan from the Colorado Cantina Crew. How are you doing this morning, Jordan?
Hey, doing well, Jeff. Glad to be here. Excited for a great day of opening packs and maybe cracking some necks in these games.
Yeah, absolutely. We're here. This is being put on with Late Night Games and Take the Initiative. Rebel Traitor, big shout out to him for doing all the behind the scenes producing work. What we're watching right now are two Late Night Game team members, Loopy and Symbiote, starting the deck building process. So what we're going to see is they're going to open all 6 of their packs. They're going to not really sort their cards, but the goal is to open the packs and then you hand them to the person across from you who is going to register your entire pool to write it down on the sheet. And the thought here is a little double verification. Make sure that your pool is what you see it is. You're kind of watching the person open the pack and seeing, oh wow, they actually did get 2 Anakins or whatever it may be, and then hand it back, and then they'll start the actual deck building process before round 1 starts.
I think that's all for the best as well, right? I think a lot of people, especially who don't have Magic experience or competitive limited experience, kind of think about what could happen. How do I watch my opponent as opposed to how do I focus on myself? I know in some Magic events they do stamping in the cards, and Jeff mentioned that's on the Pro Tour level. But I think it's a good way to start the round. It's a little bit different than your standard sealed environment, but for a long day like this with the stakes as high as they are, I think it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is pretty similar to the way Magic does this. And I've done this for 1,000+ person sealed events, and it works really well. Stamping the cards is a really time and effort intensive process. So they really only do it for the highest level professional tier draft events. So they'll do it for, Pro Tours, the World Championship, things like that. But yeah, stamping the cards is actually not a trivial process to do. And this is pretty straightforward. And works really well.
I mean, it shares the labor out as well, right?
Exactly.
It splits it across this whole field, which is a jam-packed field. I think they were at capacity. Last time I looked, they were at 125. So, I mean, huge field today. And then it's easier to monitor one person's deck list as opposed to have team members, the store employees, the judges stamping from 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, exactly. And just for the viewers at home, the plan here, we're going to, we have both Loopy and Symbiote mic'd up for this. They obviously can't hear us, so we're going to try to get you some audio from them as they're doing the actual deck building process. So once they finish actually just writing down all the cards and get the decks back, we're going to try to get some audio from them so you can hear their thoughts and processes for the actual deck building. And then once they're finished building, or if the audio gets too cumbersome, we'll cut back to us and talk about the decisions they made and the choices they went through and things like that.
Yeah. As we're waiting for them to potentially come in, we see 2 leaders off the top, which is a pretty good start with Snoke and Obi-Wan on either side. I think you got to be happy with those options.
Yeah, Snoke is really nice. You can obviously every common base that you get access to in limited for this set is the Force base. And there's a lot of fighting over the Force in a lot of these events, but it can be really nice to just have a leader like Snoke where you say, hey, I don't need the Force every turn. I need it for, a couple of the units that I got or whatever, but it's not critical that I have it every turn. And Obi-Wan needs the Force, but you get so much value if you can keep it out of just pumping all your guys every turn.
Kind of the best sides of 2 worlds where you're playing under curve with Snoke and hoping that you could retain the Force with Obi.
Yeah. Trying to see some of the. Ooh, there's also a Talzin and it looks like a second Snoke. So Snoke and Talzin are the ones that jump out to me as pretty nice leaders to have. But sometimes all your bombs are in hero colors, and you just got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, I think on the bottom side of the screen, we're seeing Snoke, Talzin, Grand Inquisitor, another Snoke, I believe a Rey, and not sure on that top leader. Just saw a Charging Phalanx, which I think is a really great card to be trying to get a couple of in these limited pools. Anytime you could have ambush and then you combine that with hidden goes a long way.
Oh yeah, for sure. And again, right now they're in the deck registration process, so all they're doing is sorting out the cards to write them down on the piece of paper. So they're gonna write down each other's pool. So Loopy is right now writing down Symbiote's pool, Symbiote's writing down Loopy's pool, and then they'll hand them back. And then there's a separate column on the sheet where you mark down your actual deck, and that'll be the 30 plus cards that you take in, and the leader and base that you use for game 1 of every round.
Yeah, and then to refresh my memory here, Jeff, this is not open pool, so you have to build your list, and then you can't change in between rounds, right?
You cannot change your game 1 deck between rounds, but you can sideboard your entire pool if you want for game 2. So you can change leaders and bases and your entire deck for game 2, but you have to go into game 1 with the exact same 30 cards. And yes, the video just went down. We're working on that. But again, there's not much to see right now. They're just registering each other's pools. So the only good thing about the video now is Jordan and I could try to get a head start of what good cards we might see that they want to build around. So Jordan, for you in limited, what are the main leaders that you're looking for for a sealed pool specifically? Because I think a lot of people you want to try to get. We know top 8 is draft, and that's a whole different animal. But first, you've got to get there. So if you're trying to get to top 8, what are the main leaders that you want to see to try to make work in sealed?
I think when you're ignoring like the elements of your card pool, just leader specific, I think it's the ones we mentioned. I think it's Talzin. I think it's Snoke. I think it's Obi-Wan. And I also kind of I might be in the minority here, but I do like Kit as well. I think that he is a little bit more pool specific, right? Where you really need Jedis to make him work. But those are my core 4. I also tend to like aggro decks in this format. So I could see Cal doing well as well, being able to get some tempo every turn while pushing the pace. It really just depends on if you're going aggro, you really need to get the right early curve. Earlier, when we were getting ready for the show, we were messing around about saying, hey, sometimes we pick this leader because we have 2 turn 1 plays instead of 1 turn 1 play.
Yeah, exactly.
If you have that with Cal, you're gonna have a long day, obviously. How about you?
I agree. One of the interesting things for Kit about me is there are cards like Kiadi Mundi. It's an uncommon, so you can say it's not that rare to get 1, maybe even 2 in your pool, and Kit goes really well with cards like that, where he is a Jedi. He's one of the cards that's going to make you want to build around the Force, and so when you combine, hey, what good cards could I pull, and also what leader do they go with? I think Kit is just miles above Rey. If you know that you need to be in Red Hero. An interesting one for me, it's usually not good, but there are two really interesting ones that you can potentially make work, and those are Avar and Kanan.
Yep.
Avar is usually really bad in sealed, but if your pool happens to have a ton of ways to use the Force and you're worried about not getting it, like let's say you opened 3 shatter points and you want them to always be on, or you want to play these Sorceress Blast because you didn't get much removal, Avar is kind of an interesting option there to just make sure that you have the Force. And Kanan, man, if you get the right synergies, like if you have a Lothwolf or 2 and you just Kanan shield it every turn, like he's obviously incredibly pool dependent. You just don't want to play him if you don't have creatures, and the only Spectre is Ezra in this set. But he's a really interesting one where I'm curious if anyone gets the busted Kanan pool where they have, I had a pre-release for this set where I had the green guy who makes your creatures cost less, and I think I had 2 Lothwolves and an Ezra and all these synergies, and it was just so insane.
Yeah. And similarly to Kit in that area, there's ways that you could build that pool in different colors and different archetypes, right? I mean, if you're looking at a more aggro Kanan, it's probably the blue-yellow variant, trying to get Pounce involved, trying to hit a Loth cat to base for 6, right? With Pounce. And then you get the Charging Phalanx, as I mentioned earlier. I think in general, there are just some things that are challenging to deal with in limited, and really big leaders that have a lot of health are challenging, especially in this meta where we don't have a lot of leader hard removal. And shields are another one, right? So I think Avar and Kanan fill that pretty well independently.
Yeah, definitely. Some that I'm lower on is something like I think Ahsoka is not where you want to be. Blue is a good color because you have a lot of options for early plays between things like Secretive Sage, etc. But the temporary Sentinel and just flipping as a 5/6 on 6, it's just not as impactful as something like a Kanan with any creatures at all, or using the Force with Obi-Wan to get an experience. So it's really interesting that the tier levels of same colors, kind of generic synergy, and which works better or worse. And if you get Kylo to work in sealed, goodness gracious, you've done something.
Yeah, that's the one that I was going to say I'm probably the lowest on. Him or Ray. I think Ray is probably worse than him, realistically speaking. But there's just really not that many good upgrades in the set that do instant action. I feel like that's what we're kind of looking for at that point in the game. And to your point about Ahsoka, like, I think the type of deck you want to build around her is that kind of like hardier, heftier end of mid range. And
Mhm.
all those Sentinels, they stall the game. But then if you're playing an aggro deck, they might be able to go faster than you're able to slow them down. And if you're playing against a really heavy deck in the end, those mid range Sentinels really won't do much.
Yeah, and you always have the option of like I use the Force to give a unit Sentinel, and then your opponent says, "All right, I claim, and I'll hit you first action next turn." It's very situational where it
Mhm.
actually can be worked.
Yeah.
Um,
And
yeah,
I know
chat saying
draft
Ahsoka
isn't.
is fine, and I agree she's okay, but I just think it's harder to make work than some of the other generically good leaders. Like she's the one to me that you read her and she reads okay, but she just doesn't play up to that level. So I wouldn't put her in the same tier as like your Obi-Wan or your Snoke or even your Talzins.
Yeah. I think that she would clearly be in the tier below that. And potentially Kanan and Ava are there as well. Maybe Kanan's like towards the top of that tier.
Oh yeah,
Maybe Ahsoka's towards the bottom.
I think that Ahsoka is probably on par with Avar, maybe a little bit higher. I'm just thinking relative to what the common consensus is
Sure.
what I'm going with. I think the common consensus is Avar is unplayable and Ahsoka is really good, and I think that Ahsoka is a little bit lower than most people think, and Avar is a little bit higher. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that Avar is better than Ahsoka or anything. I
Yeah.
don't think she is.
I think Avar has some potential, especially if you with those Sorceress Blast, like you mentioned. The Jedi
Hmm.
Consular is another great one in that build. I mean, starting off on turn one with that, and then dropping a hefty 4 to 5 cost unit on turn two is
Yeah.
pretty hard to deal with when you don't have the assets inside of your sealed pool to do so.
Definitely. Another one that I'm interested to see if we get to see a good pool of on stream is Grand Inquisitor Leader. I think
Mhm.
he's another one that you really need the right pool to make work. But if you get like Shin Hati and Balin are both uncommons, so you're not likely to get a ton of them. Um, but if you just get the insane pool and the Grand Inquisitor, then you can just control the board a lot. So I'm really curious if we get to see someone who just pulled the God Grand Inquisitor pool. Um, but yeah, I think Third Sister's another one who's just generically good. Like if you need to use red villain cards, you can just make it work with anyone. Um, she doesn't need to use the Force to give a unit hidden. Upgrades are really good right now, so she can
Mhm.
let you play your unit and with hidden and then play an upgrade on it, so the next turn it doesn't just die.
So, what's the number one upgrade you're looking for here?
It depends on your pool because a lot of the upgrades are a little bit more specific, but I think um there's a common Jedi blue hero lightsaber that's just +2/+2 and restore one. I like that one a
The
lot.
heirloom.
I heirloom lightsaber, yeah, thank you. I like heirloom lightsaber a lot. Um, There's some that are going to be kind of harder to get. Like Yoda's lightsaber is obviously good, but it's a rare, so you don't expect to see it as much.
Mhm.
The nice thing about the heirloom lightsaber is it doesn't need to go on a force unit, so you can put it on anyone. Same thing with the Inquisitor's lightsaber and villain for +1/+3. Ascension cable is pretty nice. You get +1/+3 in Saboteur.
That's the one that I was going to mention as kind of like my dark horse in this format
Yeah.
is think it's on rate. It's 1+3, and a lot of times in these types of decks, like they're counting on the Sentinel. They don't have a backup plan. They don't have another line to counter that. I also really like the Inquisitor Saber, especially when you're playing Snoke. I mean, you saber up a Snoke, it's really challenging to deal with.
And the thing about Inquisitor Saber and Ascension Cable is one of this set limited often comes down to ground board stalls where people are trying to get the Force or trying to trade efficiently, and then one player plays something like a turret and just completely disrupts the flow of the game, and the other player all of a sudden can't make any trades, they can't get the Force without losing their units. And both Inquisitor Sable and Ascension Cable help deal with turret, who is a huge problem for a lot of these decks.
Yeah, and as if Snoke wasn't a big enough problem on deploy.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. And it's interesting too. One of the ones that I'm actually really low on. So we talked about how good Heirloom Saber is. Night Saber on the other end of the spectrum. So it's 2 cost red hero +3/+2. So you get 1 more power than the Heirloom Lightsaber, but it has to be attached to a Jedi non-vehicle unit. So it's not even just a Force unit. It's way more restrictive than that. I think you can probably make this work a lot better in draft once you've seen, oh, I have these Jedi, and other people aren't going to draft this because I can get it very late in the pack because people don't have non-vehicle Jedi units. But in sealed, where you have to have all the stars line up, Heirloom Lightsaber can go on anyone, and then if they're a Force unit, it gets Restore 1. Night Saber, you're much more likely to just have this sitting in your hand and unable to play it.
I mean, there's a 4 amount of Force units that just don't have that tag.
Exactly.
And a lot of them are really good units as well, right?
Yeah, they're the units you're going to want to be playing for sure.
Yeah. You have the 1/4 Force ambushing in yellow. I think it's called like the Hermit or something like that. That's Force only. You have the Outer Rim Mystic. That's Force only.
Secret of Sage, one of the best units that you want to play as a common is Force only.
Mm-hmm. And if all else fails, Jeff, you could always put that Heirloom Lightsaber on the Charging Phalanx. So that's always good fun.
Yeah. And the Heirloom and Yoda's lightsaber, they can both go on Space Whales.
Beautiful.
Love
we
it.
had our
Love
PQ
putting
last
sabers
week,
on whales.
and I was playing Towson, and I got 1 hot shot on a Purgle, and I got 1 fallen lightsaber on a Purgle. So it felt
Nice.
It didn't make top 8, but it felt good to get that deal. So have you been approaching practicing for limited and draft? Have you guys on the Bothan team started to focus on that at all for these upcoming events?
Yeah, a little bit. We have a few team members that have a decent amount of limited experience. One of our team members, Tyler York, love the guy. He is really good at kind of putting primers together for the rest of the team. So he put like a limited primer together where it goes through all the different synergies that you might have with, like for example, there's a card that gives all droids raid 2. Okay, what droids are in the set? There's a card that lets you search for clones. What clones are in the set? So there's a combination of like what build round synergies are there, and then there's just generic stats of which color pairings have the most Force units, which ones have the most Force turn 1 plays. These are the things that it's really important to think about more so in draft than sealed. In sealed, you just see your whole pool and that's what you've got. But in draft, when you start out by drafting your leaders, you need to know going in, like, what color pairing is most likely to let me be able to get enough turn 1 plays. What color pairing is most likely going to let me have some amount of removal or some amount of curving out and consistent Force units if I even want Force units, or what leader doesn't need the Force at all. What color pairing can I say I'm going to take this and just completely stay away from the Force? Those are the things that matter in draft a lot, not so much in sealed, because you just see your whole pool and you can decide, make an educated decision based on your whole pool.
Yeah.
So it's more, the work that we've been doing is more about draft than sealed. A lot of sealed is there is a skill set to being able to put together the best deck that you have in front of you. But a lot of times in this set specifically, your deck kind of builds itself, where you only have so many options this gives me the most options of turn 1 plays, or this is the color pairing that my bombs are in, or I only have removal in this color. The biggest decision points usually come down to the last 3 or 4 cards with, do I play bad cards in aspect or better cards out of aspect, or do I sometimes you have hard pools where you say, do I completely shift my deck for this one bomb? But a lot of times I think the sealed pools kind of build themselves.
I think that's an interesting concept too, as we get ready for these competitive events, is that you're going to be playing more sealed than you are draft, right? Where it might be. Yeah, like I was saying, it might be more challenging. We're working on the getting the video stuff going, so just turning our cameras on the back end to see what goes on. But in sealed, right, like there is a little bit less skill expression building your deck, but the average person is going to be playing significantly more sealed at one of these limited events than they would be draft.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the thing that I always say and that I've been saying to you so far is, you got to make it to top 8, right? Like top 8 draft is a whole different skill set, and you've got to figure that out. Like if you want to actually win the event, you need to understand the intricacies of draft. But if you don't get to top 8, then the draft part is irrelevant. So you also still need to have those sealed skill sets of like milking the best out of the pool that you can, and then solid gameplay mechanics within those sealeds. Because a big difference here is a lot of people, they know their deck or their leader, they're really good with Sabine or with Quinlan, and they're like, I understand these intricacies, I know what lines I need to go for here. But when you're playing with and against cards that you don't play as much, how are you with the base game mechanics of, I understand what you could play here or what you're trying to do, I know when to trade and when to go to base, and understanding your deck that is a completely new deck to you and your opponent's deck is a whole different skill set. I really like that.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the game and the analysis that you have to make internally to try to understand how to improve, right? So a big part of how I play and how I research these things is looking at data, crunching deck lists, trying to see that, hey, is my effort in this archetype worthwhile? Has it been worthwhile for other people, et cetera, et cetera? And as you work through this, none of that exists, right? Like from the last limited PQ that we have results from the top 8 in terms of deck lists and leaders, or not even deck lists, just leaders. Otherwise, you don't, right? So I think it is inherently possible that we're sitting here saying, oh, Ahsoka's mid. She might, and mid meaning like average and good, but she might be the most winningest leader based on representation. And without seeing the data, you don't know that. And on the other hand, without seeing all of the reps that you have, I mean, me and you both have a large history playing Sabine. When another Sabine player sits across from me, I see that as an advantage, right? In this situation, you have to really feel things out every step of the way.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, and so for the chat, so it seems like there was a store issue with the video, and the problem is right now they are building their competitive tier decks. It would be a competitive advantage if they had access to outside people, either hearing us or being able to communicate with us in any way, and that is not allowed in the competitive rules of the event. So we can't tell them that their video is down right now. So I think what what's unfortunately gonna happen is we might not get video back for any of the deck building portion. That is what we're looking at. We'll see if we may be, what might happen is usually Loopy at least usually builds his sealed pools really quickly. So what might happen is before the deck building phase is actually done, we'll get him finishing, handing in his deck list, and at that point he'll be able to check Discord, look at the camera, and see things like that. So we'll probably get the deck that was built before round 1. But we're gonna see where we're kind of winging it on that front and seeing what happens. We're not sure exactly why the camera went down at the store, but like I said, we're not in direct contact with the store right now because that would hinder the competitive integrity of the event.
So with all that being said, you're stuck with us. We'll be here to try to fill the time.
You're welcome. That's why I unplugged their camera.
Yeah, we're all self-centered here, trying to get as much focus
exactly.
on the Boston Network and the Colorado Cantina Crew, respectively, right?
Yeah. And question from Shane and Chad. Victor already answered it, but I'm gonna go through it for anyone else. So the difference between sealed and draft. So these events, you play all of the Swiss. So it'll be, I believe, 7 rounds of Swiss in this event, and then a cut to top 8. So all the Swiss is going to be sealed. And what sealed means is everyone gets 6 packs. You open your 6 packs and you build a 30 card deck, not including your base and leader, out of those packs. The cards that you open are the only cards that you can use, with the exception of you can use any common base that's in that set. So if you didn't open a Red Force base and you want to build a Red Force deck, you can still have that as an option. But every other card outside of a common base has to come from the packs that you open. And in draft, I cannot see the table video yet, and we're still working on that. And the big difference in draft is you get 3 packs in front of you. And for draft, you open and take out the leaders first. And the leaders are all drafted face up because they're double-sided cards, so you can't just put one down and hide it. So you draft the leaders knowing what leaders are opened at all the tables. And then you draft the leaders by taking, you have 3 leaders in front of you. You take one, and then you pass the other 2 to the right. And then you receive 2 leaders. You take one and pass the last leader to the right. So you end up with a pool of 3 leaders to choose from. And then you do the same thing with the non-leader cards in the pack, where you open a pack, you take one, and you go to the other ones. It looks like the video just came back up for me.
Me as well.
So we may have it back up on the stream soon.
We also have boots on the ground from Yoda Killer. They are still doing their opponent's list. They haven't started building yet. So appreciate that, Carlos, and good luck today.
Yeah, so usually what'll happen is you can't start. Everyone has to start deck building at the same time because you have a limited amount of time to deck build. So basically, it looks like Loopy and Symbiote are both done registering each other's pools, and they are not allowed to start deck building until everyone is done building pools. So yeah, so we do have the video back. So we will get to see the deck building process, which is really nice.
Yeah, I'm excited about that. And just a couple questions on my end. Jeff, I haven't drafted in the super competitive area of draft for SWU. We're both big writers down of things, like just little notes here and there, you more so than me. Are you allowed to have a paper and pen during a draft?
No. There's also there are also I need to check the tournament rules for SWU specifically because they obviously SWU always has its own quirks and things. But usually another thing that you're not allowed to do in competitive drafts is constantly look at the cards that you picked. Ooh. There are set times between each pack where in most other games where you can look at the cards that you've drafted so you understand what your cost curve is and things like that. But you can't do that usually in competitive events. And again, SWU might be different. I still need to read through the draft specific rules. But yeah, that's usually a big thing is when can you look at your cards.
And then another one would be just because Sim and Loopy are sitting next to each other right now doesn't mean this is their first round opponent, right? Correct.
Yeah, this is unrelated to your first. It's actually very bad if this is your first round opponent because they know what cards you have. So usually this is a random pairing for deck building, and then you have another random pairing for round 1. So this is basically this is Swiss round 0, and then you'll get paired into round 1. It seems to be the video seems to be blinking in and out a bit right now. Okay, right now it might be down again.
Yep. We're seeing the link.
I see it in video. I just don't see it constantly on the stream. All right, looks like it's back on the stream now. Okay, so we think we have fixed the video issues. Bear with us though. We're still working on it.
We're working on it, Grievous. We see you. We're working on it.
But yeah, we're doing the best we can here with the we're working through the video issues. But I think especially for this being the first limited PQ stream, there's a lot to talk about anyway of just how limited works, what we look for and everything. But yeah, did you have any other questions or thoughts, Jordan?
Well, just in general, like, are you on board with the order of sealed being first and draft being second? I wonder if that's something that people are thinking about out there.
I think it's the only real way to do it, honestly, because for competitive draft, you basically need one judge per 8 players. You need to have you don't have to, but it really helps. And for very high level competitive events, I think you do need one judge per draft pod.
Yeah.
So it makes it really hard if you want to say have a 300 person sector to say, okay, let's all start doing draft. It's a lot more coordination to do a draft. Um, what I think could work very well is you could have a regional or sector, and you say, okay, day 2 is top 64, and then top 64. Well, that is conveniently 8 pods of 8. So you could do draft for all day 2 of a sector or regional with the top 64 players. And then you don't even have to do Swiss or anything. It's just each of those draft pods. The way draft pods work, you play within your pod, and one person and only one person can go 3-0. So what you could do is you could just say, okay, top 64 make day 2. That's 8 draft pods, and then each person that 3-0s their draft pod makes it to top 8. And then
I
top
think
8
just
is
from a
another draft.
logistics perspective, it would almost be impossible to do it the other way, right?
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot more skill expression in draft. There is still a lot of skill expression in sealed, but the level of skill expression goes up exponentially when you go from sealed to draft. So if you talk to most competitive players, they wouldn't want it the other way. They want that skill expression to be in the high skill matches. When I'm playing against some of the best players in the game and top 8 at a regional, that's where I want to say, oh, unlucky, my sealed pool didn't have any 2-drops. I don't want that in top 8. I want top 8 to be, okay, I see what leader they've got. I'm going to choose this leader and I'm going to draft this way, which should help me against what I think I might be playing against in the finals. Like, there's so much more skill expression in draft that's where I want the higher skill matches to be, is in the top 8 in the day 2s of regionals and sectors.
So are you generally excited that this is now part of
Very
competitive
much.
landscape?
Yeah, very, very excited. I was really sad when they initially said that draft and limited in general was a casual format, because competitive limited is a really cool way. And there are people in other games that are limited experts that they're really good at playing the game, obviously, but these kinds of understanding the draft patterns, understanding what's open, these are the things that they excel at. And whenever there are high tier limited events, they'll do really well at them.
That's why it's important to have a diverse makeup of your team or your testing group, whatever you want to call it. People that love it, people that hate it. Like, I know there's a lot of people on our team that don't get overly excited by limited, and now they're forced to fake their excitement, which I love,
Yeah.
right? And I also think, just from like a store perspective, going back to set 1, I got into the game a little bit late, like June of last year, which would be set 1. And man, is it 2 years ago? 2 Junes ago. Oh my God. But it was so hard for me to get product, right? So when I would go to sealed events, there was 30 people, like showdown level events. And it was a great way to meet people in the community and have a good time. And it's good for the stores too, where
absolutely.
I think limited is struggling, at least in the Colorado area, to fire on a given day, which I think that's probably going to change here in the next couple months.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's a couple of things. There was no reason for the competitive players to get into limited. If you look at top tier competitive players, they either have all the cards they need or they can get them and borrow them if they need to. So they're not doing it for the cards. And then the experience doesn't help them because there were no competitive limited events. So it's a drastically different format that you're playing. The gameplay is incredibly different. You look at some various leaders that are just unplayable and constructed, and you say to yourself, man, why did they even print this leader? Like, looking at set 1 Jin Urso. That card never did anything, never had any constructed tournament results. But if you got it in your sealed pool, it was one of the best leaders for set 1 sealed that you could get. You just get to trade everything on the board. Like the whole concept of the game changes a lot when you're looking at sealed versus constructed.
And for some people that don't have all the cards, who are good players, but for whatever reason, whether it's interest, financial, etc., it's a good leveler, right? It's a good time to go into an event with a little bit more of a positive attitude, I think.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it's really interesting to me because whenever you're a newer player, the obvious solution is, hey, I don't have a meta constructed deck built. I should just play limited.
Yeah.
It's really interesting that is true because you don't need cards to go into limited, but the skill expression of limited is so high that it can be tough to compete with someone who is done their homework on the limited format for that set and understands
Yeah.
every card in the set and what to play around and everything. So it's a really interesting kind of dichotomy where new players kind of have to do limited, but it can be hard to succeed if you don't have a deeper game knowledge than sometimes you may even need for constructed. So it's interesting to me.
I think it's one of these things where whether this mindset is correct or otherwise, you can let us know in chat what you think. But some people think that this person is only beating me because they have this and I don't have that, right? Where this sort of head-on confrontation with your own skill makes you be really honest with yourself, right? And that's something we were talking about on our last podcast as we were trying to like learn from our lessons at the last PQ we played. And I think that part of that introspection starts with you just looking yourself in the mirror and being honest with what happened on that given day. And I think in an odd way, limited kind of does that.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. So question for you, when you open a sealed pool, how do you sort your cards? Because that's a really big aspect of getting your deck built in time and understanding what you have. So what's your card sorting method?
So I'm a child. So the first thing that I do is I scroll all the way to the back just to look, right? And then I go back to the front, just like the inner demon in me needs to see if I've gotten anything sweet in the pack.
Yeah.
But I start just a basic sort by color, and then I sort by possibility. So for me, sorting by possibility means as I'm getting a little bit deeper into my sort color wise, I start to set up these kind of quasi offset rows where I have a leader and base combination and then maybe 2 or 3 rows that spawn off of there. And that gives me a good way to visualize not only what my curve is, but what my options are within different curves. For me, I'm a really visual person. So like on my like project management softwares and stuff, I tend to use a app called Trello because they have like a very visual block based system. So I need to see it and I need to like be able to kind of mix and match as you will. But for me, it really just starts with the multi rows. That's the only thing that's I've noticed that I do a little bit differently than people sitting around me and people on our team is that I kind of have those offset rows. But what about you? What's your go-to?
So it's funny. So for sealed, I basically do a lazy sorting method that is not what I would do at a limited PQ or sector. So what I do for things like pre-releases is I sort each color that is not hero or villain in its own column, and then I have one column for all the hero cards and one column for all the villain cards.
Okay.
And if there's anything that I consider a bomb, I just kind of move it to the front of that pile or angle it a little bit in its column so that I don't forget that it's there. So the benefit of that is that helps me. I can basically what I usually do is I do a base calculation first off of should I be hero or villain, and so I just look at the lengths of the piles because you're never going to get that even. I say, oh, my hero pile is twice the length of my villain pile, so I take that and I say, okay, I'm probably playing hero. So the first thing I do is look through every villain card that I think I'm not going to play and say, okay, what am I missing out on if I don't play villain? And then I look through all the hero cards and say, okay, is there anything that I absolutely need to play? I have 2 Ki-Adi-Mundis. Maybe I should, I'm going to be a strong favorite towards red hero, or I have this villain bomb. Maybe I do have to go that way, and try to and compare that to the leaders that I have, and try to make a base decision of, okay, I think I'm going to play these colors, and I look through the colors that I'm not going to play to make sure that I'm not missing anything big, and then I just go build the ones that I think I want to play. And all the time I'll have any bombs in the colors that I'm not playing kind of set off to the side to see, okay, this deck doesn't look as good. What if I built around this other one? Or this deck looks really good and I can still probably play this bomb out of aspect. And that's kind of the process that I usually go through. If I wanted to be a little bit more thorough, I would also sort out the hero and villain cards by color a little bit better to make a more informed decision about, I have, twice as many hero cards as villain, but only 2 of them are yellow hero, so maybe I shouldn't necessarily go to that side.
Yeah, I mean, we started this conversation today talking about what leaders we love, but the reality is that regardless of how much you want to make Snoke, Obi-Wan, Towson work, if you don't have the curve all the way up from having usable turn one plays to having some way to seal the game in your bombs, then it's a useless exercise, right? Like you should move on to something. I think that's a one lesson that I think is going to be hard learned in these rounds today and otherwise is that sometimes you can't let good be the enemy of great or whatever the saying is, right? Like
better is the enemy of good enough.
Yeah, like
the saying that we use in engineering.
Yeah, and the saying I think we need in engineering as well is let's get some duct tape on this deck and try to make it work. But I mean that's the reality though, right? Like you might say, "Oh, I got Vader, I have to make blue villain work. I got Kiadi, I have to make red hero work." But in reality, there's more options than that, right? And it's not just playing that or not playing that, it's considering and weighing your options and your opportunity cost of playing off aspect as well. Right? Like, life's full of decisions, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, even the world championship winning constructed Talzin deck played Kiadi Mundi out of aspect.
Yeah.
The second place Kylo Tarkentown deck played multiple cards out of aspect. Like, obviously there are reasons for that. But yeah, like you don't have to play every single card in aspect. And I think that is one of the biggest skill expressions in Sealed in this game is determining when you should play cards out of aspect and when you should play a worse card that you get to play in aspect. Determining what's good enough to play out of aspect is to me in Sealed specifically, I think that's the biggest skill expression that you get here in your deck building is, I'm going to cut this 5-drop green card in my green-red hero deck for this red villain card that I know playing this 5-drop on 7 is going to be better.
Yeah. And I think that's not to get too meta, but I think that's kind of that thought process is a little bit of a issue that I have with certain aspects of deck building in this game where there's just so much groupthink. Right. There's so much. Oh, that wasn't the Bothan list from Vegas. Oh, that's not the KTOD list. That's not this. That's not that. And I think it could be limiting in certain senses. Right. And I think that you have to experiment and answer those questions for yourself. Last week I played Talzin red in a PQ and one of your teammates, Mickey D, was also playing Towson and his PQ, and we were going back and forth all week talking about like what we liked and what we didn't like, and he ended up settling in on having Kiadi main deck with Marin to really try to turn on that activated Anakin. And for me in my testing, it just didn't work that way. I didn't love it as much, So I think it's really important to be able to make those decisions for yourself while taking wisdoms for the crowd and just test it, right? Like if you see something that's interesting, why not give it a try and see where it takes you?
Yeah, I agree completely. Looking at these specific pools, I think we've got one spread out enough where we can see some interesting things. So it looks like on the right side of your screen, Kylo is set off to the side. I'm assuming that means he is out of contention. Yeah. But I did see a Karis in there, who is one of the best openers that you can get as a 2/4 force unit. In one of the only colors that has the large force units not be rare or legendary.
Seeing like we're having a great red-yellow pool over here on first glance.
Yeah, and I think I see a Kit Fisto in there. There's definitely a Ray, so that can be your backup anyway. If you wanted to play red hero, even if you can't activate the leader, if the leader lets you play your best cards, still probably worth it. But yeah, no, I see an Owen Lars there, which can be really good if you have a high density of force units, and it's not a terrible early play. You don't get the force, but you can still restore their early damage, and your opponent is disincentivized from killing Owen. Then you put something like an heirloom lightsaber on him, and all of a sudden he's a 2/5.
I love that Vulpix too.
Oh yeah,
the 3/2 hidden creature. That's a great one in this format. Also great looking in Hyperfoil. I don't know if you guys have seen.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I really like the Vulpix too because a lot of people say, hidden on turn 1 is useless because no one attacks on turn 1 anyway. While that is accurate, it still is good for later. A lot of times you don't want to draw your 2 drops late, but there are those times where, oh man, I need to get in this last 3 damage, and you're on 9 resources and you play a 3 attack hidden creature. Your opponent might just have to claim and not be able to do anything on their turn because they say, oh, I need to claim because I have to attack that first action or I lose. So hidden is one of those keywords that I like on 2-drops because it makes them not useless in the late game when you're trying to close something out.
Yeah, it looks like we see a turret too on the
Oh,
right side of your screen.
yeah, and there was also a graceful Purgle, which I'm a big fan of
Yep.
in this format because you can still put your upgrades on it, and it's a Sentinel in space. There aren't as many space units here, but it is possible to make a space aggro deck, and there are a couple of 5-power space units that if you play and your opponent can't deal with, you just steal the game with them. Ooh, we see
Yep.
a Yoda unit, the legendary Yoda unit. That's a big one to if you get that off.
Is that on the bottom of the right-hand side of your screen?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I did not see that. I did see the Guardian Jedi, I believe, which is a pretty big honking unit to deal with in this format.
Yes.
Looks like we
Yeah,
got a
and looks like we
Yoda's
see a couple of
lightsaber
other
too.
space whales going there.
Yep. Ooh. Got some big
That's a
top
pretty
end coming
interesting
up here.
pool. It's always tough to figure out how much top end do you want. I think in sealed you can get away with a little bit more because the format is going to be slower than draft. The decks are going to be less cohesive in
Mhm.
general than a more targeted draft deck. So you usually have a little bit more time in sealed than you do in draft. But yeah, it looks like
Ooh.
he's getting done building out his deck here. So he's going with blue-green hero, which is a good choice, especially when you look at those upgrades. Double heirloom lightsaber and a Yoda's lightsaber.
Looks like we also have a crushing blow as well for that early removal
Mm-hmm.
and the protect the pod. I think he's pretty well set up to delay to be able to buy time for Yoda to come out, right? We have the turret, we have the Jedi Sentinel unit. Actually, that might not be a Sentinel. That might just be on when it's defending, it gets a debuff to the attacker.
Yes. Yeah, and I believe the one that we're talking about. So we're talking about Symbiote's pool
Yeah.
for those one, or the one with the Yoda and the triple lightsabers. That's a really good pool. I like that look a lot. Crushing Blow is a really good card against early upgrades, and then it's also nice to have your own. So the fact that he has 3 2-cost upgrades that are all any non-vehicle unit, he can play them on his space whales.
Mhm.
Obviously, Yoda's lightsaber goes well with Yoda in the late game. Not synergy you usually see in sealed. And then what do we see on Loopy's side? It looks like he's going for either Snoke or Third Sister, but either way, green-red villain. I'm trying to see what cards we can see there. I think I see a Sith Holocron, which is a
Yeah,
really interesting one.
we got a Sith Holocron and Aya Scion. I think we see a Knights of Ren as well.
Well, I
That
like
will
Knights of Ren
go
a
in
lot.
either build, I believe.
I think either way it's green-red villain, so it can either be Third Sister with the green force base or Snoke with the red force base.
Yeah, then we have a Quinlan unit, a Jedi Temple Guards. So it seems a little bit less cohesive than Symbiote's build on the right hand side, but
It
some
does, but
power
there are some
players
really
nonetheless.
strong cards still. There's a
Yeah.
Terran Tarek, the creature that has ambush with a
Oh
force unit.
yeah.
That card is a house in this limited format. Everyone has force units, and you just get a 5/5 ambush. That card is really good.
You also get the Restore 2 ship that's sitting below the Knights of Ren. Kind of like that as well, especially if everyone's going hardcore in the ground. It's just up there in space,
Oh
either
yeah.
getting buffed by Snoke or getting protected by the sister and being able to get some restore going.
Yeah, it's funny. Kyle Craft in chat talking about he forgets that Yoda's lightsaber has an enters the battlefield effect because he plays it in Sabine. I'm the exact same way with Karis unit because
Yeah.
I play it in Kylo Tarkentown that can't get the force. So I'll forget that it has a win defeated and get gotten by that against other decks so often because I just think of it as a 2/4 vanilla force unit.
Yeah. So Kyle's
So I know
excuse is that
exactly what
he's
you mean.
getting old. I don't know what your excuse is. So you gotta work
I'm
on
old
that.
too. My joints are older than Kyle's. I don't know
Yeah,
about the rest of me, but but yeah, I think Loopy's also got a really good pool here. Like you've got
Totally.
a nice combo of ambush units. The Eye of Scion is one that'll catch a lot of people off guard. I think there's was it Eighth Brother in there, the more expensive ambush unit.
Ooh, that's a great one.
And then all of those go well with the Sith Holocron when you get these high HP force units. It's really interesting. I see it looks like
That Trident
another
ship as well, the 6/5. That's another
yeah.
big guy.
I'm trying to see how many early plays are in Loopy's deck. I think I see 6 turn 1 options, which isn't bad. That's not a bad number to have.
Looks like we got the Ewoks.
Not the one that you
Porgs.
want, but you'll take it.
Yeah.
You got to do what you got to do sometimes.
Might be a
Loopy also has a
Marin.
Garrus, but
Yeah.
but that would be out of aspect here, so still not a turn 1 play.
Yeah. We got Symbiote. I think I really like his turn 1 options. That Gungan Warrior is great. We got the Gifted Urchin.
Oh, Gungan Warrior is so good at just fighting for the board. It's not a force unit, but still a 3/2 shielded with restore. Really nice unit.
Yeah.
So in terms of lists from what we can see here, whose do you like more right now?
I think I like Sims more just because I think it's a little bit more cohesive leading to that big old Yoda. But I am a Yoda apologist, so
I love Yoda so much.
Yeah, I admit that might be skewing my perspective, but
I think it's a valid skewing though. Like that unit is so good in the late game. Like even if you're about to die, okay, heal 5, kill your unit. It can cross arenas. He even has the Yoda Saber to go with it. I see an It's Worse there, which you don't love playing, but especially when your biggest thing is an 8-drop, you can just kill their thing on 7 to get to 8 and play Yoda. So I think in his deck specifically, it'll really curve out well. He has a lot of turn 1 options, including the Urchin there, just a 1/4 force unit. But he's got 3 lightsabers that he can put on any of his turn 1 plays. Like you can just put the heirloom lightsaber on the Vulpix, and that's fine. It just makes it something that's a lot harder to kill and tougher to deal with. I see 2 of the Vulpexes too, so I think I like Symbiote's pool a lot. He has a solid number of turn 1 plays, solid number of upgrades, bombs for the late game.
He had some great yellow cards as well as he's going through his putbacks. He had the Vernestra Row in there, which I think is great in this format. I think my one concern would be for Sim is that after like resource 4, he has to use a combination of his removal and upgrades to be able to get to that.
Does he get
game,
to 8?
Right?
Is the question. I think that's a totally valid question. I think I might. There's a green event there. If that event is Protect the Pod, I love it.
It is Protect the Pod, yeah.
Yeah, I love it. I think that is one of the best removal spells they have in this set. And then I think it's tough to go. It's tough to go yellow when you need green hero because you have the Yoda Saber, some of the Space Whales. He has the Obi-Wan leader, so he could play with a yellow force base if he wanted to, but then he's losing out on double heirloom lightsaber. I see some of the neutral, like the Night Sisters, like they're some of the only things filling out his mid game.
Yeah.
So it's really tough, I think, to go. I think the question is you blue or yellow. I didn't see all of his yellow stuff, but the double heirloom lightsaber would really make it tough for me to go away from blue as the second color when obviously green is the first with the Obi-Wan leader.
Yeah, I think I agree with you as well. It's challenging to make decisions to go to yellow about your early game because they do have some great units there in the Starred Vernestra, like we mentioned, knowing that we have to get to Yoda, knowing that we have to get to the areas where our removal really gets turned on. I think he has. I thought I saw a Graceful Purgle as well as the other large space units.
The Sentinel Purgle and the I think it's a 6/10 space one. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the 2/7 space Sentinel and the 6/10 non-space. So the 6/10 non-space, I'm a little bit non-Sentinel one. I'm a little bit lower on that card just because it doesn't do anything when you play it. But I think it's fine as a curve filler, especially when you need to get up to 8 anyway. And sometimes you just don't have much choice for your last 2 or 3 cards.
Yeah. Looks like we have a Marin plus the upgrade killing droid, which is really solid. We're actually starting to see more of that in constructed play as well. Yeah,
it's a very solid option as just a turn 1 play. And then also, we talked about how good lightsabers are, and it kills a lot of the lightsabers because a lot of them are non-unique. Another card that I really like on Loopy's list is he has the Curious Flock there.
Oh yeah,
that's such a good curve filler. You just play it whenever you have it. You have it on turn 1, great. I have an under cost 2/2, not great, but better than not playing anything. Oh, we're on the 5 resource turn and I have literally nothing to do. Cool, I'll play it now. So the flexibility of that card of just filling whatever you need it's always going to be slightly below average with what you want, but it's always going to be better than nothing. So the flexibility of that card is so huge.
Yeah, and in most games, in most formats, if you skip a turn, you're not going to be able to win. But in this, especially, I feel like you get punished for it because there's not really many comeback mechanics. So again, not letting yourself get too invested in what could be, as opposed to like what's in front of you, what's available, what's an option that's gonna not leave you down. So we see 2 Wattos here in Sim's build, which is
Watto's a card that I really like
including.
in limited too, because he's a 1/6, so he's hard to kill, and like we said, it's all about value. So when you have, especially the Watto with a Yoda's lightsaber on him, he becomes a 4/7 that you have to either give him a card or an XP every time he swings. So I think especially with the 3 lightsaber upgrades, I love Watto. Even just as a 1/6, he's not terrible, because if you have a good start and he's your follow-up, then it's insane, because you either get more cards to choose from or make all your units bigger. But like we were talking about, no comeback mechanics, he is not a come from behind card, right? Like if you're behind and you play a Watto, your opponent just laughs and hits you in the face and says, cool, you can do, like, I can pick either one and it's fine. But if you can be far enough ahead, then he can just help steamroll. And I think a lot of this format is about snowballing from as early as you can.
I think one thing that I'm noticing as Sim's putting together his deck, he looks a little bit more ahead of Loopy in terms of time, but I didn't see too many early Force units, which is a little bit troubling with Obi-Wan.
Yeah, we saw the 1/4 Urchin, which is probably what he's going to be looking for most games, because especially with Obi-Wan, it's hard to get through the 4 health, and then you get to attack with it and make it into a 2/5.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is the question. Obi-Wan is a good leader, but he's only really valuable if you can consistently get the Force. So is there going to be some tension there? You know, we also saw a Chirrut who's really greedy for using the Force. So it's interesting how cohesive his leader ability is going to be versus just using him for the colors.
Yeah.
And then Loopy is kind of low on turn 1 plays, with 3 of them being 1-drops. Witch of the Mist is totally fine as a 1-drop though, as a turn 1 option. It's just a 1/3, but it's still hard to kill before you get the Force. There are some 3 attack units, but fewer.
Lizard, right? So that's a tough one as well.
Yeah. So I think Loopy it looks like he has some really good 3-drop options. So I think Loopy's main game plan may be to try to catch up on the 3 and 4 resource turn. And with Snoke, that's also something that you can do. Unfortunately, I don't think any of his 1-cost units are villain, because then you could play a 1-drop and activate Snoke.
Yeah.
But that has to be on a villain card. But later game, it's going to be nice to have those 1-drops to help fill out the curve. He has 2 resources left, and instead of playing a 2-drop, you could say, okay, I'm going to use 1 and activate Snoke, and use 1 and play a 1-drop. So it can really help, I think, later game with just continuously doing things. He can also do Witch of the Mist Sith Holocron on turn 1, which is really nice to get a 2/4 with that option of attacking for 4.
He's really he being Loopy in this sense, he's really going to need impact turns 4 through 6, which I think he's set up to do, right? He's got Quinlan, he's got the Trin attack, he's got the Coven of the Thralls, I believe is the name of that card, the raid night drop. Thrall the Covens,
Thrall the Covens.
And he's got the 8th brother too, right? So some really, really strong cards there to follow up with each other.
Yeah, 3/7 raid 3 is huge, especially, I keep going back to the Sith Holocron, but in limited, you need your high health units to make that work. It's not usually something you build around because it's a rare, so you don't get it in your pool that often. But when you have it, you say, oh, I have this 3/7 raid 2 that you can't put the Holocron on, but you can just keep pinging for 2 every time. There are a few grit units in this set, and that if you get those with the Holocron ping, it just goes wild.
Yeah.
Those come up more often with a 2-cost villain event that lets you deal 2 damage to a unit and give it 2 experience. But that's another card
have to be really very, very careful about when he's using the Force, just seeing his build a little closer.
Oh yeah, we see the Jedi Consular there, which is another one that it's tough. It's really Force intensive.
Yeah.
So it'll be really interesting to see some of Sim's games if he has to say, oh, I can't activate Obi-Wan this turn because I need to play Chirrut and I need to be able to use it for Chirrut. So it's a really interesting restriction on his deck. It's one of the tougher things about Obi-Wan as a leader. He's really good if you consistently get the Force. You don't really need to activate it that many times for it to be worthwhile. But just the colors that he has here and the cards in those colors, I think would make him use Obi-Wan even if he wasn't gonna activate his ability that often.
100%. So it looks like he's got a ton of turn 1 plays actually.
Yeah, and we see Night Sister there as another Force option that your opponent is slightly disincentivized to kill, but against an Obi-Wan deck, you're just gonna kill that on sight every time before he can get the Force.
So what I'm seeing so far, he's probably looking for that or the Consular on turn 1. Looks like he also has the Urchin.
Yeah, the Urchin is totally fine. Like I would love something like you play the Urchin on turn 1, get the Force, play the Consular, and then your opponent has to decide, do they kill the Consular? You can choose between activating Obi-Wan or saving it for the Consular next turn to play a 6-drop. Like he could use he could play the Consular later and use that to cheat out Yoda. You obviously don't get the Yoda trigger when you use the Force as you play him, but it's still good to get that body on board and have the threat of every Force use, which you can do with your leader, just killing off any unit.
Totally. And, the Consular, a buffed Consular is a 2/5. Like, that's
totally reasonable. And then we see things like the Graceful Purgle and Chirrut to help him through the mid game to get to those late games. The hero ship that when it gets attacked, it gets an experience.
Some good options here.
I like Sim's list a lot.
I'm positive. Yeah, I think we're going to be seeing him go high up in the ranks today with this list, to be completely honest.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Owen Lars is another one that I really like in Obi-Wan. I already talked about how he could get a lightsaber, but he can also get an experience. So you turn him into a 1/4 restore 2 that your opponent doesn't want to kill because it just draws you into your top end. Owen Lars late game draw your Yoda is just insane.
Seems like there's a lot of those cards in this list, whether it's Chirrut, which makes him make a tough decision, makes the opponent make a tough decision. Owen Lars, Watto, like these are units that have downside to when you kill them, which is important, I think, when we're trying to stall and get to this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious if Loopy is going to go with Snoke or with Third Sister. We saw his early drops not have a lot of villain units in them. So Snoke can be more generically powerful because you can just start stacking. As soon as you get one villainy unit out, you can just start stacking XP on it. But Third Sister is useful for any unit that you play. You can just give it hidden, say it can't be attacked this turn. So I'm curious which leader he's going to go for. I don't know the exact numbers of how many villain units he has. We know he does have some good ones. He has the Eighth Brother that we saw, and a few others. So there are options for him. I would probably lean Snoke.
Interesting, because I was leaning the Sister. So we'll have to argue about it a little bit as they count and shuffle.
Well, for me, it's another thing that also I would lean Snoke to start because it's more generically powerful. And if your opponent has a lot of ambush units or ways to kill your units, I would sideboard to switch the leader to game 2, going into game 2.
Yeah. So I was leaning
that's where my head's at.
Because I think that he has quite a good amount of later units that can kind of stand for themselves later in the game, where I do wonder about his early game lasting to transition into that mid game. And I think the Sister might be better equipped to get him through those pain points. Definitely agree that Snoke is more generically powerful and add some different options to if you get to that late game. I just as I'm looking at this list, and I'm doing my best to visually separate the two lists, because that's not what this isn't a match versus Loopy and Sibio. This is a large scale tournament, right? So we might be saying, oh wow, Loopy's build is actually better than 98% of the people there today, right? Who knows what it'll look like? But I do have some concerns about that early game.
I agree. I do as well. And the biggest factor for me, because we saw Loopy has a lot of 3-drops, and I think I saw a lot of them being villain. So the 4 resource turn is pretty late to try to start the Snoke snowball.
Yep.
So if any of his 2-drops are villain, I would like that more. But I think the question that Loopy's asking himself is the mid game hidden going to be better than saying on 3 resources I play a good villain unit, on 4 resources I play another 3-drop and pump that unit, and then you start playing behind from resource 4? Is that too late for getting the Snoke ball going?
Mm-hmm.
Because you want to get it rolling. You don't have enough 2-drops to say 2-drop into 2-drop activate Snoke, but you do have a lot of 3s. So you're more likely to have the ability to go 3-drop Snoke, 4-drop Snoke, 5-drop Snoke, and start playing from there.
It does look like Loopy's exploring his options a little bit, sleeving up some.
Oh yeah, I believe he's sleeving up a backup deck as well.
Yeah.
And for anyone at home, this is something that you can do if you are not sure about your deck. Like, I think he's still not 100% sure about the leader he should choose. It looks like he did go with Snoke because I see a red base.
Yeah.
And then you can just sleeve up a backup deck and you say, okay, game 2, I'm going to switch to this deck. And sometimes you'll find that the deck that you thought was a little bit worse is actually a little bit better. So he's still going to be stuck playing this Snoke red deck for game 1. But if he finds his other deck is better, he can say, okay, game 2, I know I'm switching to this one. And you can have it listed. You can even, know, okay, I'm going to take out these cards, move them over here. These ones are completely separate. And you just quickly say, okay, game 2, we're sideboarding to this other deck.
Yeah. So as they finish up here, I have some quality of life questions for you. I know you're a monster and you don't even like hyperspace leaders anymore. But are you using a hard case here? Because for me, I want to make my limited experience like tactically feel as much like my actual competitive experience can be. So I'm sleeving my stuff up the way it always is. I actually might I might actually even double sleeve.
So it's funny because the way it is for me now is I don't sleeve my leader or base at all in constructed. So I would probably do the same thing in limited, but it's less of a thing in limited that people comment on it less. It's actually a funny story. So when I was at the Minneapolis Regional for constructed, we had just switched up and fixed up the Vader deck, the Vader yellow deck. And I could not find even a hyperspace Vader leader. I finally found one, and then I put it together, and it was like the day before the tournament when I finally found the leader, or the day before I was flying out when I finally found the leader, and I was like, I don't see a clear sleeve around my desk right now, so I'm just not gonna bother. And if I'm not sleeving my leader, I'm not gonna sleeve my base either because that feels weird. So many people commented on the fact that I had an unsleeved leader at base that now it's just what I do. It's like, and also I did well in Minneapolis, so it's just become like the random little quirky thing that I like to do, which is just not sleeve my leader at base.
Yeah, you just want people to comment on it. You just want to be counterculture. I get it.
Hey, if they're commenting on my leader and base being unsleeved, that's some amount of brain power that they're not using to think about how they're going to play the game.
Yeah, that's why I'm just very impolite to all my opponents, so they have to think, oh my god, this guy's such a dick.
I go the opposite route. I try to be so nice that they don't want to beat me.
Well, unfortunately, the people can't see my face. If people see my face, they just want to beat me. So it's tough.
Oh man. But yeah, so I don't know where we're at with time left in deck building. I'm not sure exactly when they got started with the deck building phase. I believe I would guess we still probably have about 15 minutes left in deck building.
So about 5 minutes ago, I heard a noise in the background saying 5 minutes left. So
wow.
It could have been a judge doing that. Is that Tada's face on?
Oh,
on
absolutely. That is the Professor Numpty judging symbiote at all times, and I love it.
Yeah. Life's full of choices, man. Life's full of decisions.
Hey, if anyone watching has ever seen a meme of a member of KTOD and specifically Tada, symbiote probably made it. He is so good at making the meme gifs or just the meme photos. Whenever we have a picture that we're like, man, it would be hilarious if X person's face was on this picture, we just send it to Symbiote and, hey, make this.
It's a skill, man. It's a skill.
Yeah.
I used to have a podcast about television that was pretty popular, and I was such a bad thumbnail person that our co-host did it, and he was like, I'm not doing this stupid thumbnail thing, and he just literally would Photoshop our faces onto inappropriate things, and that was the thumbnail strategy back in the day.
Oh, nice. I like that more than the way it is now. It's always like basically like AI helps you determine which thumbnails get more clicks because everything knows the YouTube algorithm. Like every content creator has to do it, but I hate it.
Yeah. So that's like, this is kind of what I do for a living, right? Like not just YouTube stuff, but I'm like a content strategist and consultant. And I personally love the data. I think it's like it gives you an opportunity to like look at why people do things. And like everybody says they hate quote unquote YouTube face, but they click on it also. So is it a hate watch or a love watch? I don't know.
I honestly, if I'm borderline on a video and it has one of those faces, I don't click on it. But a lot of times I just click on it anyway because I know that they're forced to do that because other people only click on that. Yeah. You know, but I would have clicked on it otherwise.
So to be honest, I'm not a good enough graphic designer to include our faces and have them look good in images. So we've decided that our go-to is a nice background, card images, and some cool text. That's about the skill that I have.
Nice. It's really interesting. I was listening to, so I don't even play the game anymore, but I still like watching some of the content for FIFA on YouTube.
Sure.
And it's really interesting. I was hearing one of the guys in a video talk about how usually what happens in those videos is they'll have one guest on. So it's the person whose channel it is and they have a guest. And if the guest is a lower numbered person, it is detrimental to the video to have that guest face on. So sometimes the video thumbnail will only have the main creator, and sometimes it will have two if it's a big enough person that they think that the algorithm thinks that second face will draw in more clicks. So like, yeah, the stuff like that is just super interesting to me.
There's a lot of interesting stuff, right? Like at the base level, the human brain is hardwired to recognize and react to things it recognizes, right? Emotion being one of those, right? So whether it's a human face, like a noun, I say it's a noun, a person, place, or thing, right? Like the human brain is hardwired to recognize those sorts of things. And also, I think one unique insight that I have is that like a lot of my background is in football and fantasy sports and sports betting, and in general football players are significantly less recognizable than any other sport because of the helmet, because of the face mask. So it's a pretty interesting thing where you say, oh well, if we follow these norms, if we do these things that everyone else does, we should just put a picture of this person's helmet on and make them try to be as recognizable as possible. What I've seen actually is that it's challenging, especially in the football area, to do that. Enough YouTube conversation. They don't want to hear us talk about thumbnails and click-through rate. You can message us in Discord if you want to chat about that. But it looks like they're wrapping this up, right?
Yeah. I'm still not 100% sure how much time we have before they pair round one. Let you know if I get an update on that. But yeah. I went to thumbnail talk because we were just filling.
Well, you don't get me started, man. I could talk about YouTube for hours and hours, and we'll see the view count go down and down. And I can pull up I know you love PowerPoints. We could pull up my YouTube training document and have a little party. Ooh, baby.
Oh goodness, don't get me excited. But while we're waiting on round one, this is a good reminder to everyone to like and subscribe on the video that you're watching now, whether you're 100%. Watching on Late Night Gaming or Take the Initiative. We talked about the algorithm. That really does help a lot. It helps us know that you enjoy this content. It helps YouTube know that you enjoy this content, so it'll help get it out to more people. So it's another thing that I hate having to ask for likes and subscribes, but you got to. And please don't forget to hit that button.
If you care, you'll do it. No, it's the truth. And as we were, filibustering through some of the early parts of the stream, Rebel Traitor was hard at work fixing the camera stuff in the background. So it's a team effort all around anytime you do any sort of event like this. And
anyone who's ever done any kind of live event knows that everything goes wrong, and there's always someone scrambling behind the scenes trying to fix everything. And huge shout out to Rebel Trader for being that person right now, along with Loopy and Symbiote on the ground when they can. But yeah,
100%.
Rebel Trader has been huge so far in making sure that this is actually happening. So huge shout out.
And the reality is that at every level of production, this exists. Going from, like, I've done TV shows, I've done live TV shows, the same exact thing happens. And to be honest, like, in the last time that I did live television, I had a deal with the LG televisions, and we were broadcasting to them. We used Video Ninja as well, and that's what we're using today, right?
Yeah.
So it's just
it's a solid program, or web browser, whatever you call it.
shout out to them for making this this beautiful free tool. But yeah, it's a team effort, and whether it's camera, internet, lighting, everything needs to be accounted for. And if it's not, you have stuff go wrong. And you know what's even worse? Even if it is accounted for, you still have stuff going wrong. So it's just the fact of life.
So it's really interesting. I was actually going to bring this up, but I figured it would be unlikely to happen. So when you go to a pre-release, you get a second pack of the starter deck leaders. So in this case, Maul and Qui-Gon. And when you do a regular sealed event that's not a pre-release, the only way you can get those leaders is if you pull a showcase of them. Well, my teammate Carlos pulled a Maul showcase in his sealed pool. So he has the option. I don't know what's in the rest of his pool. I just saw the picture on Discord. So he has the option of playing Maul leader in this sealed event.
In which he's probably the only one, right?
Yeah.
So typically there's a fake rule. I consider it a real rule, but there's a rule about if you open a showcase, you play the showcase, right? Like, regardless if it's bad or not.
I feel that way in casual events, yes.
Yeah. Are you sticking to it in this one? That's the question.
Oh, God, no. Absolutely not. See, this is where I would use the glass front case and just put the showcase in it, and then take my real unsleeved leader out and put it down on the table.
Yeah. It's when you call it judge.
You can still get to look at the showcase and be like, oh, that's pretty.
Looks like we're getting our first match set up here.
I think they might just be playing a practice game. I'm not sure if this is actually round one. I have made, oh no, round one has been paired. Sorry about that. Yeah. So we are here. This is round one. Yeah, because these are different leaders. This is the Talzin green, I believe it is.
Yep, we got Talzin green.
I can't. It's kind of faded on the base. I think it's green.
Yeah, I think that's the Jedi Temple.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Jedi Temple. So Talzin green versus Snoke blue here for our round one matchup. So both villain decks, both blue villains. So an interesting point to look out is how many of them start with the Karis, and how many Talzin's assassins do we have? I think those are the two big common uncommon force units that you're looking for here. How early can Snoke get his experience train rolling? Does this Snoke pile have a lot of 2-drop villain units? Because if you can go 2-drop villain unit into activate Snoke 2-drop unit, then I think you're really happy with that.
Especially if you could buff that out of the range of the assassin plus ping from Talzin, it's going to be really good. One of the big questions I have here for Talzin, or one of the big cards that I'm really looking for as well, is that Doigan Master. I think that's a great 5-drop here to kind of refill your hand.
Yeah. And another interesting thing here is Talzin, to use their leader ability, needs to use the Force, and Snoke doesn't. So if Snoke is kept off the Force, it might not be that bad. But if Talzin's kept off the Force, it might stop them from being as impactful. We see Guardian of the Wills and a Night Sister they mulligan. Wow, they had 2 turn 1 plays and options, and they mulliganed as Talzin.
They must have a bunch then. They must be running like 8 if they're feeling that. That was almost a snap put back as well. So
yeah, I can't see as much in the Snoke the Snoke player's hand for what they have. It looks like Snoke is going to start with initiative here, so that could be. That's higher potential to keep Talzin off the Force. But also I think Talzin not being able to activate every turn, a lot less detrimental than something like an Obi-Wan not being able to activate every turn. Ooh, we see a turret and the Tetravore ambush against the Force unit. Owen Lars as well.
Down? He's putting Owen Lars down? I think he resourced
the Owen Lars down. Interesting decision making.
We also see that beautiful new life puck from Metal Fab. I picked up one of those as well. Love
Ooh,
that.
yeah.
And it's gonna be great that we have very visible health totals from both sides here.
Oh yeah, very nice, very nice. And I believe Snoke has initiative here, so we're just waiting on the finalized. Oh, we also see the Mace Galactic sleeves. Those are always those are nice.
They
I'm
did a great
afraid to
job.
use mine, but I like them. They're really pretty. I just don't want to use
Yeah.
them up.
Compared to the previous sets, especially like the lightsaber sleeve, I think they just really knocked it out of the park with these.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And yeah, and you can tell that the Talzin player is also thinking about their resource decision. Because
You're not
obviously
very
you
settled.
want to keep Owen Lars, but sometimes you just can't. It doesn't work out. You have different curves that you want to keep. Obviously, you want to keep the turret. You want to keep the Tetravore. Like those are two very high impact units. And then you need to have a turn one play. And if you have a 3-drop, you probably want to keep that so you can do something next turn. So I think that maybe they just had to resource the Owen Lars because the rest of their turns are so planned out with their high impact units that they need to get down.
I don't think you could fall behind here as Talzin. I think if you fall behind
Yeah.
early, it's going to be really hard for you to claw back. I mean, the Talzin
Mhm.
flip is really impactful, but the Snoke is just so big.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got to be scary as the Talzin player because you're big at, -1/-1 temporarily, and Snoke is big at +1/+1 permanently. So you're going to need some amount of, removal for large things. And, maybe your pool didn't have any shatter points in it. Maybe you don't even have the option. So it'll be interesting here if Snoke gets a large unit, if Talzin can deal with it.
Yeah. And I'm not seeing the names of either of these two players, but obviously the Talzin player was top 8 in one of the Gen Con pools, most likely, with that beautiful Plo Koon mat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I believe we're on table 1. So I only have melee names, which would be Tubby Gamer and Overly 28. I do not know which person is Tubby Gamer, and I'm not gonna guess. But those are the those are the melee names of the table 1 players, and I believe we are watching table 1.
Yeah.
We believe Micah Overly is on the bottom due to the late night token. We're not 100% sure. Okay, so Micah is the one with the the Gen Con playmat on Talzin, and then Tubby Gamer would be the Snoke player on the bottom of your screen. And yeah, we see. Oh, interesting. So Micah resourced an Owen because he still had another Owen to play.
Got it. Decent
So
start for both here.
Well, decent start for both, but we're going to see Snoke be able to get the Force, but not currently have a villain unit to use Snoke's ability on. And Micah does not currently have a way to get the Force.
Seeing Kylo Ren
Ooh,
come
Kylo
down
Ren
here.
is nice. So that's a really good one.
Oof.
Oh, that's good. So that is not only a villain unit, but also already a 4/4. So Micah's the Snoke train may get going pretty quick here on this this villainous Jedi.
Yep. And the Talzin player here overly wisely claims, as opposed to getting that Owen thing going, I think you want to save that restore, make them do the action.
Yeah, exactly. There's no reason there's no reason to lose initiative to get the Force. Oh yeah, and we see the turret
Baby.
there. So he doesn't have the Force now, but this is an interesting point because if Snoke uses his ability first, then now Micah can get the Force, kill the other Force unit, and also now be able to activate on the turret so that the turret doesn't die to this Jedi.
Yeah, I think trade favors Towson there big time.
Yeah. The Knight of Ren. Oh, the Knight of Ren is not Jedi. Sorry, it's the First Order Knight of Ren, I believe.
Yep.
I tried to do more research on the card names, but there are a lot of them and a lot of commons and uncommons in this set. We see an upgrade go out onto the Knight of Ren.
It's the Inquisitor Saber, I believe.
Yes, so that will also pump him up attacking into any force unit, including turret.
He is now a 6/8.
He's a 6/8 that attacks for 8 while attacking a force unit. So that does kill turret through the force.
Brutal.
And we see a claim here. So interesting, Micah not opting still not to use his Owen Lars to find a force unit. Perhaps rightly thinking that he's going to need some restore in the near future.
Holding on to the Purgle, Tyranitek, and the Guardians of the Wills. So,
and the Tyranitek is going to be able to first action take out this knight because it has 8 health and it ambushes in for 5.
Well, I don't believe it can actually because it's no force unit currently present.
Oh, the Knight of Ren's not a force unit. You're right. I keep thinking that it's the 4/4 force unit. So basically, he is really hoping that the Snoke player here plays a force unit.
Yep.
And also, if Snoke starts by activating Snoke, then the ambush unit isn't going to kill it anymore either.
You see that restore come in finally after 4 turns. Oof.
Oh, so this is really interesting. So we see, I believe is that an old Daka?
Yep, that's an old Daka.
So we see an old Daka. So that is a 6/6, which is terrifying, but it's also a force unit, which means that the Torrent attack does now have ambush. So we could Torrent attack into the Knight of Ren, or
he did a -1
he
first,
could
right?
Talzin. Yes, because then your Torrent attack lives.
Yeah.
So that's the goal here. Well, no, sorry, your Torrent attack still doesn't live because there's 6 attack on the Knight of Ren.
Yeah.
Naturally. So that's interesting to activate Talzin there.
I think he's got to flip Towson, get another minus, and then it would survive.
There we go. Because he also gets the force back from flipping Talzin.
Mm-hmm. And I assume he'd get another -1 coming
get another minus there. So now the Torrent attack lives. And so now he's in a much better spot with killing the giant Knight of Ren. And then he should have the ability to kill the old Daka next turn. Old Daka can't currently kill Talzin by itself. You'd have to activate Snoke first next turn. So yeah, really, really clean plays from Micah here.
Very well lined up.
And it's a really interesting decision point because I'm curious if the Snoke player had any 4-drops to play that were non-force units. Because having a non-force unit out would mean that the Torrent attack just doesn't have ambush, and playing a 4-drop would mean that you get to activate Snoke. So it's really interesting deciding what to play around, because obviously maybe you just don't play around the Torrent attack in game 1, and you say, this is my 5-mana 6/6. It's the best card I can get down. So it's just a really interesting decision point for the game for what to play there.
Trying to get a look into his hand. I see it. He drew. He had a Graceful Purgle. He drew a Karis. I don't know if he had a 4-drop in there.
Mm-hmm. And I think the bigger thing is, does he play around it in game 2? Because I think in game 1, it's also totally reasonable to just play your cards and see what your opponent has.
Sure.
But when you get to game 2 and you say, okay, I know he has this card. I know he has a turret and a Torrent attack. Those are both cards that you need to find an answer for. And there we see Owen getting in now so he's valuing the restore more than finding a force unit, which I think is totally valid when you still have your leader out and your 5 attack guy. Like, you just want to make sure that you don't die, and you already have unit advantage.
Big 5th brother or 8th brother coming down here.
8th brother coming down to ambush the Torrent attack. So that's pretty big, because that was going to be his main way to kill the old Daka. -1 from Talzin attack and then Torrent attack to finish it off. And then, so now let's see what happens here. So Eighth Brother is a 5/7. When you play another unit, you can use the Force to give any unit +2/+2. So you want to try to get the Eighth Brother off the field this phase.
Gotta.
It's a 5/7, so he could kill it with Talzin, but Talzin takes a lot of damage back. Well, we have an immediate killing of Snoke here. So Snoke comes out as a 4/7, and Talzin has 7 health. And Protect the Pod does not say non-leader.
Yep.
So yeah, Protect the Pod showing once again why it's a very good card in limited. So you deal damage to a unit based on the remaining health of your unit. So his Talzin was a 3/7. Protect the Pod let him kill a 4/7 Supreme Leader Snoke.
Looks like Talzin's also holding on to a Tragedy of Plagueis here. I haven't
Ooh.
seen that played in competitive formats at all yet, but I mean, that might be a great way to have Daka get killed without having to trade too hard.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Tragedy of Plagueis is a 5-cost villain, blue villain event. It says choose a friendly unit for this phase. It cannot be defeated by having no remaining HP. An opponent chooses a unit they control, and you defeat that unit. So it's kind of a turn something into a Churret leader from set 1 and Power of the Dark Side combined in 1. And when you have
Yep.
something like a Churret unit, that card can go up a lot in value. And we saw Micah play a Churret earlier.
Second brother coming in, takes out Owen, turns off that restore.
Yeah. And it feels bad to kill the Owen, but you just can't leave the restore out when you're trying to close out the game.
No.
I didn't see what unit Micah got off of that. It might have been the Guardian of the Wills. Did you see?
I think that was a whiff, actually.
Oh,
Because
gotcha.
Guardians of the Will was already on the field.
Well, that feels way worse. So here's the
Yep.
Tragedy of Plagueis. So he's going to pick a unit that doesn't die this phase.
My assumption would be Talzin here. Or no, it's the Wills. It's
I
the
don't-
Wills. Okay.
I think I like the Wills because he's not killing Talzin this turn anyway. You're basically just using it as a 5-cost Power of the Dark Side. And
Mhm.
so now you're saying I'm going to be able to get 2 more damage on base, or if I want to.
Yeah, and I guess Talzin just gives the -1 here to get him out of lethal range.
Yeah. But I think that the main reason you do this here is just for the Power of the Dark Side effect. You just want to make him sack a unit.
And Daka ends up going to base there, not weakening Talzin.
Yeah. And then we see that's the unit that gives itself
Curious Flock,
experience. Yes, Curious Flock. We talked
Looks
about it
like a
earlier
weak
as
one,
just a
though.
curve
Just
filler.
one.
Yeah, because he had 2 resources left after the Plagueis, so it
Mhm.
just goes back to, hey, filling the curve. Now you have a second 2/2 out there. 13 to 14 in damage. But 3 units to 1, but that 1 unit is larger and can continue to get pumped by the Snoke. So
Oof. Big Protect the Pod to take out Talzin there.
oh yeah. So we've seen both players with Protect the Pod, and both times it has come up huge. Because if that Snoke was able to live on the flip turn, then I think this game snowballs a lot harder against Micah here.
Yeah. And with what's on board and his hand, it's looking like it's going to be a challenge to even take Doc out.
Yeah. Looks like he's starting the train, but it feels so bad to start attacking for 2 into a guy that gets buffed +1/+1 every turn.
Yep. Already going to be at 21 damage here. He can't survive another buff plus swing, so.
Yeah. Yeah, the whiff on Owen really hurt. He needed to find something big there to help combat this.
Yeah.
We see a Tauntaun.
Magistrate Scout and a Night Sister Warrior.
We might just see a claim here to try to find something, maybe if he has a second turret or some kind of sentinel. Before, yeah, and we do just see the claim from Micah, so he knows he's got to find something.
Yeah. I think that's a Fallen Jedi that just came down as well.
Mm-hmm.
So another threat on the board. I mean, a 3/4 is nothing to sneeze at when you're at 21 damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also notably a villain unit. So even if the large unit does die, you can still start Snoke pumping the Fallen Jedi instead. So
I think
you've got
this
a
is going to be
backup
it,
unit
Jeff.
here. Yeah, we might be going to game 2 soon.
I see a nameless terror, which can exhaust one of them, I believe. Yep.
Yeah. So he's buying a turn. And then Fallen Jedi only attacks for 3, so he can still take another hit from that, but he cannot take another hit from the larger unit now.
Wonder if
See
he
a
just
Night
claimed
Sister
there, to be
Warrior.
honest.
Yeah. Well, so it's an interesting predicament because if you are the Snoke player, you're trying to decide, do they have something that can interact with this, or do I claim to try to hit him? Because if you claim without spending any resources and then your unit dies, then you could that could be how Micah comes back into the game. Um, and it looks, yeah, Micah didn't draw anything, so we are going to game 2 here.
Yeah. Oof, really, between that 5 and 7 turn area is when things really started swinging for the Snoke player
Yeah.
there. I think the Owen whiff was really a part of it, but also
Mhm.
just I think the second brother coming down.
Oh
So
yeah.
while Towson's playing, 2 drops and 2 health units, we have Snoke dropping 8th brothers and old Dakas. You're not going to win
Yeah.
that straight up.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Michael looked like he was in a pretty good spot when he was able to Tyrantitech kill the first 8th brother. And then from there, it all started going downhill after that. He went turret into that, and the turret looked like it was going to be really good until we saw the upgrade plus Snoke pump mean that turret died in one attack. Um, turret is going to be worse in general against the Snoke strategy because Snoke is going to be trying to go tall, and turret's better at people trying to go wide against him.
Mhm.
But yeah, Micah drew his really good cards there, and then Tubby Gamer answered back. The double 8th brother was so good.
Yeah, and that protect the pod, like we've been saying since the building portion of the
Yeah,
program here, like it came in clutch on both sides.
yeah,
Period.
both protect the pods were really good there.
Yeah. That crushing blow, really underrated cards, I think, in the limited
hmm
environment.
Yeah, so I'm going to be really interested to see how they play around these cards in game 2 because now both players know that the other has a protect the pod. Both players, Micah knows that there are at least 2 8th brothers to try to
Yeah.
play around. Um, Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. It seems like kind of a tough matchup for Micah here with the Talzin leader ability not helping as much against the Snoke and the turret, usually one of the best units in limited for this game, not helping a ton either against this super go tall strategy. We see neither player mulligan, so that they both like what they've got.
Is that the Minoc? I
I
think that's the
believe it
Minoc,
is.
yeah.
So the Minok versus the Night Sister Warrior. So Snoke's going to be able to get the Force here most likely, but not going to be able to activate Snoke onto that unit.
Yeah, we see Towson resourcing an old Daka here. I'm not sure if or maybe he brought it back. He's taking having second thoughts. Yeah, because I was
Yeah,
thinking that's a challenging unit to give up when you know you're going to be facing really, really big units on the other side.
yeah, yeah. It's a tough one. Because he has to keep obviously whatever his play is going to be for this turn. Um, and then it's nice to keep a large unit. Oh, so we see 2 damage and 2 XP. So now this is a 4/4 Night Sister Warrior.
Yep. We see a sad Maz coming down and
Yeah.
Towson taking 4 to base.
Yeah, Maz is another interesting one where it has a lot of value in constructed because everyone gets to play these 2/4s. But in limited, most of the 2/4s are rare or legendary, so you're less likely to see those, and you're also less likely to have your own force unit opener in general because it just all depends on what's in your pool.
Mm-hmm.
So Maz is still going to be able to take out this Night Sister Warrior if they want. Oh, go in with protect the
Protected
pod. That is
pod. See, I think he was considering doing that or the Nameless Terror here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he was trying to consider if he should save the Terror or exhaust for something bigger later on. Not sure if it's the right move, but it's probably the most efficient move right here.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting to me because like Protect the Pod is very premium removal, and using it
Yeah.
on you could have just traded the Maz in. So it's really interesting that Micah values having the unit on board over valuing this premium removal spell. Now the removal spell requires you to have a unit on board, so I'm not. I think I agree with his decision there. Especially it depends on what else
Yeah.
you had to spend your resources on that turn. It's just another one that's an interesting decision point
I think
of
the reality he was probably trying to think about was that when he would like to use that on bigger units, but will his units be big enough in that time period?
Yeah, and so we know he has an old DACA as a 6/6 coming in. And yeah, here we see his Maz go for free to the dead Night Sisters that I'm blanking
Spectre
on the name of.
thing. Means
Specters.
the Spectre, yeah.
Yeah, Awakened
Ooh.
Specters. This is
Awakened
4/5
Spectres.
that now has 3 damage on it from battling the Maz. And then we see
But
battling old DACAs.
then the old DACA completely wipes that damage because using its on plate effect
Yeah, to
get a
replay the
fresh
Awakened
Spectre
Specters.
here. So ooh,
Yeah, super interesting to
very
see
nice
that.
play here. We see a lurking eighth brother inside of the Towson hand. Some comeuppance from last game potentially.
Yeah. It's also interesting the sequencing here because you have both Snoke and Talzin out. So Snoke could pump the old dock on that side, but then Talzin could attack base and immediately shrink it back down.
Mm-hmm.
Or you just trade right away. I don't hate this. Just trading right away. The only downside is your unit left is not a villain unit, so you can't activate Snoke. But maybe your plan is to play your own eighth brother.
And then get the buff on attack from Snoke,
Yeah.
probably. Yep.
And then yeah, remembering they protect the pod from last game. That's got to be going through his head. There is another one. So
Yep.
that is another good reason to use your protect the pod if you know you have another one in waiting anyway.
Very nice hand and board state for the Towson player here.
Yeah, absolutely. We see 3 damage going on Talzin because the Awakened Specters was given -1/-1 by the Talzin attack.
Ooh.
Is that a third?
It's a crushing blow.
Crushing blow.
Okay.
No, I think that's not a crushing blow. It was a different spell. Crushing blow only kills a unit
Was
that
that a
costs 2
drain
or
essence
less.
potentially?
Drain essence is what that
Yeah.
was. So yeah, deal 2 damage and gain the force is what that was.
Nice. We see eighth brother come down, clearing out the Towson. That Minox just plugging away up in space. I think it's
Yeah,
done
up
8
to
damage
17
so far.
damage on
Yeah.
Snoke's base with just a turn 1 2 attack space unit attack with it every turn.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we see once again this looks kind of similar to game 1 where Micah was in a good position until eighth brother came down. So we see now he has should have his own eighth brother in hand, I think.
Yeah.
So this is where we're looking for the differences here because last game Micah just could not draw any of his mid to late game cards. So hopefully he'll be able to get more going here. It's like a
And
Drain
another
Essence
drain
back
essence.
to
Yep.
kill the eighth brother back. So yeah. And then there
This
is still
probably
the
is.
resources up to buff this Space Sentinel. The Supremacy Tie SF, just a 3/3 Sentinel in space, but enough to stop the Minoc. And then only going to get bigger from here.
Yeah, so now it's back down to baseline after the Towson buff, so Towson just claims.
And an Owen Lars follow-up.
Mm-hmm.
So this is Micah's gonna need to find more answers here. This Owen's gonna keep restoring, and his Minot can't get through in space anymore. We'll have to see what he has.
I think he has to probably answer this turn, otherwise things might start getting bad for him.
Yeah. We've already seen 2 protect the pods used. So not sure what removal he has left available in his pool.
It's like a Bonnie. Store 2 coming in from Owen down to 15.
Ooh, Curious Flock. So much larger Curious Flock here.
Is that going to be a 5/5 Curious Flock? I am curious
Yes.
to find out. There we go, 5/5.
So +4 in the Curious Flock, and then that is a Magistrate Scout. So 3
Yep.
cost 2/4 restore 2. So more restore coming in for Snoke, and pumping his Space Sentinel and starting to get the damage in.
Yep. Poor
So the
Minot
5
can't do a thing.
Yeah, I would imagine that I would imagine you just have to start taking out these restore characters because your Curious Flock can kill the Magistrate Scout.
Yeah, I
Um,
think you could. I don't think that Towson has the force right now, so I think you might have to use the flock to take out Owen if he wants to stop the restored for this turn, which feels
well, they're
like
both restore 2.
the Magistrate Scout
The
is as well.
Magistrate
That's
Scout
correct.
also has
Yeah,
restore 2. Yeah.
is that a conditional restore too or a regular?
No,
Let me
it
check
is
that.
just a
Got it.
it's a 3 cost 2/4 restore 2 Imperial Trooper.
Got it.
Oh, we see the turret. Okay, the turret can help. So now if you want the Owen restore, you at least have to kill it.
Mm-hmm. Saves him the action also.
hmm
Fortunately, doesn't have the force like we mentioned, but can get it back potentially.
I think you're okay if the answers take 2, but it looks like there's a different answer coming out.
I'm unsure what it is. Is it the Whirlwind of Power? Is that what
Yes,
that
I
is?
believe
Yeah.
turret got -3/-3 for this turn, or -2/-2 because there's no force unit.
Mm-hmm.
So turret is currently a 1/3, but now Micah gets the force.
And another
Then
eighth
we see
brother.
another 8th brother coming in. Okay, so you gave the turret -2/-2, so the 8th brother is more likely to live now.
Inquisitor's
And
lightsaber going on Vonnie.
yeah,
He
so now we
destroys the inexperience and then puts it on himself. Interesting line.
hmm And Snoke trying to decide what they want to do with this. Oh, and they're at 22 damage on base.
You got to try to get the restore here in, obviously.
Yeah. Idvani, for those who don't remember, is a 2/4 Imperial Sith official. So not a force unit, but when played and on attack, you may defeat an experience on a friendly unit and give it to another friendly unit. So you can basically move an experience around if you want to.
It's looking like he changed his action and moved an experience from the flock to the Minoc instead of buffing the attacking. Oof. This one's going to be close, Jeff.
Yeah. Where does he go? Going into base here.
Mm-hmm. Cure
Thinking that he's going
race.
to be able to get in the last few damage. And attacking with a Curious Flock first means that you can take one of the experience if you want to on attack to get an extra power in.
Restore coming in clutch for Snoke this game, without a doubt.
Oh, yeah.
See the Nameless Terror now exhausting the 8th brother, also very clutch. This is gonna be actions close.
Oh yeah, this is very very strategic. I mean, it goes back to where we're talking about the skill expression in limited in general, where understanding, you know, when to get in with the restore, when to claim, when to try to get in those last few damage.
Moves the experience from last turn off the Minoc back onto the flock.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you could buff that. Is the brother?
Yeah, you should have to buff the 8th brother unless
unless that's a 2 and not a 1.
Yeah, unless a unit was played where 8th brother could temporarily buff the fighter.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, 2 more units. So
yeah,
Mike is gonna need to find something here. Doesn't have it.
mm-hmm. Valiant effort. Is he scooping or just cleaning up? He is scooping. No, that would get him to 27, not lethal with the flock, unfortunately.
Yeah, the flock should have just had 4 experience on it and been 5 power.
Yeah.
So yeah, it looks like Tubby Gamer takes it here 2-0 in a very tough against a very tough opponent.
Yeah, I think this was a case of the top end coming at different points from different games. I think Snow probably, just by looking at his build, it seems like he has a little bit more of that mid to late game power. Those 8th brothers were the MVP without a doubt. That and the pod probably on both sides.
Yeah, 8th brother was really good there in both games.
Mm-hmm. This is probably as close of a mirror as you could get in this tournament without actually being a mirror.
Yeah. Yeah, both blue-green villain. And then I don't know exactly when the round timer started, so I am not sure how much time we have left in the round. We think there's about 20 minutes left. Don't have an exact number. But yeah, so congrats to Tubby Gamer from the Unplayable channel, taking out Micah from Late Night Gaming. Really good round 1 matchup. A lot of times you get the luxury of, you know, an easier matchup in round 1, but neither of these guys had that. These are 2 decent players.
Mm-hmm. That's the way.
That's the luck of the draw.
Yeah, that's the way a long day starts, or a rewarding day. You have to decide which one it's going to be, but it's always great to get a good matchup on stream in game 1, as we're selfish for our viewers and ourselves.
Yeah, I think we saw some good level play there. I was pretty happy with how the round 1 went.
And it was close, right? Like the restore was really big, and we like to see it go down to the end there. It's about as close of a 2-game set as you could get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we're gonna go to a short break. I am Jeff with the Botha Network, here with Jordan from the Colorado Cantina Crew, and when we come back to round 2, you're gonna see Sea Raptor and Viktor from the Nordic Takedown podcast. So thanks very much for having us. I'll be back in round 3, and Jordan may be doing some Colorado Cantina Crew stuff later today. So
yeah, we'll be testing, but I might be hopping in if I'm needed. But hey, stick with us. Got a long day of coverage coming up for you.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out.
पिया कटत नाही पिया गर निद सा पिया रे गम पर सा पिया कटत नाही पिया कटत नाही तुम बिन रतिया करी आई रे मिलन तो आई रे मिलन तो है आई रे मिलन तो बैरन मोरी बैरन मोरी बैरन मोरी ननदसी बैरन मोरी ननदसी बड़ी पाछे रहत जान गुनी कहूँ कैसे हम
Hello and welcome.
Indeed, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing?
I hope everyone's doing as well as I am. How you doing, Wes?
Oh man, it's been a long day for me already.
Yeah. You did another tournament earlier today, right?
Yeah, nothing to do with Unlimited. I was working a World of Warships tournament over on my own channel, which is something that I've been doing here on the online spaces for a very long time. That's what got me into streaming. So I have not had the chance to work a World of Warships tournament since last fall. So it's been almost a year since my schedule has aligned and worked out that I could cover one of those. It was nice. I've got a buddy over there that I've been working events with for, gosh, I think 7 years now. So he and I are very well familiar with working together and calling games. We have a great time, and it was another good day of boats. But it was a very early day. These big international tournaments start basically on an EU-centric schedule. So I was on the air at 7 a.m. local time here in the U.S., which would have been 5 a.m. for the West Coasters here in the States. You know, so it was a very early day.
Yeah, luckily I'm the other way around. Obviously, being a situation in the EU, getting in the evening here. I'm getting warmed up. I've been watching the stream here for the first round, and the deck building portion is shaping up to be a really interesting tournament. This is.
I love it. I love limited play. I'm so excited that we're getting to do this in Unlimited. The competitive points now, qualifying points for the World Championship are being awarded for limited play. I'm so stoked to do this, and I'm excited. I'm glad folks are showcasing this, right? Because I want more of the world to see how much fun sealed and draft is in Unlimited. So I'm looking forward to this. Now, you've been watching the stream. I unfortunately have not. I'm kind of coming late. What have you been seeing this morning so far?
So we got to see Symbiote and Loopy build their decks from their pools. So we got to see the process of how that's going to be done in the competitive environment, which is that you first open all your packs and then you hand your full pool over to the guy sitting opposite from you, and that person gets to record every card in your pool on a sheet.
Okay.
So that your entire pool is somehow documented. And then you hand it back and you start building your deck. And then you mark down, once you've built your deck, you mark down what's going to be your opening deck, the deck that you will be using game one of every round.
Okay.
Then, so you do have your full pool as your sideboard for game 2 and possibly 3 if that's the way it goes. But you have to start every round with the same deck. At least that's the way I've been told it's going to work, and it looks like that.
The one thing that I was actually surprised to discover this looking over the updated rules for sealed in this game, particularly competitive sealed. Because I have done this at previous sealed events in Unlimited, and maybe I was cheating and didn't know it. You're not supposed to change your leader and your base. Like, that is, once you sign up for your leader and your base in a sealed deck, that's it. You're stuck with that. You can change the deck. The draw deck can change, but the leader and the base can't change. And I have had sealed events where, I've had sealed events where I have changed my leader and my base. Oh, for the second round of an event, I'll be like, I didn't like this leader or whatever, and I'll swap to same colors generally, but I'll swap the leader and the base around. I've actually occasionally, I think at least twice that I can think of, I've had sealed pools good enough. I could have built 2 complete decks out of them, and they would have been good decks.
For sure, I've done that as well. So this must be something that either I've just not been knowledgeable about this before, but I think this might have been a change then for the competitive rule set.
I think it is.
Because you used to be able to do that. But that means that when you sideboard, you can't switch decks, and you can't switch leaders and base.
Yes.
And that does make quite a lot of sense.
Yep.
But you can switch out the cards then
absolutely
using your full pool. So that does make sense to me.
Yep.
So we are still waiting for some results to come in from round 1 because round 2 has not been paired yet. We did see Micah lose to Toby Gamer of Unplayable on stream for the first round. In that first round, we also had Symbiote actually win his first game, as did Loopy. The two guys that did the build decks, and both of them are familiar, probably to most viewers watch this channel.
In the streamed match, what were they playing? What was the matchup that you guys saw in round 1?
That was probably a matchup we might see a couple of times here, or at least some leaders that might pop up. We had Snook versus Mother Carlson. So those are two quite popular leaders, I'd say. Together with Obi-Wan, I'd say those would be like the two most popular, I guess.
Yeah, you're in this environment. I think you're going to see a lot of Talzin. You're absolutely going to see a lot of Obi. Those are probably the best respective leaders in villain and hero.
I'd agree. And Snoke.
You know, and let's say Snoke is not
Snoke,
bad. Not by a long shot.
Especially, I think in the draft portion where you could that way not have to compete for the force units, because his ability doesn't require force actually.
Right.
So I think, but even in limited, I do think it's pretty solid, or very solid actually.
Well,
so
like Obi-Wan, he's just generically useful, right? Like any villain unit that you have can potentially take advantage of Snoke. Doesn't matter if they're Force, Underworld, none of that matters as long as they're villainy. So that's useful.
Exactly. As long as you've got a fair amount of black cards, you're going to do well with Snoke, I guess.
Right.
So I think that's good. And also, the way he sort of piles on, you can only add to the villain card with the most power. That means that you're building one tall unit. And in a set where there's really only two big removal cards, like you've got Catapult, obviously, in blue, and then you've got Protected Pod in green that can do a lot of damage in one go. Outside of those two cards, there isn't a lot of removal options from hand. Of course, there are unit-based removal that can work, but from hand, you don't have that much.
Yeah.
It looks like we get something here.
Yeah, we're getting some folks sitting down. We can already see Ahsoka. We'll have to see who sits down across there. You talk about removal. I agree with you on Protect the Pod. Like you first see that card and it doesn't feel like removal, but it absolutely is. Definitely one of the better removal cards available to you in this limited pool. And then obviously Shatterpoint is the easy one. Crushing Blow. I've also gotten burned by that card in this environment. I drafted this set. Gosh, I guess about 3 weeks ago now. And I was super excited. My opening play was a Guardian of the Wills, and then I felt really good going into round 2. Second turn, I had an heirloom lightsaber for him, and I was like, great. So I had my Guardian Will. I put an heirloom lightsaber down, and my opponent's like, oh, we can't have that. Crushing Blow. I was like, you know what, you jerk.
Yeah. There are other removal like options, I guess. If you're looking at like things that do damage out of hand, you do have also what's the card with Ahsoka on the picture which gives you -3/-3?
Is that Whirlwind of Power? That's Rey, I think, is on that one actually. But yeah, I know which one you're talking about. That's a great card.
Yeah. And that can work pretty well as removal as well. Goes through shields, and then obviously if you've got the Force, you can use some of the units that have minus abilities as well. The Night Sisters units. So there are options.
So this matchup, we're looking at Ahsoka Red versus Obi Red. As we were just talking about, Obi, obviously one of the strongest leaders in this format. His ability just generically useful. And at the same time, Hero Blue has a lot of really good cards in it. And I drafted Ahsoka. I hadn't played Ahsoka in Sealed, but I drafted Ahsoka not long ago, and had some good success with her. The six flip feels a little bad, but she's not a bad unit. And her ability is, again, also useful pretty much throughout the game, as long as you have the ability to grab that Force token and get some use out of it.
Yeah. No, yeah, I agree totally. I don't think you play Ahsoka as your first choice so much as if you
No.
have a pool where you want to play blue hero, which might be quite strong. There are lots of good cards. You've got these space units in hero that are really, really good. A 4-drop and a
Yeah.
5-drop and a 6-drop. And then you've got some really good options in blue, both for heroic as well as just plain blue, like obviously Shurrit and so on. So maybe you might want to go just to get the color scheme correctly. Like, as Ahsoka's not bad. She can enable some things and she can stall out the game a bit. So do we know which table we are watching? Because then we have very little information. Since in Melee we cannot see leaders or bases within, it's really hard to from what we're seeing on stream just figure out what we're watching actually. So we're just gonna have to wait.
We'll get
till
that
we can
info.
get some, yeah,
Yeah,
we can
we'll
get
get that
some
info
information.
at some point in the indeterminate future.
For sure. We will just have to call them by their leaders.
Indeed, that works. It gets the job done in the interim. I'm one of these weird guys that I prefer. You know, gaming is such a especially tabletop gaming is meant that interaction between the players is part of the core experience. I love being able to have everybody's name. But we'll get there. No worries.
Yeah. So it looks like Obi-Wan gets to choose to have initiative here from that die roll. And I guess in limited, there is very little reason, especially in this set, not to go first. I think most people would prefer.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I mean, there aren't any leaders that I can think of off the top of my head. Maybe there's something subtle that I've missed that, not like a Cad Bane or a Quinlan where you would give you'd win the roll, but give your opponent the token so that you could fire off the ability. Nothing leaps to mind.
Not in this set, no.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in this set that would be relevant. So I suspect most folks, if they win the roll, will opt to go first. And initiative is also very important in this set because of the ability to attack first and get your force token, right?
Exactly. And keep
make
your
sure that you can
opponent
get it
off
done.
the force.
Well, or possibly, right? Like the one of the weird mechanics of the way most of the cheaper units in this set are designed is that, of course, they have low attack and maybe slightly higher health than we're used to seeing for 2 and 1-drops up to this point. So you may not be able to necessarily murder your opponent's unit and keep them off their force token, but at least not on the first round. But later in the turn, like later turns, subsequent turns, it might be more possible depending on the board state. So definitely something to keep an eye on.
But also, a lot of these 2/4s that you usually use for your opening units in Premier Play, those are at least uncommon and often rare. So you might not see that many of those in these decks, but rather you'd have things like Night Sister Warriors and 2-drops really that have 2/2 stats, possibly a shield if they're Mystic. But it is interesting to see whether or not you can get rid of your opponent's opening play that way. So it's a little bit hard to make out. That's a protector pod, and it's the wolf. The
Vulptex. Looks like he's got a Vulptex to protect the pod. I can't quite make out the rest. He's not quite done with his resource decisions here, so he's still thinking through that. And then, of course, Vulptex is a cheap unit. It's a 2-coster, but it's not a great first turn play because it only has 2 health, which means that most of your opponent's early drops will be able to murder it. Now, I think being on the button here, he's going to get away with it, right? Because he'll be able to play it and move on.
Yeah. Oh, so we do have an Adigalia here.
Yeah.
That's good. That's a great pull for
that is a great pull.
Player.
That is a great pull to see the Adigalia.
Yep. Nice, good opening here. Will enable force for the Ahsoka player immediately, and be able to also trade with the Vulpec because it's a 3/2, so it'll survive that.
Well, of course, poor Obi doesn't have an early force unit. He's gonna be able to get some damage in here, but Adia will be able to clean it off the board if he wants. and also
Sure.
claim his force token.
Exactly. You might want to play your unit first here as the Ahsoka player. No, he opts not to, just to see what the turn 2 play might. The play would be from your opponent. So that's a space unit that I don't recognize out of hand here.
It's called
like
it's like the Hive Defender or something. It's a 2/4 restore 1 in green. It's a Geonosian unit actually. It's a separatist unit. I forget what it's called, but it's something along those lines. It's a nice little starter space unit because it's got restore on it.
Yeah, very good, very good. I'll see if
Okay.
Hive Defense Wing, we're told here from our producer.
What I can't quite make out is what our Ahsoka player has dropped into the ground arena to back up his Adigalia. I just see it's red.
Yep. Yeah, that's at least red.
Oh, is that a? Oh, you know what? I think that is. That's a Tukata. I believe that's a Tukata.
Nice. Yep, the creature.
Yes.
It's a 4/1.
I believe it's a 4/1 hidden. That sounds correct.
Well, yeah, no.
4/2. Is it 4/2? Okay.
4/2. Oh, yeah. Because there is a 4/1 in Heroic that's called Attuned Frinook or something like that.
Yes.
But the Tukata is a 4/2.
Yep.
And also hidden.
Obi's still not drawing a force unit here, not getting any value out of that leader yet. Looks like he might have something in his hand there that does have some force. Nope, going with a Wampa here.
Nope. Wampa.
Solid pickup, though. Still a good card.
Yeah. In limited, cards like Wampa with a decent health pool and a good attack is just not as problematic as it is in Premier Play. It might stick around and you get to start blasting that base.
Well, what I love about it is that, if our Ahsoka player wants to deal with, cheer it, what a great pull. Oh, what a great pull in this format.
Yeah.
If our Ahsoka player wants to deal with it, wants to attack into it, he's going to have to lose a bunch of units, but of course he doesn't need to because he can go around it. Obi passing there, wanting to wait get some value out of that restore, and he does.
And
looks like both players going to end the round on 5 damage on here. My suspicion is that Obi claims here.
Yeah, that would make sense. Nothing left.
Yeah.
All tapped out. Nothing left to play really.
Blue is really the color that you want to be in this set if you have a way to do it, because there's just so many stupidly good cards in blue, hero or villain, right? Cards like Cheer It, cards like Shatterpoint, cards like you mentioned earlier, the Secret of Sage, the Night Sister Warrior. So many good blue cards, and most of them in the common uncommon slot, so not that hard to come up with.
No, for sure. And that might just be why we see the Ahsoka leader being played here. To enable having Shura and get another force unit that can, enable the force.
Cheer It is a wonderful roadblock to throw in front of your opponent in this format, because you just don't have. Most players will not have efficient ways to deal with him. They're going to just have to beat him down, and that takes time, right? It just takes time. Especially
if you have ways to get the force back between each go at it, and here it does certainly look that way, because he's got both Shurit himself and Adigalia out, and this turn he will be able to flip Ahsoka as well.
No, Ahsoka's a 6 deploy. So Obi-Wan, Obi-Wan is on the board, so he's going to play Obi, and I'm assuming he's going to buff this Wampa. No, he's going to buff his space unit.
Yeah.
It's a question of is he going to use the token for Cheer It? He's thinking about it. He is.
Yeah, why not? He'll get it back immediately.
He can get it right back without Igalia, so why not?
Or just attacking with Cheer It himself.
Oh yeah, good point. He could always just swing in with Cheer It. Who cares?
So he does take 1 damage, of course. Even though he used the force, but he gets the force right back and deals 3 to base here.
We're spending 5. It's large. It's in charge. It's a Torrent attack.
Yeah.
Oh, one of the great bomb cards in this format.
Mm-hmm. And having always having, well, not always, but usually you can rely on your opponent having some force unit out, so it will most of the time have ambush. Again, using the force with turret, and will have basically ended up stalling out the whole round for the Obi-Wan player.
He's slowing him down, but the Wampa's going to be able to finally get cheered off the board and push through some overwhelm damage. And then, of course, at the moment, you have the unanswered space unit with a little restore. All of that's going to feel good. I think I'm curious to see what Ahsoka's got in his hand, because he hasn't spent any of his resources yet, although that clearly is about to change.
Yep.
Whirlwind of Power.
That is Whirlwind of Power, removing Obi-Wan from the board. Interesting. I think maybe I would have gone. Well, maybe he's going to trade with the ambush unit now with Adigalia.
That would be clever. That would be clever. He's going to take 4 overwhelm here.
Yep.
Should have been 4 overwhelm, not 3. He only marked 3 on the base. It should have been 4 because poor Cheered only had 1 HP left.
Yeah. No. It's just 3. It's just 4 attacks, so that's correct. 4/5.
Oh, you're right. My apologies. You're correct.
Yeah. But I might have wanted to go with Adigalia first in order to get the force back there, and then kill Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan was already tapped down. I'm not sure about the sequencing there.
The little probe droid is a nice sneaky play in this format too, right? Because it allows you in this matchup to get rid of Obi's token shenanigans on occasion. That was a nice pull.
For sure. So board state wise, they have about the same power level on board right now, but we have yet to see Ahsoka flip, while Obi-Wan is obviously done.
That's the big difference here, is that Ahsoka's big turn is about to come up, whereas Obi's has already passed us now.
And also, how did he get the force here?
Obi-Wan attacked last turn. He just forgot to mark it.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
It's a very common mistake in this that everybody forgets to grab the goofy tokens, right? So, we've all been trying to get used to it since pre-releases for Legends of the Force, and it's an uphill struggle.
Certainly is. No, there's so much in a game like this where you have a lot of different tokens that you have to keep track of. There's so much table mechanics just to get used to, and you need to sort of internalize all these little procedures that you have to go through.
All right, Obi's still on the button. I assume he's going to attack the Tukata.
It looks like,
Yep, still pushes through some overwhelm damage. Should be a couple there.
Yep. And that does make sense, because the Wampa has overwhelm. He can do that and still get something out of it. Oh, but this is really nice. Healing 3 and getting a really good unit on the board here.
This Ahsoka has such good pulls, man. He's got a Chariot. He's got an Itinerant Warrior.
Yeah. Looks almost like a constructed deck, this.
I mean, he's got, again, if you draw these kinds of blue units, it makes it very obvious why you would have, you might not like Ahsoka necessarily. She wouldn't be your first choice, but with this kind of card pool behind her, there's no reason she can't do work.
Exactly. No, you have to pick your leader according to your card pool, not the other way around.
Yep. Obi finally getting some use out of his front side text there, buffing the Geonosian and getting a little bit of chip restore there.
Yeah. So we are at 12 all here, but the board is not looking as equal, and we are going to see Ahsoka flip still. It's just that the Ahsoka player is durdling this out to be able to do it safely. And now another
Obi going heavy space here.
Most of those units, though, are not particularly heavy on attack. That's the Jedi Starfighter and 2 Geonosian fighters there. neither
Yeah,
of those.
And I think he's already a little late. He's a little because he's behind now. He's only got 11 HP remaining. Our
Mhm.
Ahsoka player absolutely showing lethal on the board. I don't even have to count the math to know that.
No, yeah.
You know, and I
Just
don't
between
think
the
that,
itinerant and Ahsoka herself,
yeah,
we've got 9 damage.
I don't think the 2 restore he's got is going to make a radical amount of difference, but we'll see how it plays out.
With the restore, he can get off lethal, but yeah, that is unless the Ahsoka player has any. That's just only if the Ahsoka player don't have any tricks.
Yep. You know, I may say space units in this set are very valuable because, like most limited environments, unlike Jump to Lightspeed, right? There's just not as many, and so I won't say it's easy. It's easier to get good work out of them, but they come with a cost in Legends of the Force because at no point do they enable that beautiful Force token that allow most of these leaders to trigger.
Exactly. Yeah, for sure. So unless you're playing a leader that doesn't really care about the Force, going too heavily into space has its price. But then there are, especially in Heroic, there are some incredibly good, solid, sealed environment space units in this set.
Yep. All right. It feels like if Obi's got to play here, this is the action to make it. He's got 2 actions to figure this out, to either put down a Sentinel and come up with another Tyrant attack, another ambush, something. He doesn't. He's got the Trident assault ship.
It's a big unit, but we're going to go to 27 here.
I don't think he's got it. I mean...
Oh yeah, he's
I thought that was
droid. No, that's the on attack there actually makes.
Oh, it's
I
Peli
forgot
Moto.
about her. Yeah, I forgot about her ability to actually buff a droid unit.
I thought that was Jocasta Nu, but you're right. That's Peli Moto, which is one of the sneakier good uncommons in the set.
Especially if you pulled some droids.
well, because I mean, droids and or space units, right? Because every space unit, pretty much, unless it's a whale, is a vehicle. Right, yep. So literally any space unit can take a buff from her, and then there's a non-zero number of droids in this set, and she's a really sneaky pickup with the right card pool.
Yeah. She doesn't look like much either, so a lot of people would just forget about her. She's a 1/3, I think. So she doesn't look like she's friends on really. She might just stick around for a bit.
Yeah, she doesn't look threatening. She just kind of sits there and you just kind of shrug. I had never... I fell into this trap, right? The very first time I looked at that card, my eyes kind of glazed over it and I kept going. And it wasn't until I had somebody in one of my pre-releases kick me in the teeth with her that I realized, oh, hey, this card's actually kind of good if you pair her with the right other stuff in the set.
Oh, she's even a 1/4 actually. I thought she was a 1/3. So even harder to get off the board early. But like you said, it's a card that doesn't see any Premier play at all. So even though you might have played a lot of Premier with this set, this is not a card you necessarily have on your radar.
You know, one of the things that we've seen a lot of different tribal decks in full-on Premier, right? Rebel, of course, being the most prominent one. If you've played Dooku, you've probably done some separatist tribal things. But in terms of traits, it hasn't been until recently that like the cards for droids have started to come into the game, or at least felt like they're coming together. And you've started to see people, I don't know if you've seen some of this, Victor, but I've seen some people experimenting with cards like Peli Moto and Babu Frick, looking for ways to kind of break open the droid deck as however you get there. And it's interesting because there's so many different droids and so many different leader pairings. I think it's hard to find the right thing.
Yeah. No, definitely. And there are some people out there right now that do experiment. We have this famous Thork video talking about the Boba DV deck with droids, and I don't know that he's actually playing either Babu Frick or Pele in that, but those are cards that could be spicy inclusions. Not Babu Frick, I guess, since it's yellow, but Pelling could be a spicy inclusion in that deck if you want to.
Like, I ran into a player once who was playing Cal Kestis Blue. And I wanted this deck list just so I could look at what the hell had happened to me, because I got kicked in the teeth by just that. Like Babu Frick, it was his opening play. His opening turn, I think, was R2D2 and Babu Frick, or maybe R2's only a 2 cost. I can't remember. He opened with like a cheap droid and Babu, and then it got worse from there. Like his turn 2 was like R2 and something, and the next thing I knew, I was dead. And I was like, wait a minute, what the hell just happened?
No, but yeah, when you don't know what you're facing, you don't know that you need to disrupt things. Of course, when you play that deck the next time, you're going to be more wary of some of those cards.
Here we go.
Great.
Much better opening.
Yep. That looks nice. That could definitely... I can't make... Is that the droid again?
Yeah. That's the droid again. Yeah.
And this time, of course, he needs to get the Force to be able to use the Senate Consular... What's it called?
The Jedi Consular. He'll be able to use that now because it's at least got 1 attack. He'll be able to do a little chip damage and get his Force token here early and kick Obi-Wan off. Or use the Consular in a subsequent turn to get ahead of the curve.
Yeah. Obviously, there's also a chance that he's got one of those cards that will just give him the Force immediately, but I don't think he would play anything off aspect like that.
Well, no, those are green, right? There is a green card directed by the Force. Get a pay 1, get a Force token, and then you can play a unit after it in the same action if you want. So that's the thing about green is I think one of the only colors that you can go into that you don't necessarily have to be attacking in to get the Force. Probably the only other one that I can think of is yellow has a couple of cards that do that as well.
You got the
certainly
and something like that.
Correct. I think there's an event as well, but like disturbance in the Force or something. But like certainly in red and blue, it's got to be done much more directly, I believe.
Yeah. So he did just that, attacked into the base for 1 to get it, and then we get some porgs here.
Yeah, Curious Flock. This is such a good card in sealed and just in limited in general.
It just fills out the curve wherever
you need it to.
Yeah.
I've drawn this card late and had a 7/7 Porg on the table. It was hilarious.
No, but that's the beauty of that card. Whenever you play it, it's going to be strong as you need it to be. Well, I mean, or at least close to.
Yep.
But we do get a Toccata here as well, with a significant that can trade into either of the units easily, and it will actually survive trading with the Jedi's Consular.
Yep. So our Obi-Wan player is going to have a choice to make at the top of the 4 resource round. He's going to come into the turn on the button. He's got his Force token, and he can do one of 2 things with it. He can either buff the Jedi Consular, which at that point would force Ahsoka to trade the Toccata into it if he really wants to get rid of it, or he can use it to try to play something for cheaper, try to build his board. So let's see if he chooses either one of those things or if he has a different plan in mind.
Yeah, if he's got the card in hand that he can play something for 6 here, I don't know why you wouldn't. I agree. Seems like the best possible thing that can do here.
Especially if it's one of those big, like, what's the long beam cruiser that's like a space unit for like 6/6 for 6 or something? Like that would be a nice pickup here early in the game.
Yeah, 6/6 with restore 1, I think.
Yeah.
Or if it's raid 1, that would be an awesome play here.
It looks like he's got another one of those little Geonosian fighters. Instead, he's going to choose to attack. Interesting.
Huh.
Okay. I don't think I would have done that, but let's see what. Maybe he just doesn't want to use it.
So the Toccata is just going into base then.
Going base. Yep. Going base.
Doesn't need to. Oh, Obi can't build the flock, right? Because it's already got experience.
Correct. Obi can't buff the flock because it's already got experience tokens on it. So his if you're going to use Obi in this situation, it has to go on the Consular. Or he could be waiting to try and use it later in the turn on whatever he plays this round. That also is a possibility.
Yeah. And that is definitely one option he's got, but he might just be keeping it for whenever he draws. But he's fingering on it. It's got to be something that's interesting in using here, right?
I guess, but he has to put it on. He has to put it on the Consular. I'm not sure. Why would you have not done that in the reverse order?
Yeah, that is very interesting. Huh. I guess he really wanted to make the consular seem less threatening, so that
That's
the
possible.
Takata would go to base instead of trading with it.
Possible.
That's the only reason I can think of.
All right. Well, Consular's ability off the table for this turn and for next turn. It looks like he's got a Quinlan in his hand, I think.
And maybe a Grogu? Is that a Grogu?
I think I saw Grogu in there.
Yeah, that could be interesting here.
Ooh, a hunting Nexu. That's a solid card here for Ahsoka.
Yep.
Oh no, it's the Witch of the Mist.
Witch of the Mist, yeah.
And then that's the Grogu.
Grogu,
such a good pull.
That's a very good pull.
That Grogu.
This could allow him to stabilize a little bit. Now, kind of, the Takata has to trade with the Consular. Because otherwise the damage is just going to kill it.
Yeah, Grogu's going to take that damage and just throw it back at you and laugh while he does it.
Yep.
Giggle a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, so Obi-Wan, after in game 1, not really coming up with any force units, kind of drowning in them now, and it's Ahsoka who doesn't have any force units, not able to generate that force token just yet here in game 2.
No, not at all. Some solid creatures and a droid, but no force. And this is flip turn for Obi-Wan. So this is shaping up to be a very different game than last game was. The Nexo takes out...
gonna eat Grogu. That's a great. You need to get rid of him. That's a great play.
Yep. So maybe you just grab the force with the witch, and then threaten and force him to trade with the Takata with the Consular.
I think that's probably not a bad play. My suspicion is he's going to swing in with the Consular first, but we'll see what he does. Most of the time, players will reach for the larger damage possibility. Rather than, it would make sense. I'm with you. I think it would make more sense to attack with the witch first, because it would leave you get your token and everything. Instead, what did we do here? We took the orcs and we traded it for the Takata. Trade with the Takata. Okay.
Yeah, but I
like that though.
Yeah, because the droid can't trade with either of those two units.
Nope.
So now he can grab the force with the witch and then use the Counselor to get some. Unless this is an ambush thing. No, it's a. Is that a
heavy blaster?
Holocron? No. Yeah, it's got to be.
It's the heavy blaster cannon, isn't it?
Yeah, it is the heavy blaster cannon. So that's huge because now he can trade. Or actually, he's killing the Consular straight off from the on play, and then he's going to be able to trade with the witch.
That is a
heavy
big,
blaster is a 2/2.
That's a big scary droid now, baby.
Yeah. You may deal 1 damage to a ground unit, then deal 1 damage to the same ground unit, then deal 1 damage to the same unit. So there's 3 instances of damage going straight on to the same unit, which means that shields are a little bit worse. Well, I mean, he's not swinging with the witch.
Yeah, I think I would go ahead and swing in with the witch. Get the token.
He did.
Get your force. There we go.
Yeah.
Get your force token generated. That way you can get 2 uses out of Obi this turn.
Exactly.
Now the droid's going to go to base.
Yeah.
Okay. Obi still has all his resources available. Here we go. We're going to spend some now. We know he's been sitting on one of those Geonosian fighters since earlier, but he's got a Cartel Interceptor instead.
And he might want to buff that with Obi ability and then buff the witch after the flip.
I think that would be a really, really good way to mix those tokens around.
Yep.
Obi's got Obi. That's the thing about Obi, right? He's got to spread the love. Obi, as irritatingly good as Obi is, if you can keep his supporting cast off the table, let's say, the other units that he wants to make bigger, if you can keep them off the board, then hey, life feels much better.
Yeah. Then he's got nothing to do.
Yeah.
So Obi goes into
he cleared the Nexu there.
The Nexu, yeah, and in the process, he gets to buff
Ooh.
Witch and
then-
play the brother.
The infused brawler.
Infused brawler, yeah.
Yep.
Which loses 1 experience token every round.
Yeah, when he attacks, he'll lose experience tokens. But this is interesting because when he gets down to 0, Obi could put one of those back. It would be kind of fun.
Yeah.
You could kind of keep him around as a 3/3 for a while.
It's an interesting interaction with Obi. He does not have the force, I think.
No, he does not. He should, because Obi attacked and he didn't grab the token back. So Obi
Yes,
should have his
yes,
force
forgot.
token and just forgot about it. They'll
Yes,
figure it out in a
wow.
minute.
Yeah, because he doesn't use the force when he swings.
Correct.
Like most leaders, they don't need to use the force when they're deployed. Is
What
that
we got here?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the ambush. I think that's the what's the little 2-cost ambush guy in neutral? I can't think of it. The Quakian monkey lizard?
Yeah, something like that. I'll
I think
look
that
it
was
up.
him.
Yeah, I think so as well. I'll look it up.
Yep, gonna get Obi off the board.
Yep, that's the name of it.
Now, how much health does this droid have left? 2, 3, 4. If it were me, I might consider trading the brawler for him before he punches my base again. I think I'd want to get rid of that guy.
Yeah, Obi is behind on damage to base right now. He is ahead slightly on board, but he needs to do something to get to stabilize here.
Yeah. That interceptor over the long haul is going to be a very, very, very strong play for him unless Ahsoka's got an answer. Because every time it swings, that's 5 damage.
Exactly, and that can rack up really fast.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just considering himself ahead because of that as well.
Looks like he is going to trade into the droid. I like this play.
Hey, I don't think that's an interceptor. I think that's the the cartel.
It's a cartel interceptor. Yeah, it's a
Mm,
2-3 raid. It's a 2-3
yeah.
raid 2.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So,
yep, it's time for Ahsoka to flip.
Yeah.
Not much else there unless he's got something for 4.
and I don't know.
I think I would have attacked with the witch there because now Ahsoka
Yeah.
can just sentinel up in the ground arena and laugh while you do it.
Oh well, she needs to swing to make a sentinel, right?
That's what I'm saying. She can now
Oh,
swing
she can
and
make
herself a
herself.
sentinel. And then
Oh,
now
yeah.
your witch is like, oh well, I don't want to do that. I think I probably
No,
would have
yeah.
swung with the witch first.
Yeah, I agree. Keeping that little lead on the damage race, but it is getting incrementally smaller each turn here.
Obi needs to come up with an answer for this Ahsoka as best he can because she's basically matching the interceptor in the ground arena 5 every time they swing in. But the struggle there is that Ahsoka's already ahead.
Yep. Both players have yet to spend resources, and don't get. Is that a droid?
I'm not sure. It looks like a unit. I just can't tell quite what it is.
Yeah. That was at least the ambush.
Is it Adi again?
Is Adigalia's coming back?
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we
And
did
then
have. Oh, and then he ambushed in the
ambushed.
Tarantitech. He ambushed in the Tarantitech to clear Ahsoka. So he got rid of that at least.
Yeah. And then things might be looking a little bit more up. And is that on the Ahsoka player?
Oh, which one? I didn't hear what you said. Is that a what?
Is that Owen loss?
Yeah, he's got an Owen and an Adigalia in the ground arena. That restore is going to be a big deal. And then our Obi player is sitting on what I believe that's the 410 Space Whale unit, whose name escapes me right now. And then he had what I believe was Keller and Beck.
The big one. Oh,
Yeah.
Keller and Beck.
I'm pretty sure he had a Keller and Beck in hand. Yeah, I'm almost positive
that is. And he can afford that now.
Yes, he can. This is the 7 resource round for Obi. Ahsoka opting not to resource this turn.
Yeah, both of these guys have quite small hands here. So that is indeed true. For this round, the Ahsoka player will keep ahead with the Restore and Adigalia's punch there. But Keller and Beck coming in, that might just shift very soon.
All right, let's see what Obi's got lurking in his deck that he can afford to play for 3 or less. I see the Jedi Starfighter, the Hyena Bomber.
Oh, there you go.
That Jedi Knight would be good. He's
Yeah.
on the initiative. A
Mhm,
Jedi Knight
mhm.
could be a nice card.
Yep. But he's eyeing the ship there. Escapes money. The
Yeah,
bomber,
if it were
the
me,
bomber ship.
if it were me, I think I would play the Knight. I personally, I think
definitely
I would chose to go into the ground arena because that's where the game is going to be won or lost at this stage.
Mhm.
He instead opting to go to space, going to take the Hyena Bomber and put a couple damage on Adigalia.
I think he's thinking that he's going to be able to race here. That bomber will boost by 2 damage since there's another red unit out. But I don't know if that's how I would have done it.
Yeah,
'cause
I don't know.
that's
That's how I would have done it
Sentinel.
either.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
and-
there's what is that the blue space whale, the 2/7, or the I can't tell which one that is.
I think it is the one. Yeah, it's the whale with Sentinel. Yeah,
The graceful. Yeah. Okay. Yep. She's
the
2/7 then.
graceful Purgle. Yeah,
Yep.
it's quite a big unit to get through, even though it doesn't pack much of a punch. You're gonna have to chew through it for a bit.
That is a big
then you
beefy
got-
Keller and back, my friends.
Yeah, 8/8. And that alone might be enough, even though the space arena is put on a little bit of a.
Well-
I'm thinking the bomber, the on attack on the bomber is straight to base, isn't it?
Does the bomber have it on attack? I don't remember. I thought the bomber was just when
Is it
played. The bomber's just when played.
It's just
When played,
now.
Yeah, when played, you can deal 2 damage to a ground unit if you have another red unit on your board. So he did that already, right? He bombed
Yeah,
Adigalia when he entered the board, and so now it's just a 2/2 in space.
Yeah, and that's another reason why maybe the Jedi Knight could have been interesting, because it would have done the same damage, and then stuck around as a 3/3 instead.
That force token lets Ahsoka lock up the ground arena for a little while, making Owen Lars a sentinel.
Yeah.
You almost want to attack into him just to get rid of the restore. Just like, oh, I need you to die. I need you to die.
He does have an event there, but I can't really tell which one. A red event of some sort. Could that be a focus determination? No.
Okay, he's got another Geonosian ship, it looks like, is what that is. Those little hive defense wings. Yeah, see, I think I would have gone ahead and just stepped on Owen to prevent this restore. Yes, it costs you your turn of Keller and Beck, but the odds of him having a way to kill Keller in this turn are low, and you need to keep him off that force token to try and go into the next round with the initiative to prevent him from doing this to you again.
Yeah, I agree. So of course he's going to be able to remove the whale here by trading with the little space unit there.
See, so here's another thing. If he attacked with Kelleran first, he could have then used Obi to turn the Hyena Bomber into a 3/3, and then he would have retained the bomber. It would still be on the board with 1 health left.
Exactly, yeah. I think the sequencing is a little bit off on our Obi player here. And he overestimated his ability to just race here, but well, we'll see.
He's going to play Pelimoto, his own Pelimoto, into the ground arena, and then let's see. I mean, I think you have to just. I mean, it sucks. It feels like a wasted turn, but you've got to get this restore off the board, right?
Yeah,
he's moving you in the wrong direction.
Yeah, and now the soccer player is playing his own Jedi Knight.
He does have initiative. 2 damage on Peli. All right, what event is this? Looks like Red Hero.
Yeah, I think that's the focus.
That's focus determines reality. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, but so now Kelleran has Saboteur.
Yep, so he gets to swing in. So that's why he did it this way. That's really sneaky.
Okay. Now Kelleran is Saboteur. That is very sneaky.
He strikes from 9 here, so he's going to go to 21. And with the space lane wide open again,
that might changes the game.
It. Yeah, that might just be it.
Okay.
Because there is nothing on. Yeah, no. Ezra is not doing it here because you need to be able to do this in one, I think.
Okay. That's a big threat. He can now put
Yeah.
7 more on
Odious
base in the
Flames here.
space arena. No, I think
Odious
Ahsoka.
Flame now.
No, I think Ahsoka
Oh,
just
did-
did
oh,
because
Ahsoka
Kelleran
did, okay.
swung. Kelleran swung and then Ahsoka claimed.
Mm. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. That's good for the Ahsoka player because
He needs that.
Really needs
yeah.
a new Sentinel here.
He has to go into the round with his token up and making
Mm.
having a ground sentinel, right? He's got to keep that open.
Yep.
But if you're Obi, you feel pretty good about this. It's a question of what Ahsoka draws into. Does he draw another one of those whale sentinels in the space arena or not?
The thing is, Obi has got lethal in space alone. If
Yes, he does.
block either of those with another experience token, either from
He doesn't need the experience token. He needs 7 damage, and that's exactly what he has because it's a 3/4 raid 5, a raid 4 raid 2. So and a 2/2 or a 2/4 actually, but he's still got it.
Yeah. So surviving one turn by making it so that Kelleran Beck can't strike in for lethal.
I think go ahead and swing in here with the fighter. Ooh.
Yeah, that's what I've done, but he is instead opting to.
Because Pelimoto.
Yeah. He doesn't have to do this though.
No, it doesn't. This feels like maybe a little greedy. I hope it doesn't cost him the game because I feel like he has it. He was 2 actions away, and he could have already had this damage in, and now he's going to get whirlwinded. Yeah. So if he would have just swung there.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah.
Well, he can still get some damage in here, right? The space lane's still open. He's got a little bit of restore and 2 more damage coming in out of that lane.
Yep.
It's a question of what he's going to get out of the ground arena now.
Yeah, because he can only kill unless he's got more access to more saboteur. He can only really kill the.
Got Kiadi.
Yeah,
we're going to draw some cards.
Mm-hmm. That could open something up.
He drew a droid control ship and a Jedi in hiding.
The problem is that in 3 strikes, the Ahsoka player does have.
I'm pretty sure the Ahsoka player has already got lethal. He doesn't need 8 damage, and he's already got it showing.
Yeah, he's showing exactly 8 there.
I think this is game.
I think restore on the little ship.
Yep.
So he needed to do that. Yeah, because of the restore.
Yeah, they're scooping it up. So I'm guessing that he just went ahead and said, "Yep, Ahsoka's got this."
Yep.
But I genuinely think Obi had a way to victory there in that last round.
I don't know. If
at least a way to put more pressure
on.
One.
Yeah, if he would have swung with the big one, then he could have still whirlwinded the small ship instead.
Yeah, the whirlwind hurts.
And kept him off lethal. And then the situation is pretty much the same. So yeah, it didn't really matter.
Yeah, it may not have mattered, but I still think you need. I still think I would have sequenced that turn a little differently, just to make sure that you could get there. But
Definitely. Yeah, I would have as well.
It's okay.
I bet. We're going to game 2 here. No, that was game 2.
This match should be over.
Yep, Ahsoka took it both the times.
Indeed.
Interesting. We still don't know who we were watching. So,
no, we don't.
We have 2 unnamed people going the distance here, and someone playing Ahsoka winning it.
Yep.
Well, it was a good game to watch, and
they were great games.
Yeah, this is so much different from watching Premier play because of the nature of how you swing in and have to trade differently in quite refreshing.
Yeah, I agree. Well, and that's the other thing is that, when you build a constructed deck, one of the things that you do is you make sure that you have a nice variety of units across the cost curve. But when you're dealing with a limited pool, a sealed pool in this case, sometimes you don't always get that luxury. And sometimes you've got to consider, what leader am I going to play and build into based on what do I have? I say sometimes you have to consider these things, right? And And
Yeah.
sometimes it's like, hey, look, my stuff is all tiny. It's low to the ground. I have to race. How do I get there? And
Yeah.
certain leaders like Ahsoka is maybe just a bad matchup for you. But Obi-Wan there going down to Ahsoka, that's I won't pretend this makes me upset because I learned to hate Obi-Wan in pre-releases.
No, yeah, there's been a fair amount of Obi-Wan played in the pre-releases.
Oh yeah. Oh,
yeah,
for sure. For
I
sure.
agree.
For sure.
So we do have some games reported, and it looks like both Loopy lost his game, and I think Symbiote lost his game as well here. So they're 1-1. As of recognizable players, at least recognizable to me, I think Emmanuel Apodakia and Carlos Apodakia both won their games. And let me see if I can find my good friend Carlos Yoda Killer here. Yes, Yoda Killer also took
Yep, he won his.
2-0 here.
Looks like Michael Overly won his as well, so he's working his way back into the winner's bracket there.
Yep, and Tubby Gamer did take down his game, didn't he? Let me see, from Tubby Gamer from the...
He did. Yes, he did. He's table 3.
Yeah.
He did.
Mm-hmm. So we do have some undefeated players that we do recognize here.
Indeed. Indeed.
Unfortunately, this is where we would love to bring up some graphs and things telling you about the meta, but that is not possible.
It's tougher. It's tougher with sealed events like this. This is something that I'm going to need to talk to my. I'm going to be covering live streaming the sealed PQ in Dallas in a couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. And I've been trying to work with the judge, the head judge up there, about what we're going to do, how we're going to do it. And now that having had this experience briefly is good for me, because it makes me go, okay, I really do want can we go ahead and get melee populated, not with deck lists, but just give me leader and base for everybody. Yeah. So at least have that to work with. Would be really, really good.
In some way, get some statistics for it, at least.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to be right away. Like, if we get there by the second or third round, like, that's good enough. And it may be a thing of, hey, give it to me and I can do it. I'm going to have back end access. Maybe I can do it in between rounds, right? I'll talk to him about that. But yeah, that's the kind of thing that I would love to have access to, so we could at least look at, hey, okay, we have this field. What's everybody playing, and so on and so forth. Because it looks like we have 63 tables. So yeah, we topped out. Yeah. Like this event topped out at 128. We had a full slate today here in Chicago, which is really awesome.
We did. Someone dropped, so now we do have buys being assigned. But they started out being players. So yes, it was topped out.
I love that they maxed it out, though.
Yeah. That's that, and it's also showing what the interest in this.
For sure.
Because like, I think people have been starving for this kind of event. I know for sure that I'm a little bit bummed, but I understand why we do the sealed first and then you moving to draft, because of how hard it's going to be to police a draft event with 128 players.
That's very tough.
Yeah. And I think that's very good of FFG of where we're at with organized play at a point in time, and that would have been to show off a little bit too much, probably.
Right. YouTube chat. One of your friends in YouTube chat is reminding you to talk about the video you just dropped at the Nordic Takedown.
Oh, yes, I should do that. We just dropped Adam. I'm so humble. Dropped a video where he about his experiences at the Danish PQ.
In Odense
last weekend. Yeah. So he just bubbled out that event, came in 10th in the end.
Okay.
Talking about his experience, he went with the Boba DV deck, and there were, I don't think, less than 10 of those. So a lot of mirrors coming up.
Yeah.
So yeah, and also while we're talking about events coming up, we do have anniversary, I guess, of streaming for the Nordic Takedown coming up, when we're going to be live streaming And we will have both the world champion there.
Ooh.
I guess European champion in the Lille winner. So
Very
both
nice.
of those will be representing there. And yeah, it's going to be the
You cut out a little bit there. Repeat the dates for us.
So it's next weekend, and it's going to be event yet in Scandinavia. It's not a PQ, not one of the FFG sort of organized play events, but it is sponsored by FFG. So it's a very good prize pool for it as well.
Cool.
I think 10,000 maybe in prize pool completely.
Okay. Very nice.
It's very nice. Very nice.
Very nice. All right. Well, yeah. So for me, real briefly, before I get out of here, I'm covering a couple of PQs this season myself. I'm going to be dealing with the, of course, 2 weeks. We'll be up in Dallas at Common Ground Games. We'll be covering that Planetary Qualifier, which is this exact same format you're watching right now. We're going to be sealed into draft. I'm looking forward to that. I've been working on some overlays downstairs to cover the draft, and then I'll have to have a think through how I want to manage the sealed deck building process, presuming we get permission to go ahead with that. And then first weekend in October, I'm going to be in Lubbock, Texas, way out in West Texas, covering their regular premier constructed Planetary Qualifier out there. First one that's been held that far west in Texas. Historically, the PQs here have been Houston, Austin, Dallas, more or less. And when I saw Lubbock on the schedule, I went, Lubbock? What's going on out there? But the store owner reached out to me and said, hey, I know you're in Texas. Would you come out and we'd love to have you out and cover our event? And I was like, hell yeah, let's do it.
For sure.
So then I had people asking me if I'm going to be covering any of the sector qualifiers here in the U.S. I will not be in Portland because I'm going to be covering Lubbock, literally the same weekend. I have not yet decided, figured out if I'm going to be able to cover Philadelphia or not. I would like to, because it's like this. It's going to be a limited event. But I've got to sit down and look at the budget and figure out, can I afford to go and all that sort of thing. So I'll be doing that over the weekend and making a decision early next week.
Is the Philly sector limited only, or is it both?
It is. The Philly sector qualifier is limited only. So it's going to be however many people show up. It's going to be everybody is sealed all the way up until the top 8, just like these. It'll be draft as I understand it. So I'm really interested in showcasing that. I think it'd be a hell of a lot of fun. You know, you look at the caliber of players we have in the Northeast in the U.S. I expect a lot of those guys to turn out in Philadelphia. I would love to get up there to cover that event, but can't say just yet. Got too many things to figure out and see if we can figure it out from budget perspective. So I'm hoping to do that in the next few days and then make a decision. So
sounds awesome, man. Lots of interesting things coming up.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a busy fall, man. Busy fall. And then, of course, here in the States, we'll head right into the holidays. And after the first of the year, bam, we'll be into set 6 PQs before you know it.
For sure. And that's also very interesting to see what the full card pool meta will look like. Because with the next set, we're at the biggest the pool will ever get. And that's so interesting to see what will that look like.
Before it kind of artificially contracts again. So it's going to be very interesting to see. No, I've been through this with FFG games. I played Destiny, right? We went through this, right? You'd go with 2 years, you'd have 6 or 7 sets. I don't remember what it was. And then literally you'd flip the page and bam, 3 of those sets would go away and your card pool would shrink down to roughly 2/3 of what it had been. And a whole wave of cards would flow out and a new wave of cards would flow in. And it was always fascinating to watch. Now, with this game, obviously, no idea how it's going to go. With Destiny, the game significantly improved each time that they rotated older cards out of the pool. Some of that was because they got better at designing cards as the game went on.
Yeah, I think even if you look to like Magic, the first set, they didn't know what they were doing, obviously. It takes a while to learn the ropes of something like this, right? And obviously FFG can have been able to learn from other games, so to speak. So they're not starting from scratch as Magic definitely were, but still it does take a little bit to figure out where you want to be, and we can see that set 1 in some ways are still one of the strongest sets printed. So maybe we will feel that the meta will be really from this rotation.
I'm looking forward to it for a lot of different reasons, but that is a conversation for a different time. Because I need to bail, my friend. I need to bail. I have a hard stop, and we have hit it, so I need to head out. But you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Good luck covering the event. It looks like you've got things in hand, and I will have to catch up with you again in the future.
Always a pleasure to talk to you.
Yep, and a huge shout out to our producer in the background, who you guys can't hear, but we can. That is Rebel Traitor. So thanks for all your work today as well, my friend.
Yeah, thank you, Wes, and I'll love to see your next stream coming up. We will be back shortly once we get some results in to talk about, and I will be back for that round with. But I'll take a break for you for a little bit. So welcome back. We are setting up for round 3 here. My name is Viktor. I'm from the Nordic Takedown, and with me I have Jeff Creasy from the Boston Network. How you
Hello.
doing?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Yeah, I'm having a good evening here. I really find it very refreshing to see this kind of gameplay. It's very
Mhm.
different from when you cast the constructed. It's a different pace to it, and the decision point quite different. Very very much refreshing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really fun to see limited at a high level because obviously,
Mhm,
pre-releases are fun. They're casual events. Most of your
mhm,
weekly drafts or sealeds are gonna be a little more casual.
mhm.
But it's really cool to see what top level players trying really hard to win can actually do with a format like this. And you can see some next level decision making and action sequencing even with less powerful cards and less cohesive decks.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take away from skill. It if anything, it maybe adds to the skill that
Oh, I agree completely.
you need to be playing with the cards you've got. Of
Hmm.
course, you can be lucky and draw some items or something in your pool, but still try to make the best out of the cards you. That's a completely different skill set to an extent.
Hmm.
And also, like I was talking about, the rhythm of the game does change a bit.
And it looks like the video may have gone down on stream. We're working on that. All right, it looks like it's back up now. All right, so we have a Talzin red mirror.
Yeah.
So this is going to be really interesting here with getting the force and using it, and
Mm.
how all this is going to go.
So I do see that. What's the opening unit here then? We have the um,
There's,
brawler in
yeah,
that
there's
hand
definitely
and
the
a
2-drop that you can use
Obaka.
the force when it comes into play.
Ah,
But if
yeah,
you're not
yeah,
a
yeah.
Talzin red, obviously you won't be able to do that.
Nope, nope.
The
And is
infused
that
brawler.
an itinerant in his hand? I think that's an itinerant warrior there, out of aspect.
Probably. Yeah, a lot of times in sealed you'll end up with some cards out of aspect.
Mm,
And that's a good
mm.
one to have because you can use the force, it can heal your base, it's a shielded unit. I wouldn't be surprised to see him resource that because it is a 6-drop here.
And
Yeah, and he does
that
resource
was
it.
also, and he resourced the brood, protect the brood there as well.
Hmm.
That's one that I could have seen possibly keeping in hand.
Potentially.
Uh,
But yeah, but both players just play out a 2/2 here.
mhm, Yep. And the infused brawler, obviously without the force, you can't put uh,
Yeah.
any experience on it.
I'll be interested to hear from the player with initiative if they trade in or go to base because you could trade in to make sure your opponent can't get the force.
Hmm.
Oh wow, that's really good. So they play the
Oh,
4/2 that can deal 2 damage to a force unit when it enters.
hmm.
So
Yep.
they get rid of the purge trooper. So they get rid of their opponent's force unit without having to get rid of their own. So they get the force
Yeah,
and still have a force unit out.
yeah, that's really nice. And this almost looks like a construction deck then. Uh,
Yeah.
Beton was running those. That was his spy scene. That.
Hmm. And we see the
Uh,
fallen Jedi here. So there is a
mhm.
force unit for the other Talzin player. This is where it would be really nice to know who is who because I can't just keep
Yeah,
calling them both the Talzin player. But
yeah, yeah.
um
And this one will stick around for it. It's got a significantly larger health. It's a
yeah.
3/4.
Yeah, it conveniently dodges the Talzin buff, so
Hmm.
the other player is going to have to use a card or some other ability to kill this.
Hmm. Playing out the Sand Trooper, that's actually really interesting. A
Oh, that's neat.
unit can be
Hmm.
really big here. That can be a trade with the 3/4 to remove the fallen Jedi, and
Hmm.
then all of a sudden you have a really big unit on hand.
Yeah, we see the bottom player here punish really hard for playing that
Mm.
unit out and not attacking. Because
Yeah.
the Talzin's assassin comes in and takes out their clean trade.
Hmm.
Um, No, it's
Yeah.
not to say that their sequencing was a mistake. It's just that their sequencing got punished there because they might have
Yeah.
thought, hey, maybe I don't want to attack. Maybe I want to see what they play and potentially trade
Mhm.
into that. It was just maximum punished with the Talzin's Assassin.
Yeah. Yeah.
But now the Sand Trooper Cavalry, which is a 2/6 with grit, has 3 damage on it. So now the Talzin's
Mhm.
Assassin can't kill it
Nope. And
without dying
would
back.
die if it tried to. Yeah, it would be
Mhm.
a really poor trade there. But then 4 to base isn't that bad at this point either. You get the force, you get a lot of damage on base.
Well, both
I
players are
don't.
on their flip turn as well, so they've got to decide how they want to play that game because you might want to try to keep your assassin up to hit into the Talzin leader on the other side.
But this is also very interesting. Now it's a 6
Yeah.
call here. Yeah.
Now it's threatening the Talzin because if the bottom player flips their Talzin, then you
Mhm.
just attack in, get the force, use your Talzin to kill theirs.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
But also you might
Uh,
just see a pass claim if they don't if they try to bait out the Talzin.
yeah.
Flip.
Yeah. Now, of course, the bottom player will flip. There's no reason not to.
Yes.
And the top.
Yeah, so the top player is the one that can flip for free and has just done so.
Yeah.
And then now the bottom player has to decide what they want to do. They could
Yeah.
activate their Talzin here, just kind of as a soft pass. They use the force to do it, so it's a real cost.
Yep.
But flipping your Talzin here doesn't do much. They might just actually pass because
Of
if
course.
the opponent claims, then okay, they missed out on 7 damage. It looks like they just claimed. That's interesting.
Yeah, it would have been somewhat useful to debuff the assassin to a
Mhm.
5 attack unit instead, because then it would not be able to trade die
Yes.
from, and
Yeah,
it
that's a
wouldn't
good
kill
point.
it. Yeah, so I think I would have debuffed them. My preference there, but yeah, now you have to stay. That Assange will be able to attack into something and buff again. Probably just go base, or maybe remove the Sand Trooper Cavalry.
Yeah, we're into these really complicated board states now too, because you want to get some value out of your Sand Trooper Cavalry.
Mm-hmm.
And then we see it to trade with the Assassin now. There's this Asajj that has attack triggers going. The Talzins
Mm-hmm.
um
I
can
think
both be
that's a
active.
fair trade because it can't trade with the Assange. And the Assange's got to go here because the Daka can trade with.
Yeah, and so now the Talzin also attacks for 5 now that the Asajj has attacked. Because one of the things you could have done is you could have attacked for 5 into the Asajj and then used your Talzin to kill it. You're taking more damage on your base if you do that, though, because the Asajj gets to attack, whereas the Talzin's Assassin didn't. So it's not clear cut
No,
one way or the other, but interesting options.
you could have also just went ahead and attacked your old Daka into the Assange. He
Well, it's
does
not Old
that
Daka,
now.
it's the Night Sister, so it's the 4/5.
Oh! I thought
Yeah.
that was the old Daka. Oh, that
No.
changes
Old Daka's
things.
a 6/6. So yeah, this one
Yeah,
is a
yeah,
4/5. So it does
yeah,
die, and now you
yeah.
have to basically activate Talzin and then flip and attack with your Talzin to kill the Asajj.
Yeah, yeah.
So if the
So
top
a
player
lot
can
less
disrupt this
interesting.
Talzin flip, then it can be really bad for the bottom
Or just
player.
go full 6 damage into base as well. Or
Yeah.
5? Was that 5?
Yeah, it was 5 because Talzin's naturally a 3. Asajj gave her +2.
Oh, yeah. No, that's not the that's the Talzin, of course. I thought in my head I thought that was the assassin still, but it's not.
Oh yeah, true.
So now you can flip safely, and I guess you're going to have to remove, right?
Well, the flying spaghetti monster, aka this ravenous Rathtar, is an
Oh,
8/5. So that thing,
oh,
there's a lot of power on the board. There's
it is, and you can't kill that with Sash from unless he maybe debuffed the Raftar.
Yeah, he debuffed the Asajj before he flipped, so he can kill the Asajj. But now he's staring down an 8/5.
And that
is
old
an old Daka.
Yeah. Now, the Raftar is going to be just going straight to base here, I assume.
I would imagine it only has
that's just
5
putting you
health.
on check. Yeah, so then you're in check. You're one damage off lethal. And you
The
have to deal
problem
with
with the Raftar into base is then Talzin can kill the other Talzin because you get -1 on the attack. So you're gonna have to find more damage, which
But
is
just
obviously
one more
possible to
damage.
do.
Yeah, one more damage. I bet. Yeah.
Yeah, so Talzin
bet
kills
you
Talzin, and if
still
you can
want
deal
to
with the
do-
old Daka right now, that's huge. Or if you just start playing out any units, if you get hidden units, get really impactful right now.
No, because the bottom player now is in a very, very strange position. He's just one damage dead, and that Daka is going to have to trade with the Rat, I guess.
I did see an heirloom lightsaber in hand, which is off aspect but gives restore. The problem is you still die because it only makes your old Daka an 8/8. So you still die if you trade into the Rathar. So I would imagine they're contemplating if they want to spend 4 to basically just heal 2. Craving power out of aspect. Is that what that is? Yes.
It is, and that is game. No?
They played It's Worse. So It's Worse killed it immediately for 7.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. So at least he survived this, but any damage now.
Yeah. But now the heirloom lightsaber could come into play on this Talzin leader and start healing up. So the top player, they've got to try to close this out, especially once they see that heirloom. They've got to keep the pressure on, or this restore might end up turning the tables.
But that's only restore 2, right?
Yes.
Yes. So and you got to claw in another damage to actually get to your own lethal.
Oh yeah, you're not very close, but you can try to turn the corner.
Yeah. It is we've seen Palpatine do this again in Constructed, but I'm not sure that as easy with a.
Yeah, especially now there's a 7 health unit that you've got to kill. An heirloom lightsaber doesn't kill it, so it looks like we are going to game 2 here. So the heirloom only would have let Talzin attack for 5 and then -1/-1. So the Thralls of the Coven could not get killed this turn. So just playing a 7 health unit, good enough to finish out game 1.
It did it. I think like a 5/7 in limited. That's a bomb.
Oh, absolutely. It's a 3/7 raid 3, so 7 health attacks
even
in for 6.
Yeah, 6/7 even. Yeah, that is something.
Yeah, it's a really good card as just a common, and it only costs 5, which is usually a cost curve area that you're trying to fill. A lot of these big force units are 6+, and a lot of the smaller units are 4 or less. So a lot of times the 4 or 5 area can be a bit of a hole, and that's just a good, solid unit to fill in that part of the cost curve for you.
Yeah. I mean, in the villainous pool, there is only and in the heroic pool, Airsprith and Ray for 5 aren't necessarily same caliber.
Yeah.
The troll, really. So the 5 spot is a bit in this setup. I mean, if you look at red neutral, you got Seth Tom, or what's his name there?
Yeah.
Which is a 4/6. So there's really not anything else like the.
Yeah, there's that guy and Asajj are the 2 main big 5 drops that you're gonna want. The HK-87 assassin droid isn't bad, but it's only a 4/4, and the health matters a lot.
Indeed, and also the assassin droid. I don't know, I guess, but it's. uncommon, right?
Yeah, the Assassin Droid is uncommon, Asajj is uncommon, but this Thralls of the
Hmm.
Coven is just a common, so it's one that you're going to have a lot
Exactly.
more often.
Exactly. So you might have more than one.
And then Old Daka is also an uncommon if we're including the blue villain in here.
Yeah, yeah. And that's a 6/6, so that's really good as well.
Oh yeah,
But
that
but
one's
yeah,
really solid.
uncommon, not as easy to get more than one of. So again, we see in the opening hand there of the tray, we see the itinerant warrior and the brood, and I think maybe he's just gonna resource again there. I don't know, maybe not. That is the craving power instead.
Yeah.
No, itinerant warrior going down.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me to see that in the he might keep the craving power just because
Nope.
removal is hard to
Like
come
that.
by, but yeah, it's so hard to hold that the whole game, and then just claiming,
Yeah.
so no turn one play.
Yeah. Yeah, that droid isn't looking too sinister, but having something is better than having.
Yeah, absolutely. Because now if you draw your 2-drop Night Sister or Warriors or whatever, they can still get killed. If the bottom player finds an heirloom lightsaber or anything like that, they have the ability to pump this up and trade better. So they can't get the force, but it's still nice just having a unit on board.
Yeah, and that Takata, I think, has only got 2 health, so you could just trade there. He
I
does not.
believe it has hidden.
Oh, yeah. It is definitely hidden. Oh, Merrin. That's interesting.
Marin's very good. It's really
Yeah.
interesting. You can kind of ruin your own game with Marin if you go too
Mhm.
hard into the discard and then don't draw things.
Yeah.
But sometimes that's just the way to do it. You can attack up for 4 if you want to. If you wanted to save health on it, you could discard to deal 2 damage to the unit and just send Marin into base.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's probably very good here because of the Takata only have.
hmm
You don't have to actually trade with it. You just go to base.
Well, so
The
Takata's
card.
only a 4/2 and Marin's a 2/5, so you could
Mm.
still just attack and leave Marin alive. I'll be interested here to see if the bottom player values the card in their hand or the 4 health on Marin, because
Yeah.
obviously Talzin can then just -1 the Marin to kill it, so it's not going to be
Mhm.
very safe sitting there at 1 health.
Oh well, I mean, he does not have the force.
He doesn't, but they'll be on the flip turn soon, and he can
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
attack with Talzin in. He can attack with Talzin into the droid and then flip. And we do see him attack to base and discard, so he does value the 4
Yeah.
health. I think I agree with that.
Yeah. Me
Um,
too.
Cards in hand are very valuable, but having the units out, and especially one that can cross lanes and deal extra damage when you need it to, can be helpful. Now we see a Wampa come down.
Mm. That's good here. Strike for
Yeah.
4 into that droid. You will get a little, and it's got a health pool of 5, so it's around. He did discard the sign playing the
Yeah.
the brood.
The
So
Brood to play the infused brawler and give it 2 experience.
yeah.
So he gets a 2 cost 4/4 out of it.
Mhm. But what else is he playing for 2? No, he's
Oh,
not.
nothing else. So he can't fill out the
Ah,
rest of his curve. So had to play a little below curve that turn, but still gets a 4/4 for the turn.
yeah. I wonder if the Sandcrawler wouldn't have been more interesting though, and discard the brood instead.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision point because I think he's clearly valuing A, the 4 attack, and B, the force trait.
Yeah,
Um,
that's of course the difference though. Yeah, you're right.
because now maybe he wants to just attack the brawler into the Wampa and then use
Mhm.
Talzin to finish it off.
Yeah, that is definitely an option. It would not be it would be a trade, not a clean kill. But
Correct.
yeah. Oh, he's got one of those bombers in hand there. So he could just play the bomber for 2 and then send a droid into and get to keep both Marin and the brawler.
Interesting. Yeah, the hyena bomber you saw.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, 2/2 space unit for 3 when played. If you control another red unit, you may deal 2 damage to a ground unit. So interesting options there.
Yeah.
And I'm really curious where this Wampa goes, because if you just go into base, then you get the Brawler plus Talzin activation. So he might want to preemptively do something like take out this droid,
Mm-hmm.
but then that opens up different lines of what else the bottom player can
It
string together.
does.
He does take
So
out the
that's
droid.
101. And this now the bomber plays better because
Mhm. He just
it
Bombas
doesn't
hits
take.
base, and then yeah, you
Yeah.
don't have to do anything. You can just go forward to
Yeah.
base right now.
Yeah. If he's got a decent 2-drop in hand, I think that bomber is coming down.
Yeah,
Is that what those other 2 cards are?
it's hard to tell for sure for me.
It's a blue
I can
card
only
at
see a little bit
least.
of the art. Yeah, I see a blue card.
I think that blue card might be the Night Sister we saw last time that I thought was Osaka.
Oh, gotcha.
Um,
Yeah,
the Spectre thing, maybe. It's a
it
4-drop
could
though.
be. Oh, we see another hyena bomber coming down on the other side now.
Yeah, and that's almost lethal on that one. It'll kill itself when it attacks.
When it attacks, or if Talzin attacks, because there's
Yeah.
also both
Oh yeah,
players
yeah.
Talzin flip
It's
turn.
flip turn. It's flip turn. Yeah.
And now you've got a choice too, because you could also Talzin. You could double Talzin the hyena bomber,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and then
But he did
Marin
go for
attack
the.
plus discard into the you could attack Talzin into the Wampa and kill it there and just take 4 back and double Talzin the hyena bomber.
That's not what he
Um,
did though. He used
no,
Mother Tosin now on the.
yeah,
So the Wampus got 2 health left,
yeah. So the Wampa
which
is going to
means.
die to this hyena bomber, and it looks like he's saving this Marin attack for the Talzin flip.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he
Looks
wants
like.
to go 5 into, or sorry, 4 into the Talzin,
Could be.
and then he could flip his Talzin
And kill it.
and kill the opposing one.
So he's killing. This is the hyena bomb move that we were talking about. Removing the Wampa. And then, but that puts him a little bit off tempo for killing Tolsin, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And this is also he only has 2 cards in hand, so it would be it's a big cost here if he has
Yeah.
to discard with Marin again.
Yeah, certainly. And also, Marin kills the brood. Is it called the brood? I keep calling it the brood. I don't.
The infused
Infused
brawler
brawler.
is the
Yeah,
one that
yeah,
Marin killed.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that is the blue card we were talking. No, that he flipped it.
Yeah. We see
Yeah,
Karis
yeah.
coming out for the top player with
Mhm.
so when defeated things can shrink, and that is scary to think about. But right now the Karis doesn't have a way to kill itself on a unit.
Nope. But he can't really just kill it either because then, well, actually could, I guess.
hmm
So he's taking 2 back there,
So
dealing
there's 3
3.
health left on the Talzin after the -1. So he'd still have to discard a card with Marin if he wanted to attack into it and kill it
Yeah,
this turn.
yeah. But I think that's what he's going for, right?
It seems like it.
Hmm.
He's thinking about it. It's not an easy decision.
It is not. Because he's going to be stuck with 1 card in hand most of the time then. Like, there's no easy ways to draw
Yeah,
the,
no, he discarded the
the red.
Curious Flock. So instead of
Mhm.
playing the 3/3, he discards it to kill the Talzin, which I don't hate because you would probably just be attacking that Curious Flock into Talzin next turn anyway if you didn't do it this way. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The thing is though that he is now with only 1
yeah.
thing.
And I'm curious what his other card is, because this is also where Curious Flock is really good because, oh, I didn't draw a
Exactly.
6-drop and I'm on 6 resources. Well, let me just
Mhm.
play this much larger flock now.
Yeah,
So
yeah. No, we were talking about that last round, me and Sea Raptor. That flock is just that's a limited
Oh yeah.
one printer. Fills
Yeah,
out
I love
any
the flock.
it's just the kind of card you always. So this board state is really, really interesting. There's so
It
much
is.
going on here.
Yeah.
Both of them have the force, which is not necessarily anything player at this moment, but with Karis, it is very important.
Yeah, they also both have hyena bombers and Talzin leaders out, or Talzin abilities active for minus. So you could see something like the bottom player could attack with their Talzin and minus on the other hyena bomber to
And then
threaten a
trade.
trade there.
Yeah.
And we see Marin go down to the Talzin's assassin.
Yeah. That's a good play.
Mhm.
I like that a lot. And then you get to keep your carries open. Of course, now Talsin can just kill the carry before you get the force back.
Yes,
But
there are a lot of interesting options. Talzin could kill the Karis before you get the force back. Talzin could still minus the hyena bomber. Talzin could kill the Talzin's assassin. So a
yeah,
lot of choices here for our bottom player to try to make right now.
but killing the Karis seems very interesting to me because you
Yeah.
keep your opponent off the force then.
So what I always say whenever I'm in, team practice or trying to figure out lines is I look at the obvious play and then I think about all the other ones to see if I'm missing something. For me, the obvious play there was Talzin kill Karis.
Yeah,
But there are
and he
other
went with
interesting
his
options.
trading.
Yeah, he went for the hyena bomber trade. So it seems like maybe he was just worried about that damage getting in too much, but now he gave away the force. That was an interesting decision. It makes me think that he might be doing something else here to kill. Yeah, okay. So this makes more sense now. Because with this sequencing, he wanted to keep his Savage clean because
Yeah,
otherwise Karis attacks into the Savage, immediately kills it, and you take 9 to your
yeah,
base. But now
yeah.
he can attack with Talzin, kill the Karis, but get the force back when he does. So even if his Savage dies, he can avoid taking the 9 damage to base.
Yeah. So he did save a lot of damage that way,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
They are at 10 all, so it is, and the board states are intricate, even though the Savage is so much bigger than what the top players got. With the abilities, it's more close. This board state is more.
Yeah. It's really close. And this Savage is hanging on by a thread. I believe that was a drain essence. So if the
Yeah,
bottom player does kill the Karis,
it dies.
yeah, so the Savage has 6 health naturally. So they would have to use the force to give it -3 here, and then they wouldn't have the force for the Talzin activation as well.
Yeah.
So they just don't use the force at all, which I agree.
Huh.
So it was really good sequencing there by the bottom player.
Yeah,
Um,
I agree. And it, of course, if he would have been able to just claim, that could have been interesting as well. I think to know that you get to strike with the Savage, but this way he'd be able to or force the bottom
yeah.
trade with this assassin. So it's kind of a win-win.
Yeah, it is interesting for sure because if the Savage player was able to go first, they could attack base with Talzin or kill the Talzin's assassin either way, but either way shrink it so that it can't just kill the Savage in one swing. So it would
Yeah.
have been interesting for sure. Or you could just get in your 9 to base and say you can kill it now, I've done my damage.
Yeah, exactly. But there's also one really interesting factor that has much healthier than the bottom.
Mhm. And I believe the 2 players in this match are Mark P and Richard Douglas at table 1. I do not know which player is in which position.
All right. So this was pretty much the best card he could have here with the with the protector here.
Oh
being
yeah,
able
protect
to,
pod's huge.
Yeah. Now, Talsin does survive this shrink. No, he goes to base.
He goes
And
to
shrinks.
base and shrinks
Yeah.
because he doesn't want the opposing Talsin to just be able to finish off his leader. So he's saying, if you want to make this trade, you're going to have to do it.
Yeah. And he does not. He swings in for 3 instead.
No interest in making a trade.
Yeah.
Oh wow!
But then an
There's the punish.
assassin right back. That was the punish. He should have traded.
Yeah. Hindsight's 2020.
Isn't it?
Yeah, the Talsin's assassins are so good in this deck where you can stack the minuses.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even in you gotta have to make them. You gotta make them have it. These are limited pools. You can't just play around everything they.
Yeah.
So I don't disagree with the play, even though.
It's something that I say all the time is just because something ended up bad doesn't mean that it was the wrong decision.
Right.
You can make the right decision that still gets punished by a person having the card or whatever. That doesn't necessarily mean that it was the wrong play to make.
Exactly, but he is the top player is in a hard position here.
Oh yeah,
because he can't really do that much right now. He can only try and build back.
He's activating his Talsin here to save 1 damage. Which I don't hate because you're assuming that your old Daka is going to live and you know that there's more actions coming, so you should still get initiative and you immediately get the force back anyway.
Yep.
Oh, it is worse for old Daka.
It did not survive.
Yeah.
And that is just an acolyte. So the board state is, I think this is kind of over almost because.
He needs something good to come back from this, and I don't believe. All right, looks like we're scooping it up.
It's that 1-1 now.
Yeah, so we're going to game 3 now. And then obviously I was gonna say that the bottom player shouldn't have gotten the force from, or the top player shouldn't have gotten the force from playing the acolyte. You have to attack with it or have it die, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, no, didn't end up being a problem.
And yeah, it's interesting here. It's kind of the opposite of constructed for me. It's kind of exciting to see these actual close mirror matches where both players have the Talsin's assassins. A lot of good cards going. Both players are playing some cards out of aspect. We've seen Protect the Pod and Craving Power.
Yeah. And as well as Itinerant Warrior, even if it's played. But yeah, I agree. And also, to some extent, all limited play, especially sealed, has that sort of rhythm of a
Yeah, I agree. And Victor, it sounds like you cut out for me. I'm not sure if the stream can hear you or not.
Yeah,
you're back.
Okay. All right. I might just have been quiet though. Not my usual mode. I'm famous for many things, but being silent is not one.
I feel you on that one. I'm the kind of person that you can find my house from the parking lot most of the time. you know where I am before you get very close.
Yep, that is me as well. Now, going into game 3, we didn't see either of to the decks, but I don't recall. Well, they did do some adjustments between game 1 and 2, right?
I didn't notice if the player sideboarded or not. A lot of times in sealed, you'll have fewer sideboard options. Than you will in draft. Just due to the more limited card pool. So you might have something like out of aspect, upgrade removal, but there's not a lot of that in this set in general anyway.
Nope.
So
I think our top players has some interesting cards there. He's got a Jedi and Night Sister. So He's got really
Got
good
the
opening
infused
play.
brawler again, and yeah,
Mhm.
going with the Night Sister first.
Yeah, I like that.
Ooh, Secretive Sage is really
yeah.
good. That is a good one.
But the top player gets to go first anyway, and he gets to.
He gets to get the force out of it, but it
Mhm.
feels bad when your turn 1 unit just trades for a shield.
Yep. Well, I mean, you do get a card back.
You do. It's not the end of the world, but I would still rather be in the bottom player's side of this trade.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Ooh, that's a
And
drain essence, so they might
isn't
do
it?
that to finish off the sage.
Mhm.
Or
Could
they
do.
might save it for next turn. So they could go something like Jedi in hiding, and then the turn after go infuse brawler, drain essence.
Yeah, I
Oh,
like
they're
that.
resourcing the brawler. Interesting.
Well, yeah. I mean, with
It's
the
tough
Jedi in
choices.
hiding, yeah, it had really tough choices. With the
Mhm.
Jedi in hiding, and you do get quite the card advantage, even get the ball advantage.
Yeah.
So eager to get that force going.
Mhm.
Yep. And I mean, yeah, you do get 2 to base.
Yeah, you get 2 to base. You get the force before your unit dies. So it's really not the end of the world. Just still a decent trade
Yeah.
for the bottom player.
I do like the Jedi hiding a lot more than the Jedi here. So as board states goes, this isn't too bad.
Well, it is a 3-3 versus a 3-4. A card advantage, but the bottom player is winning the board state game right now.
Yeah. So resourcing decisions still on the top there. But I think, I mean, you can because the top player's got initiative, you can throw that the mystic, and then I don't know. Do you trade then with Jedi in hide the fallen Jedi? I don't know.
I think you take the fallen jet. I think you take the Jedi in hiding. Well, so the top player should have initiative. So I think
Mhm.
it's an interesting thing, but I think I would probably kill the Secretive Sage because
Exactly.
that's the good trade that you could make, and then you force your opponent to use their Talzin activation.
Oh yeah. I forgot
Because
about
the
the
Talzin
Talcin
can trade it
essay.
back,
Yeah,
so it's not
yeah.
even the best attack.
No, yeah, I
But
forgot about the Talcin activation.
the only other option is you could attack base, give them the easy trade, and then you decide if you want to discard their card or use your force to kill their Jedi.
Mhm. Yeah. And that's what he's doing here. And it makes sense to me. I completely just slipped my mind that you're kicking it off Talcin activation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we
So
see the
with
2/6 grit coming back to play.
I think that's a really good unit in this form.
Hmm.
I like that.
I also like it a lot. We've seen it get punished before with the Talzin's Assassin, but I really like in a game that's all about how well you can keep the board, doing this where your units are still up and ready to attack, because now the top player has to decide if they want to play out a unit that could potentially get a better trade or a different trade, or how they want to react to this board state. But
Yeah.
they kind of have to be the ones to act first.
Yeah.
We do see a drain essence, so we could see something like a Talzin activation on the Jedi to make
Mhm.
it not be able to trade into the Jedi in hiding as
I
easily.
like that. It'd be an interesting move.
Because the
But
drain
he
essence gets you
plays
the force
something.
back. So we see the hyena
Essentially,
bomber killing the
yeah,
Secretive Sage. I like this too, because you
this is
still
also
are
good.
holding up the force activation, so you still have the
Yeah.
option. If the bottom player takes the easy trade, you still have the
Mhm.
option of I can
Of killing
either
it.
make them discard or kill their unit back with the force.
Exactly. I agree. This is not bad. It's an interesting thing. But then we get this here, which makes it so now you got that somewhere. You got to do something.
Okay, and we're getting confirmation that Mark is the player on top with the fallen Jedi. Or sorry, the
Or
player on the
bottom.
bottom with the fallen
Yeah.
Jedi.
Yeah. So this is table 1 for those of you that are
Yeah, so that would make
melee.
Richard the player on top with the Jedi and hiding in the hyena bomber.
So Richard Douglas and Mark P.
And then really tough decision points here early in the game. We're only at 4 resources, but these are some tough choices to make.
Yeah, and he does go for the trade here, but having shrunk it with Talsim beforehand, it puts him out of reach for being killed. So he gets to discard a card instead.
Yeah, and I like that. I like that play a lot. You're going to be able to get the force back after you attack anyway with the fallen Jedi. So it just protects your unit a little bit more. And since Richard had to, or sorry, Mark had to use the force, then it just makes everything.
Yeah,
he
should have had it. Yeah, he got it back with the attack from the fallen Jedi, so he should have.
Oh yeah. Mark should have the force back. I'm just double checking that I got their names right. Because it is a mirror match, so we can't just say, "Oh, the Talton player is X."
No, but Richard is the one on the top.
Yeah, Richard's on the top. Mark is on the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Mark having that sand trooper, and Jedi, fallen Jedi, has the wider board, strong. But this is flip turn. So
yeah, we got another double flip turn.
Things are going to change here.
Yeah, we see Drain Essence get the force back, so that really helps even out this flip turn a bit.
Yellow and
both players
fallen
have
Jedi's
force.
Gone.
Yeah.
And even though the Sand Trooper can get big eventually, now it's health unit. 2 power.
Yeah. Well, so right now it's a 1-5 after, or sorry, it's a 2-6 right now. It could become a 1-5.
Yeah.
Then it could become a 0-4, but you'd still need to get 1 more damage in.
So he flips to sort of get ahead of things.
Yeah.
After that, bomber attacking for 2 to base. Yes.
The camera blinked out for a bit. I don't see the force token. He might have used the force to shrink the hyena bomber, because then the attack would kill it. I'm not 100% sure if that happened or not, because the camera blinked out a bit on my end.
Yeah, that's got to be what it did. And then he attacks with the.
Yeah, he attacks for 2. I like this. You keep your Talzin attack up, because if they flip, you want to shrink the Talzin before it flips. Maybe they get or if you can choose to do that or kill the hyena bomber, you may want to attack into whatever unit they're about to play. So it's just a lot more threatening before
keeping your options
Richard
up.
makes his move.
Yep, keeping your options. It's always better to act when you have more information.
Yeah. 4-2 hit and coming back again, and hit coming in clutch. And yeah, so we do see the hyena bomber die. So yeah, the action that we missed when the camera blinked was Talzin shrink the hyena bomber, which makes a lot of sense.
Now the other Talzin flips.
Old
Daka here is good. That's very good.
Yeah, very threatening here, because the old Daka attack, if Richard attacks in, or sorry, if Richard attacks in and doesn't just claim here, then Mark is going to be able to first action attack with Daka into Talzin, and then the Talzin
Yeah.
the attack
this
would
is-
finish off Richard's
Yeah.
Talzin.
Yep. So Mark is really threatening here. Richard did, and then he just. Oh,
Yeah.
he didn't.
Richard attacked
Oh.
into the Talzin, so he
Oh,
double
he-
strength the Talzin and took one back. But now the old Daka attack is just going to take out his Talzin.
Yeah, he did point to the initiative token, so apparently he didn't.
Interesting. We'll see what kind of follow up he has here because he'll need to. He'll still have 3 health left on this. Maybe he just wants to trade his board into this old Daka.
But
He
now
does have
with
the craving power in hand, but I believe they're on 6, so that shouldn't be until next turn.
nope.
So he'll need to play a unit this turn that lives.
And Mark is on the bottom now, so button, so he can just trade the Daka straight into that Talzin, and then the Tukat can finish off old Daka, I guess. And he's already
He could also
got
finish off the Talzin leader. He could choose. He could kill
Yeah.
whichever one he wants. He does go for the Talzin leader.
I might have been tempted to go for the.
It all depends on what your follow up is. I think.
Sure.
Taking off the leader now prevents your damage this turn, and maybe he could have something like a Sorcerer's Blast to finish off the Daka.
Yeah.
We'll
He
have to
does
see
have
what
the
his follow-up
force.
is.
Yeah, he does have the force here, so that could
There's
be
a Talzin's
something.
Assassin in hand.
Yeah,
so that
the assassin will do it. The
cleanly
assassin will
finish
do it.
off the old Daka.
Very nice.
3 health is a pretty big break point in this set in general, where there's a lot of things that either deal 3 damage or give -3/-3. So it makes sense in general to send your 4 attack at a 4 health unit and then save the 3 health for something else.
Yep, and that trooper there just kills off the assassin, and now he's got a really big sand trooper that could hit for 6.
Yeah, the Sand Trooper is very scary. Talzin doesn't have the force to kill it on Richard's side.
Nope.
So he needs something else to deal the 2 damage to it to finish this off. Could be another Drain Essence. It can't be a Protect the Pod because he doesn't have any units at all, much less a non vehicle unit.
Nope. So here, this is also very interesting. Do you trade the sand trooper into that thing now?
Well, I think you do.
He does.
Because you still have the force. You don't have a force unit out, so you won't get the force back. But I think that plus your force token, I think you're okay with that trade.
Yeah,
because the Sand Trooper was very fragile anyway.
Yep. And since Richard doesn't, it's kind of you got a board he doesn't.
Yeah, you've also seen both Protect the Pod and Craving Power, and they were both off that turn due to resource restriction. So I think it makes a lot of sense to just say, I'm still going to have a board, so I'm going to take the trade, and I'm going to turn off most of your removal.
Yeah, I agree with that. Is that a?
That is a Ponkrell, I believe.
Ponkrell, yeah. It's a double blue, isn't it? No, it's blue-black.
It's blue villain. Yeah, so it's a 2/9 with grit, and whenever it completes an attack, you may defeat a unit with less remaining HP than this unit's power. So it's kind of a wordy unit that can try to play a poor man's Vader a bit and attack into a high attack unit and then finish it off with a few health left. Oh, and we see the Terran Katankadam.
Yeah,
as it's officially known.
But does Ponkrell have the force? Oh yeah, he does. So
he's a Force Jedi Republic. But so the other thing is, whenever he completes an attack, he still just gets to defeat a unit. So you can attack into base and then kill the Terran techs for free.
Yep.
So Ponkrell really big here, especially with a saber on him. That's a
good move. It's going to be hard to build up board now, and also
Yeah, Richard's got
there's
to find
18
something.
damage. That's 18 damage,
Yeah,
and
there
yeah,
is
they
nothing.
just take
That's
it.
a
That's it then.
Punkrell with an upgrade is a huge beating here. It's yeah, that's
That was
a
good.
tough one. You got to have some. It's worse, or he
Yeah.
didn't have the force either, so he couldn't have even had a shatter point or something.
Nope. Nope.
So,
Had
yeah,
to be. Yeah, it's worse would have worked, but that's pretty much it.
yeah. So
Yeah.
well played by both players, and yeah, the Mark taking it down with the Punkrell finisher.
A very interesting back and forth here. Even though this line ended up quite long series was.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can. Yeah, we'll leave you for a little bit then. We'll be back with round number 4, I believe. No, yeah, round number 4 in a bit. There's 5 minutes left. So yeah, we'll take a short break. And we're back. My name is Viktor from the Nordic Takedown, and with me today I've got Jeff. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Excited to see some more competitive limited action.
So we've got the. Is this the first limited PQ, or maybe there's been
No, it's
one
the first
last
one that's
weekend?
been streamed. There
Yeah.
have been a couple of limited PQs already, at least one for sure. There was one early one in the New York area, I think it was.
Mhm.
But yeah, there's definitely been one limited PQ already, but this is the first one as far as I know that's been streamed.
Yeah. So this is from Pastime Games and Comics in Nile, I think, outside of Chicago, right?
Yeah.
And we are going to watch round number 4. As has been the case the last few rounds, we don't actually know what game we're watching here, but a Mother Talsin against Snook player on the top. I think we've got. Do we know the names of any of these?
We know there is Scott, whose melee name is Scotty Pippin33. So Scott is the owner of Griffinus Games in Woodstock, and he's playing against Emmanuel Apodaca.
Oh, so this is Manuel against Scott.
Yes.
And I think we've streamed Scott before when I did
other
couple of
PQs
weekends ago.
definitely.
Yeah. The other PQ the other weekend as well. So I do recognize both of
Yeah, and then Emmanuel is one of the two Apodaca brothers. I believe they're brothers. Both he and Carlos Apodaca that are both very good players at this game, and I believe both undefeated at this event.
No, Carlos took one loss.
Oh,
but
Carlos is
Emmanuel
2-1. I see him on table 9.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Carlos is 2-1, and then Emmanuel is
Undefeated.
3-0.
Yeah. So we do get some info here from Loopy, and he was actually 34th at Worlds, so did really well.
Yeah.
And Emmanuel is actually a gaming team member now.
I believe both the Apodacas are.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it makes sense. So he's on Snook Blue, and then
Emmanuel's
we've got
on Talzin, and then Scott is on Snoke Blue.
Oh, all right. So it's the other way. All right, cool.
Yes. So we have green-blue villain versus blue-red villain. And again, we have a force-using leader versus a non-force-using leader.
It's very interesting who will be able to use their... Because you can only imagine want to have quite a lot of force enablers in the Mother Talsin deck. Otherwise, maybe you wouldn't even build.
Yeah, and we see both players start Karis, which is interesting.
Yeah. Very much so.
That's the best starter that you want in either of these colors, either that or Secret of Sage. But for Snoke, they would definitely prefer the Karis because Snoke can only activate onto villain units.
Yep. Exactly. So he can activate here, though. So if he wants to fill out the curve for this time, he can definitely do that. And he doesn't have as much choice on what to use his force, right? So he might just get and use it for that.
We see him here immediately go into a 3-drop, so he's not. He either didn't have the double 2 or is preferring here to play this Magistrate Scout, which we've seen before as a 2/4 restore 2. And then we see, I believe that's a Sith Holocron come out.
Yeah, that was the Sith Holocron. And maybe you just want to hurt your Kylo here to get a big swing.
I don't hate it. I think at the moment it looks like you can hurt either of them because you might want to hurt the Karis and leave both your units alive to an attack on board and kill the restore unit.
Yeah, definitely.
You might also, I was gonna say you might also not hurt anything and just immediately use the force, and that's what Emmanuel goes for. So he doesn't want to damage either of his units, and he just uses the Talzin force, which I think with 2 force units, it's safe to say you'll be able to get it back.
Yeah, it feels like that. It's not too much of a gamble. And he does keep some more health that way. It for maybe later doing a big play.
So here we have Scott already on the back foot a bit. That was a really good turn from Emmanuel. Like it would be nice to maybe get get a card draw out of your Kylo or save your force. But I think that the way that Emmanuel played that is kind of the way you have to. You just kind of have to give up that advantage to get such a good board presence there. And there's
This is
immediate
really
punish.
good.
Oh yeah.
Really good. Yes, I kind of felt it when he tapped there that this was maybe coming. Really hard there. So yeah, you can't really do much than get the force back and get some damage into base.
Yeah, you've kept Scott off of using Snoke at least, but that's because he's been curving out with the best units for him to play at those costs.
Yeah,
So
best possible units. So not that big a win, maybe.
I mean, we see the turret answer. So both. I mean, we're in the 3-0 bracket, so we're seeing players that are both good players and have good cards to choose from. We're seeing both players kind of trade limited haymakers right now.
Yep, definitely. And this is again one of those states. Both of the players have sequencing option.
Yeah.
He starts by using Snoke here. I like this.
Oh, I definitely like it too, because the other thing is with the hard part about turret is when the opponent also has multiple force units out, you attack into their turret, they respond by attacking their turret into your base, they immediately get the force back. And so you just feel like you haven't gotten anywhere.
No, yeah, absolutely. So for 5 now, he would get he'd be able to get 3 through to turret,
but then
no
his Karis wouldn't be able to deal any damage. So the magic number is you need to be able to do 7. Protect the 5.
That's perfect.
That's huge, yeah.
Yep. Yes,
that's really
that.
busting this game back open for Scott here.
Very much so. And I think now all of a sudden, I don't know, Emmanuel's going to have to come up with something. He's killing off.
Yeah, he already Talzined once on the assassin, so it's back down to a 4/4. So now he can flip his Talzin and then kill it by shrinking it down again to a 3/3. I would imagine that's what we're gonna see.
Yeah. Certainly. Exactly. That's where they go.
Yeah.
So he's minusing it.
Yeah, so you get to attack with Karis. I'd imagine you just do 2 to base here. You could attack into the Talzin.
Kill it.
But
No, you could attack into the Wampa. Kill it. No, he doesn't have the force.
He doesn't have he has the force when he attacks.
Yeah,
so yeah,
exactly.
That's a good point. He could have just attacked into the Wampa to kill the Karis and give his own use the force immediately and give the Talzin -3. Then you would be keeping your your Talzin's assassin alive.
It's only -2 though. It's the Karis is only -2.
It would still let the assassin live.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, no, not with the 2 damage on it. It would still die because it would go down to a 3/3 base with 2 damage on it. So Talzin having 1 attack would still. So the fact that Karis is -2 and not -3.
It makes it not a really good. Yeah, he could have. No, he couldn't even have killed the Wampa. Yeah.
Well, what he can do here though is he can minus the Karis. So he minuses the Karis, takes. So now he's taking 4 back from the assassin, and so now the Karis force.
Yep.
Still. He only took 1 back. What am I? Oh, he just attacked into the Karis. Okay, so he left the Talzin assassin alive. He attacked into the Karis and gave it -1. Yeah.
I don't hate that because his Talzin is much health.
I'm a little confused because the Karis only had 1 health left on it, so he could have just attacked base, right, and given the Karis -1.
He could have. Huh, yeah. That was the
I might be
its
missing
brother,
something, but
seventh brother.
that was the eighth brother. The
Eighth
5/7
brother.
ambush came in to take out Talzin.
Mhm.
So maybe they didn't update the base damage. Maybe he just attacked Karis and missed a few damage. I'm not 100% sure. But
That
either
could
way,
have
eighth
been
brother
the
comes in to
thing.
finish off Talzin.
And then he trades with the one. But is there overwhelm there? No, it's not.
Is there a what?
Overwhelm, but it's.
Oh no,
exactly.
because he's had 3 damage on the eighth brother and 7 base health, so it was exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah, more follow up. So, but both
Yeah.
players trying to keep the hits coming.
Yeah, again, a very interesting state where Scott has a fragile but hefty unit there, and Emmanuel's got the opposite, a very, very hefty unit. That, an attack from the other.
Yeah, we've seen Thralls of the Coven do some good work here. So 7 health is a lot to get through.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have the force trait, but it's big enough that it just still puts in a lot of work.
It does.
There is craving power again. So man,
nice. Just removing that.
Yeah.
That's 7 damage, and then he can strike for 7 again.
Yeah, and the Snoke he could strike for 8.
Snoke,
Yeah, look, he's gonna Snoke it as well to give it the up to +2. So now it attacks for 8.
8, yeah. Oh,
now we're back to 7
this turn, but eventually, yeah. You go to base.
We got to the same place at the end. I think so, because the 2/4 it's a restore 2, but it's not a force unit.
No.
And you're not dead to. I think the things they're not playing green, so protect the pod would cost 6. I think those are the main considerations you have when deciding whether to trade or not.
No, Snoke can take it out though, so that's why he went to base. And just keeps piling on top of that assassin there. It's a big one now. 9 damage in a swing. No, 8 damage.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, it was 8 because the Talzin minused it for 1.
Oh, so now it's 9.
Yeah, now it would be 9. It was 8 before because of the Talzin -1.
And now it's 3 plus 3, 2, 4, 5. Yeah.
Sorry, now it's the Talzin assassin. So it was it's naturally 8. It was 7 last turn. So if you activate Snoke, it would be 9.
Yeah, but there's a 7th, 8th.
Oh, but the Snoke immediately dies to the. Yeah, we've seen a lot of 8th brother ambushes doing well, doing a lot of work here.
But still 9 damage. Backbreaking.
Yeah. Oh no. He got the Snoke plus already, so it's messing me up that they're using +2 token, +2 tokens. So yeah, it would be 9 now if it attacks.
Yeah.
Now it's 11. No. Yeah. This is
27.
It is a force unit. So yeah. So there goes 11 up to 27. Now you've got to kill both units or play a Sentinel out.
Exactly. So Emmanuel has to claim and find an answer.
We've seen one turret. We'll have to see if he has something like a second turret.
Yeah. I don't know that makes much of a difference, but why not?
It looks like we're going to game 2 here.
Yeah, he didn't draw anything. That was interesting, and we've really got to see the difference between activity.
Yeah.
Because
the fact that Snoke's pluses were permanent, it made Emmanuel's a little bit more disruptible potentially. And then I think the big swing point we saw there was the Talzin attack. It could have gone to base. It could have actually taken out the Talzin's assassin. So Emmanuel making the decision to try to protect his own Talzin, and that got punished by an 8th brother that killed it anyway. It's not that was the wrong decision. It's just the decision that got punished. And I would say that was probably the turning point of game 1 that really let Scott take a stranglehold on the game.
Yeah. Also, of course, not a mistake per se, but that second or third turn rather, when he played, just swung the whole board state.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of swings in that game one for sure.
Mhm.
And it looks like Scott's got a well-built Snoke deck with at least what we saw in game one was a wide array of villain cards at every point in the cost curve, which is
Yep.
really what you want because it gives you the flexibility of either playing a large unit, playing a unit one below curve and activating Snoke, whatever's best for the scenario that you're in. Having
Yep.
that flexibility. I think the first Snoke deck that we saw didn't have, at least we didn't see that amount of flexibility. The biggest
Right.
problem can be in your turn one plays where you just don't have that many option to villain turn one plays.
Right. Yeah. And with Karis here, he gets everything he wants. He gets
Oh
a
yeah,
unit that sticks around, gets him the force.
yeah. Karis is insane. It's one of the reasons to be in blue villain in limited because it's
Mhm.
an easy to get card. You'll see a lot of them.
Yeah. And also, Assassin is also quite easy to get and pick up.
Yeah. I mean, Karis is an uncommon, so you'll see fewer of them than the Talzin's Assassin, which is a common. But I mean,
Mhm.
that's the biggest thing to look at whenever I'm looking at limited for a set is what are the commons, and to a lesser extent, what are the uncommons that you'll
Mm.
see a lot more often in these pools. And Blue Villain just jumps out at you as Karis and Talzin's Assassin, and they both work really well with Talzin Leader, which makes sense because they're
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
night themed cards.
Yep. And if you can swing an old Daka in there
Oh
to be
yeah.
able to activate your carries when you want, it's just dynamite.
And we've seen Magistrate Scout a few times as well. Like in
Yeah.
this format, Blue Villain just has a pretty easy curve with commons and uncommons of 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yep.
Then you can there are other options you could add in to that as well.
Mhm.
You see the Night Sister Warrior, not as good of a start as you'd like with a Karis. At least can get you a card back.
Yep. Yep. And with with Talsin, of course, just getting the force is the main
Yeah.
priority.
And this Vane here is really interesting. I have no idea if I'm
Mm.
pronouncing his name correctly or not, but he's kind of made to work with this Snoke leader. Snoke
Yeah.
doesn't let you choose where to put the XP, and his ability lets you choose. He says, "Oh, actually, I'm going to take it and move it over here, and do this
Yeah.
and do that, and go where I want."
And also you can do some interesting trickery. So you get to same experience token twice.
Mhm.
Just attacking with the unit, then
Yeah,
moving it and attacking. So this we had this the other game, finding or at least
yeah,
getting a card advantage. You get to draw a card and then you get one card from your opponent.
yeah, and it lines up really well into both of these 2/4s.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Scott's got the option. He could start by activating Snoke on either of his units, but then that gives. Oh, we see that. So Emmanuel had initiative, and
Yeah.
we just see him go straight into the turret, which is another. He has the force right now, and it's another
Yeah.
really good spot for it here.
Yeah. And if he puts he uses Snoke here, he seems to be doing that. Then he can still activate the hidden Jedi to trade with. Oh well, they're both 2-powered, right?
Yeah, they're both
Oh,
2/4s.
so he could choose to go for the magic, which can't
Yeah,
be,
and I think that's what he's
traded with.
deciding: is do I put an
Mm,
XP on the magistrate and stack the
mhm.
Vane? Attacking into turret doesn't do much because the Jedi in
No,
hiding can immediately get the force back,
yeah,
and so it just
and
takes 0 damage.
yeah, this is a tricky one. If he doesn't have
Yeah.
that position here, it's not good.
Yeah, it's also
Uh,
tricky because you would want, like, an ideal scenario would be activate Snoke to give 1 more HP to the Magistrate, and then play Protect the Pod, but he's only on 4, so he can't
Yeah.
do that all this turn. He
No.
doesn't have enough resources.
No,
So he might be
exactly.
setting up a Protect the Pod for next turn,
Yeah.
and just
Which
pump the Magistrate and then try to claim initiative and not attack with anything.
he can still play something as well, I guess.
Yeah, he could still play a 3-drop unit for sure.
Because now I can only imagine that the Jedi is trading the guy.
And if you do have a Protect the Pod, then that's what you want. You want to say, hey, here's this juicy target. Don't take my guy with 5 health. Don't worry about that.
Yeah. Yep. So maybe he claims it then. But leaving 3 open resources.
It feels bad, but you can't let this turret stick around.
No.
You have to kill it.
But he does play something.
Snowballs.
So that
Plays the Night Sister Warrior. And he also might not have Protect the Pod. I think even with nothing else in hand, I would still give the XP to the Magistrate there, because the Vane still dies to the Jedi in hiding and just trades back.
And he could draw into the pod.
Exactly. But it's not a huge signal that he has that card or anything. It's just a consideration.
Yeah.
Oh, he goes for the attack. Interesting.
And that means that the protected pod is off.
It's off as an option.
Yeah.
But it means that now Emmanuel is going to need to attack first to get the force. So it restricts his force usage a little bit, because he has both Talzin and Jedi in hiding and Chirrut. All of those want the force.
Yep.
So that attack to me just means, hey, I'm gonna make you a little bit more restricted in your force usage.
Yeah, that's true. He does have too many things, and the sequencing is going to be.
Yeah. And now there's a juicy attack for Emmanuel where you just throw this Jedi in hiding into the Magistrate, which does kill it, and you get the trade back. You get the force on the attack, and then you get to choose: do you want to keep your turret healthy, or do you want to make Scott discard a card?
Yeah, and even if he does have him discard a card, the Night Sister sure it anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's so many interesting there, and depending on what he's.
Yeah, I think this to me that this next play, it's going to be a sign of how strong Emmanuel thinks his hand is. If he thinks his hand is insane and he doesn't need this turret, then I would say that would mean that I would want a Jedi in hiding and make my opponent discard. If he thinks, I don't have the most to do this turn, or this turret is really important to my game plan succeeding, then I think we see him attack and keep the force.
Yeah. And I mean, either way, he could still just swing the Jedi in hiding into.
Well, see, I like this. I like this more if you're not going to discard, because now you still have the Jedi in hiding attack. Oh, he's tried attacking into a unit. Interesting.
But
okay,
he gets the force, so he can nullify the.
Yeah, so he could make the Night Sister Warrior attack for 0.
And then he can do the discard.
And then he could attack with Jedi in hiding and get the force back after.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm curious what Scott has in his hand, because my first instinct would be to not immediately attack into the turret, because he's going to get the force back. But it could be that Scott really needs the force right now, and that was his only way to get it for whatever he's about to play on 5. It could be that he needed to bait this Jedi in hiding attack for what he's about to do. So I'm really curious where Scott's going to take this turn.
I would have actually been interested if I were Emmanuel. Kept the Jedi up. He already had the force, right?
Well, I think he wanted to get the force back immediately, because now.
But it doesn't really matter here.
Well, it does, because now he can Talzin shrink the Terran text, flip Talzin, and kill it while attacking space.
Oh, yes. It's the flip turn, of course.
The X die on there is from last game. He has not flipped this game. Yeah.
Yeah, you are right. So now he flips, can go base. Well, no, that's not
lots of resources to spend as well.
Yeah.
Oh, with the saber.
Which one is that? It's the saber. Oh, really good. So he kills that. Goes so.
I
one, two,
think that is the
four
heirloom
to
saber,
base.
the
Yeah,
heroic saber, the common
I
one.
think so. I think so too.
So it gives Talzin +2/+2 and restore 2.
Mm. Yep.
And if you guys are watching on stream, I don't think I'm ever gonna say Tech correctly. So.
Yeah, no. All of these Sith spawn units, I used to know them. The old LCG, because I love those units.
Oh yeah,
And
true.
I've just started mixing them up because the ninjas are.
And also, there's a chance that lightsaber is the Inquisitor's lightsaber. It's really hard for me to tell with upgrades
It
because I
looks
can't
a little
read
bit.
the numbers and I can't really see the color with where the text box is. So I have to guess based on
Yeah.
how many resources got spent, which is also hard to tell.
Yeah,
Okay, we
it can't
think
be
it's the
the
Inquisitor's
heirloom.
saber.
It's
Yes.
Inquisitor's saber then, probably. Yeah.
Yeah,
It looks a little bit greenish. Maybe that's what it is. And he did pay quite a lot.
yeah.
So he's just going 3 to base.
Yeah. So,
Dead-eye.
okay. So yeah, it definitely is +1 attack. If I
Mm.
maximize and like
Mm.
zoom in close, I can see it does say. So yeah. So it is the Inquisitor's saber.
Mhm.
And here we get Snoke trying to pump up this Talzin's
Carries.
assassin.
Oh, it's the assassin. It's not the
Yeah. So,
carries.
and it gave Talzin -3. So right now Talzin's only attacking for 1.
Mhm. Well, it's 1 still.
Yes, because it's -3, but +1
Mm.
still from the Inquisitor's saber.
Mhm.
It could have attacked into the Talzin's assassin for 3, but that's
Yeah.
you're still not
No.
going to kill it with after the
No.
-3. And then we
Oh,
see it protect the pod. So man, we have not seen
yeah.
Snoke's last for long. But
No.
this it should still deal 7 because Inquisitor Saber gives +1/+3. So even with the -3, it's still 7.
Yep. It is.
I don't think we've seen a Snoke attack yet. I think
Oh
every
yeah, no,
single one
last
we've
game.
seen die.
No,
Oh, it
last
did. I
game
think
he
it did
did.
attack once last game, and then
Yeah.
it attacked once and then got killed by the 8th brother. So
Mhm.
we've seen Snoke flipped 3 or 4 times and seen it attack once
Yep.
over the day on stream.
Mhm.
But yeah, protect the pod, showing again why it's one of the premier removal spells in this format.
Yeah. No, yeah. It took me a while to understand the power level of that card. I think I was
Oh
on
yeah.
2nd or 3rd.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be
Incredibly
played
strong
with
it
the
is.
space whales. It's just strong
No.
by itself. All your leaders are non-vehicle units, and you have a lot of those anyway with just decent enough health that it's good.
That is a
Oh god,
yellow
that's a
event.
yellow card. I was not prepared for this. Let me try to find out what card that is.
It's one of the Force events, I think. Um,
It's yellow neutral event.
could it be? What could it be? Someone in chat, but it's the Will of full cost yellow event. Did he pay 6 for that?
Yeah, they're on 7, and he only has
Hmm.
1 resource up.
So yeah, it's
Yeah,
Will
the
of
Will
the
of the
Force.
Force. Return a non-leader unit to its owner's hand. You may use the Force. If you do, that player discards a random card from their hand. So kind of the half cunning card.
Mm-hmm. And he rolled a die there to see what.
Yeah, to see what card got discarded at random.
So this is looking real good. 18 damage.
Yeah, and we
And
saw
he's
the
got a
Will of the
board.
Force came in really clutch there.
Yeah,
Clearing
yeah.
the board and getting a card out of hand after
Mhm.
resources got spent on it.
Yeah.
So
So
Emmanuel's looking a lot better in this game too here for sure.
both of these units are very hurt, but they are still around, and he doesn't need that much.
Yeah, he only needs 10 more damage.
Mm-hmm. And he
And he's
should
got
have.
7 on board right now.
I can't really tell, but Emmanuel should have more, having played a couple of. Yeah. I don't think he's double spelled much either. So I think Emmanuel should have sort of a card advantage. Yeah,
He's got
now
a
we
he's
can
got a
see.
full grip. It looks like he's got
Yeah,
6 cards in
yeah,
hand.
yeah. So that's really good.
There's a
But
Talzin's Assassin, but no
and
force, I don't think.
no force. Yeah, no, he doesn't have the.
So yeah,
So it is -3
just
and
-1 and then 4 to base. So
yeah,
he's just
40 base,
getting his damage to base.
and he's gonna throw the bit up, kill it, and have
He
him.
might just throw the Jedi in hiding to base and say, I have 2
Oh, yeah,
lethal threats, so you have to deal with both of them.
Could be as well. Yeah.
It depends
And
on what
he's
gets played here.
yeah, and Emmanuel hasn't spent any, so that is
Oh, we see the drain
yeah.
essence. So the Talzin is down. So now it's an interesting decision point because if you don't make this trade, the Talzin's Assassin gets to kill it for free. But you do still have your resources. So if you have a 3 power or more unit to play here.
Oh no!
Oh
He just put his
wow.
up and wins.
Yeah,
Really
readying the
nice.
unit and winning. That
Yeah,
is so
yeah,
nice.
yeah. So Scott must have claimed there, a little
Yeah.
bit quick, and he just could stand it up and. So we're going to game 3 here, and I'd say both of these games have been really interesting.
Yeah,
With
definitely.
many like inflection points where the game could have tipped either way.
Yeah, and there that was a Taru Onslaught. So it's a 2-cost red event, uncommon, ready a force unit with 4 or less power.
Mhm.
So getting in there with the last 3 damage with the Taru Onslaught.
Yeah, it's
I
really
like it.
nice. Yeah, and again, a card that has seen very little play in Constructed. People
Mhm.
aren't necessarily that familiar with this
Yeah, I
game.
mean, in Constructed, you compare it to a card like Bravado, where it says,
Mhm,
okay, if I've killed your unit, it only costs 3, and I can ready any unit. We've
mhm.
seen that in some Anakin Blue lists over the
Especially
set.
there, yeah. Mhm.
And so yeah, so in Constructed, you compare that to similar cards, but in this limited environment, there are no similar cards. That's the one effect
Yeah,
like that that's here. So
yeah. And I mean, this obviously won't be as interesting to anyone. I mean, maybe if you're like a rebellion, the Grand Inquisitor, because he's
mhm.
also trying to have,
Yeah,
but like in the kind of guys, Mati in the original version of
yeah,
Kylo
true.
deck. Yeah, but then the point is to stand something really big again,
Hmm.
right? With this one, you can't. So it's not
Yeah, it's a little
necessarily.
more comparable to the K turn from last set that could ready a smaller spaceship.
Yep.
But obviously this one is specific to force units.
Mhm. True. Right, it's going to be really interesting. I've
Yeah,
really enjoyed both of these games, and there've been a
there's been a
lot
lot
of
of swings
interesting.
around removal, whether it's craving power or protect the pod.
Mhm.
Um, Protect the pod coming out for Talzin on 6, but that's also Snoke's flip turn, so it doesn't matter. Paying
Yeah,
4 or 6 either way, it's taking up your whole turn then.
yeah,
So that card is really fine to play out of aspect, especially if you're playing against a 6 deploy leader. The big
for
downside there
sure.
is if you're playing like a Talzin mirror and you
Hmm.
want to play it on the 5 resource on your flip turn, and you just can't if you're in blue red.
No, yeah, but like always in limited removal, always worth. It's so
Yeah,
important.
definitely. Ooh,
So this
this is
is
a
looking
combination
very,
of turn 1 play difference and initiative difference here.
yeah, this is looking very good for Scott. He got the 2-drop that he
Yeah.
while Emmanuel can't be too sad that I died with a 2-2.
Yeah, he is. Oh wow. So Zamaz here and just going to
Uh,
base for 4. So giving Talzin the force. Um, maybe acknowledging that this isn't an Obi-Wan deck. It's not the end of the world if
yeah,
I give
no,
him the force and I just want to
no,
get in my damage.
yeah.
Because you can still just Karis kill the Night Sister next turn if you want to.
For sure. And maybe he doesn't want to unnecessarily give away card advantage.
Yeah, true. That's a good point too. It's a non-zero cost to killing the Night Sister Warrior.
When he could get 4 in damage in this way, because he can, like you said, he can.
He's keeping his options open here. So he attacked with the Maz first, but right now Karis can still cleanly kill the Night Sister Warrior, and also.
Oh, yeah.
Remember last turn when I was talking about if there's a punish for giving away the Force?
Yep.
We'll call that foreshadowing.
Yeah. So this was really great, but at least he gets to clean it up.
Yeah, but he used his Force to do so, and also he was keeping up potentially the Supreme Leader Snoke activation onto Karis, but he can't activate onto Maz Kanata.
I think this was a misplay from Emmanuel first, and not be.
And then we see the trade in space.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, nothing else here from Scott. So Scott, it's really interesting the sequencing there for what you want to play around, because if Scott had activated his Snoke first, then the Tyrannus doesn't kill his Karis. But then that means that the Tyrannus doesn't die back and just gets 4 damage in. So it kind of changed the whole layout of the turn.
Yeah.
The fact that he didn't activate Snoke and attacked with Maz first.
Yeah. But also, Emmanuel could have just put the shield on first and have his Tyrannus.
Yeah, his Tyrannus would have survived then. Because the Karis only gives -2/-2. So interesting there to take the 2 damage and put the shield on.
Yep.
And put the shield on after.
Yeah. I think that's just like he didn't think about it. He just played too fast because that.
It is a habit. It's a habit for players to say, "Oh, I can do the shielded after and have a shield there for sure."
Yeah, he just forgot about it.
He might have also just wanted to get rid of the Force.
Yeah, that's also definitely an option.
It's more likely that he might have just forgotten about it, but who knows? Either way, we see a Kylo Ren coming down, and this is one where it would be nice to have the Force if you have upgrades to play. So.
Still got 2 open resources there for Scott.
Yeah, and Talzin did flip here. So Talzin can kill the Kylo by giving it -1 and attacking it for 3. You can also you could have done a second minus on the Maz Kanata, and the Night Sister Warrior could have killed it. So I think that was the initial plan until Kylo got that XP.
Yeah.
So we need to just get that out of here now.
Yeah, I agree. And it seems like Scott claims there.
Yeah, not the most efficient turns for Scott resource-wise. He spent 2 resources on 4, and then 2 resources plus a leader activation on 5. So he's really been missing his mid-game cards. He has not found his 4 and 5 drops yet this game. No. He went 2 into 3 into 2 into 2.
Looked so good at me initially, and now he's just fallen off. And he just
never had the follow-up.
No, exactly. And instead, Emmanuel.
So now we're on the Snoke flip turn. Notably, there is still a 7 health unit that could protect the pod out Snoke in one action. So we'll see if Scott is worried about that at all.
He ambushes with the 8th brother there to take care of the mother Talzin.
Yes, it kills Talzin.
Somehow was there it is. But that means that the Thrall gets to swing in for another base.
Yeah, the Thrall gets to swing in for 6, and also has 7 health. So he's got to be thinking about that protect the pod from last game. And now, speaking of protection, the Thralls of the Coven are protected by this turret now. I don't think that is lore accurate. Star Wars nerd buffs can check me on that.
No, I agree. I don't think that Turret spend a lot of time on the
Dathomir, right? Yeah.
Dathomir, yeah. But that means also that Snook possibly could get some leverage of his
So we
ability
see,
here.
so we see the thralls respecting Snoke and just getting it into
Yeah.
it for 6 damage. Because Snoke is gonna get the 1 trigger here to
Yep.
put an XP on 8th brother.
But
But yeah, it's important to get Snoke off the board before it snowballs too much.
for sure. But Snoke does not go into. I think both of them tried to.
I do that all the time, especially when I'm in the middle rounds and I'm not thinking about I'm just focused on each game aspect. Like each
Yeah.
game action as it comes.
I tend to do it a lot when I play on that online client. I don't know if we can mention on the channel.
We just call
But
it unnamed online platforms.
yeah. But when I play. So do you trade mass into the thrall now?
You can't because Chirrut's still there and he still has the force.
Oh yeah. The
Looks
die.
like he's using Chirrut to kill the 8th brother.
But then Chirrut dies. And
Chirrut
now
does
he can't.
die.
Oh, maybe Scott claimed. I bet Scott
I think
claimed
Scott
that,
did claim,
yeah,
but that
yeah.
he can still Maz into this thralls now. So it's interesting
Yeah.
to. I think the Emmanuel is just worried about the 8th brother trigger of pumping something and everything not lining up as well for him anymore.
Yeah, could be, and could be that it's got some interesting cards.
Yeah, 8th brother is very scary out there for sure.
Yeah, and Mars will survive this trade if Scott indeed trades there, but Mars can't be pumped by the.
And Emmanuel does have the force, so he could use Talzin to kill the Maz back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting trading your 3/7 raid 3 for the Maz, versus potentially forcing your opponent to swing their 8th brother into your turret. You're just hoping at that point, because we've seen a craving power before, and that's probably what Emmanuel was worried about. Is craving power basically just loses in the game there. If 8th brother gets craving powered, kills turret,
and then starts getting pumped by Snoke.
Yeah, exactly. Because Maz still can't get pumped by the Snoke.
No, yeah. And at this point, we have a clear board, and of course, Scott gets to spend all his resources, maybe. So that's not how it's going to stay.
Yeah, Scott gets his own turret here.
Cool. With a lightsaber on it, maybe?
Inquisitor saber, I believe.
Yeah, that's 3 more HP, which is going to be.
Yeah, so turret is a 4/7 now. Still not a villainy unit.
No.
Emmanuel's been doing a good job of keeping the villain units off the board and limiting Snoke's impact on as a leader.
Yep, it's actually 4/8 because it's 3 health.
Yeah, 4/8. Yes.
Yeah, and that's without the.
He doesn't have the force yet. Yeah. So. But also, Emmanuel can't kill this in 1 hit, so the turret attack could give the force and prevent the second unit from killing him.
For sure. And also, we know that he's got Terran Tartex in his deck, so he might just be able to take the force out.
We also might be at time here, so we may be seeing a draw.
Oh.
I'm not sure if time has officially been called in the round or not. If they're on their extra turn now. We know it's
6/4. Oh yeah.
That's what the screen, the timer has gone off saying it's time, but I'm not sure where we are in the event officially. We might not have started the timer this round.
Yeah, I don't think we're at time yet.
Okay.
There's a lot of games.
A lot of games still going in. Okay. Yeah. So we think that the timer wasn't started this round. So our bad on that one. Sorry about that.
Hmm.
I was just looking to
Oh.
see how much time is left and saw that.
Is that the holocron, right?
That
He tapped.
is, I believe it is a +3/+1.
Yeah, it does look like +3/+1.
So I think it's something else. Okay, we got about 12 minutes left in the round, we've been said. So we should at least come to close to a conclusion of this game.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to figure out what upgrade that was on the. It could be a. I can't really. It looks like it is a red-black.
Yeah, it
upgrade.
definitely looks red-black. It could be.
I think that is a holocron. I think that's a +1/+1.
Okay, it's probably either a holocron or a battle fury, depending on if it's +1/+1 or +3/+3. It's kind of hard to tell for me.
And that's it.
Oh, there's the Tarantitech.
But that won't kill the thrall by any measure. Oh, he doesn't even ambush it. He has placed
It doesn't have ambush. That's not a force unit. It is a battle fury, so it's +3/+3. Because also holocron can only be played on force units, and that is not a force unit. So it is a battle fury. So he attacked and had to discard a card from his hand. But he attacked for a lot.
Yep.
So
he did. Yeah, he has to discard cards then for.
Yeah, so we saw him discard the yellow event again. Instead of playing it this time, he discarded that to the Battle Fury. And he played it on the Thralls of the Coven. So it's a 3/7 raid 3 that is now a 6/10 raid 3.
Yeah.
So he's attacking for 9.
Thing. Yeah. It's massive now. And the Tarantitech can't really. Oh, now he can. That's 7 damage, and then
Craving Power helps. You can still get in your 9 damage here.
But then
to take them up to 21.
Tarantitech will survive the trade after.
Yes, well, you don't have the force, so you can't activate Talzin to kill the Tarantitech. So he's just taking the trade now with the raid.
Yeah.
So that feels kind of bad. You went through a lot of cards to do that because you discarded 2 with the on attacks.
Yeah, he did.
So that could be Scott's avenue back into this. I believe that was Emmanuel's last cards in hand. So now he's just top decking.
Yep. I don't know that I agree with that move. I probably would have swung into base with him, because the Tarantitech can't just race with him.
Well, it depends on it. Yeah, it depends on what else you have to follow up with, because you have this Kylo here, because as soon as you get the force, you could kill the Tarantitech.
Exactly.
And yeah, Scott's coming out with some haymakers. Relatively speaking, so he's got Restore out. He's got the 2/6 crit. He's flooding the board, which Emmanuel can't do because he has he's running. He only has 1 card in hand now.
Yep. I mean, he probably can play that card, but he does not. He claims. I saw one of the raiding ships, the 0 but raid 3, in his hand there. Other than that,
the strike ship.
Yeah, the strike ship. Yeah, the Nihil card, and that's Sorcerer's Blast as well, or possibly a green event. So restoring 2.
Yeah, so both players have Restore 2.
This might actually go to time anyway.
Yeah. We've definitely grinded out a bit, and after that Tarantitech Craving Power play from Scott, we kind of got blasted back to the Stone Age a bit, and we're back to the to the lower units.
Yep. Yeah, and that finishes.
Yeah, so there is the blast to finish off that unit.
The Fallen Jedi. Seems to be some kind of disagreement here. I'm not sure what. Oh,
they might be trying to see if he had the force, or maybe seeing what all got discarded. I'm not 100% sure.
Does it? Yeah, because he pumped it, so it does matter. They seem to agree that he did have the force after all.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, because of the Kylo unit.
Yeah, if he attacked
Oh,
with
okay.
Kylo, which I think he did, then he would
Yeah,
have
he
it.
did. He did.
And there is the strike ship.
But they are a 12 all here. So
Yeah, I like this attack a lot because you just want to
Oh, yeah,
get
yeah, yeah.
more because you want to get more power, and now you
Mhm.
can either play big units or Snoke pump to
Yeah.
make them live a little bit more, maybe both. You've got a lot of resources to deal with, so
Yeah. He's
both
paying
players
2
are
for
currently,
something.
yeah, I think it's a
That's
drain
it.
essence,
I think so. Yeah.
but he might
Is-
have bigger units to play and be deciding between drain. Maybe he's choosing between drain essence or Snoke pump plus a unit this turn.
I think. Yeah.
I like this.
Play
It's a
it
clean
safe.
kill. You take off the
Yeah.
restore. And
Yeah.
he's still going to get the Snoke pump in on his grit unit to take it up to 5 attack.
Has he flipped Snook?
Yes. He
Yes.
flipped
It's
Snoke
just a
and
long
got,
time ago. It's a
yeah,
long time
exactly.
ago.
Yeah, in a
Oh yeah,
galaxy
yeah,
far,
yeah.
far away.
And
He
he
got
hit it with
attacked for
a
6 and
6 card.
then
Yeah.
yeah.
I remember now. Was that an 8th? No, that's the mid. To a
Yeah.
lot of.
Yeah, the thralls.
Mm,
So here's 5 coming in. So currently it looks like Scott is doing okay in this race.
yeah.
Jedi
Yeah,
in
and
hiding
that,
can't be attacked, but
but that's not what he wanted to play.
yeah,
I
Scott
can't
probably not
imagine.
wanting to attack the Jedi in hiding anyway.
That was true.
But I mean, at the same time, Emmanuel's just playing the cards he draws. Both players are pretty much top decking right now, so it's
Yep.
just who draws what right now.
Hmm.
I think we see 2 cards in hand for both players.
Yeah. At least they have enough resources that necessarily need to resource anymore.
Yeah.
So that
That is
it's an
true.
out of rim miss with forced hand.
Oh, we see a Sorceress Blast on Scott's side now, taking out the strike ship.
And then getting the force and hitting for 2. Yeah. This might be a long road.
Yeah.
It's pumping. So that is now a
Attacks for 6
6.
now.
Yeah, it's a 6.
But it also
4,
still has
6-3.
6 health total.
Yeah. Does it though? It starts with 5, right?
I'm trying to find on here. For some reason, I thought it was a 2/6. I could be wrong.
It could be a 2-6 actually. I'm just
Trying
getting.
to find it on here.
It's a
So yeah,
2-6.
it's a
Yeah.
2/6 naturally with 2 damage and 2 XP. So
So
right
it's still
now it
6.
is a 6/6.
It's pretty good.
A 6/8 with 6 health remaining because it has grit, so it has 6 attack. So it's a
And
pretty
there's-
beefy boy right now.
Yeah, and there's really nothing on Emmanuel's side. So
Yeah, it looks like he's scooping it up. He didn't. Oh, I think he flipped his deck over, and his bottom card was an 8th brother. But even that would have only ambushed for 5, so he needed
Yeah.
1 more. The extra XP from Snoke making all the difference there to get it out of 8th brother range.
Yep.
And so yeah, we see Scott take this 2-1.
Hmm. That was a really, really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if I can get some standings going here. No, I can only get standings from last round. But Emmanuel, what? Scott?
All right, so that concludes our coverage for round 4 as we see Scott take it over Emmanuel Apodaca.
Mhm.
I am Jeff Creasy from the Bothan Network here with Viktor from the Nordic Takedown podcast. And we're going to go to a quick break before we come back for round 5 in a few minutes. Thanks for hanging out, guys.
Welcome back. Welcome back. My name is Victor, and I'm here with Jeff Creasy. We are watching PQ, the Illinois, just outside of Chicago. How are you doing, Jeff?
I'm doing great. Been excited to see some top tier limited,
Yeah.
and excited for this round.
Yeah. So we are getting into round 5 here. So people are actually, we can have a landings. So we are going to watch top table as far as we know, which is I only got screen names against Millers. Not sure which. We will have some information on that soon enough. Last round we got to. Oh, you get something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I am excited to see this this Grand Inquisitor. I talked about it during the deck building when Jordan was on. That it's a very volatile leader where if you get the right pool to support him, he can be insane.
Yeah.
But a lot of the yellow villain force units are uncommon, so you don't get as many of them in your pool. Like when you look at the Shin Hadis and the Balin Skulls. But if you get a pool that both has Grand Inquisitor and has the right combination of these early force units that you can play, then you can really put in a lot of work in controlling the board. So I'm really excited to see how this Grand Inquisitor plays out.
Yeah, because potentially he can be kind of what you had in set one with Generso and
Yeah, exactly.
this trade up, but he needs the force. And like I said, the yellow force units are not. So you want to play him with, I think, in order to get the maximum amount of playable early units.
He's playing it with red. So if we look at here, they're in yellow. There are 4 common and 3 uncommon yellow villain force units. Red has only 2 common and 6 uncommon. So there are some there's the neutral 2-cost villain force or neutral force unit, the 1/4. He could be playing. He could have just gotten a hefty uncommon pool. So I'm really curious to see how this goes. He might just have only gotten good yellow cards and not be planning to activate Grand Inquisitor. I'm just really curious to see how this deck plays out. I mean, these players are both 4-0, so he's been able to win 4 rounds with this.
For sure.
We are still on table 1 here.
Yep. For sure. I mean, there are some interesting units that he could possibly have back. Like you could have the Chase Common, which will get force from turn 1. You'd be able to. That's probably one way to do it, I guess. And then you have the Deceptive Shade, which doesn't have the force tag, but do have without giving.
Yes.
So
yeah, and
there's some
we see immediately there
things.
the acolyte of the force. So not a force unit itself, but it does give you the force both on attack and when defeated. So I mean that's the kind of unit this GI really wants. Yeah.
For sure, that's perfect opening unit for him here. And if he can get that, he can get some really interesting. Did he just claim there?
Yeah, I believe we saw no plays from Talzin, but into the Jedi in hiding, so it can get a clean kill on this acolyte.
Next turn, yeah.
Next turn. Hidden Starfighter, so he might also be going for a more aggressive approach here.
Looks
we
like
see the droid Starfighter and the probe droid coming in.
Double spelling here makes a wide board here. Against just that lonely.
Yeah, and I would imagine when you start to see him go wide, we're gonna see the Jedi just take out this acolyte of the Beyond. You don't get the extra force from it. That's what makes sense to me, but we also don't know what's in the player's hands, so maybe he thinks he can either win the race or come back from this board state either way. Oh, he goes for the droid. That's interesting for me because the droid doesn't. They're both 2/3, and the droid doesn't have any on attack or when defeated.
Nothing. Yeah, and now the acolyte can trade up Jedi in hiding if he wants to, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah, and so now the acolyte doesn't die back, and he gets the force back on attack.
Exactly. I don't. Yeah.
He should get the force back because the use. Yeah. Okay. There it is.
Good.
The way the order of operations works is you pay for Grand Inquisitor, use the Force. Then after you paid the cost, then you attack with the Acolyte, which gives you the Force back.
Yeah. And now this bomber does nothing. It's just a 2/2 in space.
Yeah.
And that's not what you want to see.
Yeah, really awkward there a bit, because obviously if there had been the Jedi in hiding had still been there, then Bomber would be able to finish off this Acolyte. Or if the Acolyte had been attacked instead of the droid, then the Grand Inquisitor player wouldn't still have the Force. So everything kind of just awkwardly working out for the Talzin player here, and this GI is really far ahead on board.
Yep, and this live wind sage can be really interesting. It's strikes for 5. It's really strong. Got the Force tag, and also it's from the games.
It's also
really nice.
It's also worth noting that the Grand Inquisitor works on space units as well, so he can activate Grand Inquisitor to have his 1-cost ship kill this Hyena Bomber and not die back.
Yep. And he does have the Force ready to go here. So instead, he trades immediately with the Hyena Bomber, which is they are discussing something.
Yeah, and I think you had to make that trade, because otherwise the Grand Inquisitor just lets you lets your Hyena Bomber get eaten for free, so you don't really have much choice there.
No. He had to do that.
We see the turret, but no Force.
No Force. It's still obviously gets to block 1 attack, but the Sage can take it out. And
this is the flip turn, so Talzin can get to flip here and get the Force back, but I think your turret's going to be dead by then.
Yeah. No, yeah. The Sage takes it out cleanly.
Yeah.
And only takes 3 back, so Talzin can't kill it without into.
It's some more interesting sequencing there from the from the Talzin player, because you could have tried to delay playing the turret. It seems they're really valuing just keeping this damage off the base. But if they do something like flip Talzin, attack, get the Force, and then play turret later, especially after the 5-power unit has attacked, maybe that works out better for them. But they're really valuing keeping their base healthy for now.
Yeah, and now this Asajj is going to be a problem as well. This board is getting out of hand.
always a problem.
Yeah, this board is getting out of hand. I don't know how the Mother Talzin.
I think that Talzin was basically hoping that they could kind of stall and the GI would run out of gas, or balk just a little bit, and GI, they've kept their foot on the pedal this whole game. They've not let Talzin breathe for a second.
Not at all. This is going to be a pretty big attack from the GI. And also the Acolyte. So this is looking pretty good for the GI.
I think so, yeah. I don't even know that you have to care about this Talzin leader.
No.
They're in red. We've seen Protect the Pod be insane before, but when you're going wide, you don't care as much that at a 6-cost 1-for-1 removal spell.
Exactly, yeah.
So yeah, GI just getting their damn. Oh, they are hitting Talzin for 2. Interesting.
Yeah.
So that
why
does
you would
threaten.
do that.
Well, it threatens the Sage killing it. So now the Talzin has to be like at least a little bit wary. Now, obviously, Talzin can shrink the Sage when it attacks. But it's just, I think it's just another thing that Talzin has to think about.
Yeah. The Talzin can also just kill the Sage.
Yeah.
But take 2 damage.
Take 2 back.
which I
But
don't
I
hate.
think the
because-
thing is, I think the goal here is you're just trying to make Talzin's life more awkward. If Talzin is full health there, then they say, okay, I can do whatever I want because the Sage can't kill me back anyway.
Yep, yep.
So I think they're just trying to make Talzin make the decisions and make the trades. Your GI still has a shield. Your Asajj is full health, so not going to die to this attack either way.
No. Yeah, yeah. Now I think this is you. Oh, I think you have to trade with the Sage here, though.
Yeah, they didn't even minus the Sage, so Sage can cleanly trade with this Talzin here.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
You could also Asajj still gets to pump any force unit when it attacks, so it can pump your GI leader.
Yep, that's what she did when
So
she
you could just have
arrived.
Sage. Yeah, you could just have Sage kill Talzin, Asajj, and GI both hit base. Looks
Yeah,
like we're at least doing the first part of that, and we'll see what Talzin's follow-up here is.
yeah.
Because so
He's
far,
got-
everything that GI is doing right now is pretty face up, right? Like they're
Yep, yep.
playing this Sage. They say this Sage, if you tap a unit, it has raid. This Asajj says when I attack, I'm gonna buff my other guy. So it's been pretty clear.
Yeah, there's
Like GI's just
nothing
playing their cards and hitting base. So Talzin's the one that's got to find some tricks here.
exactly. There's nothing awkward about the play or sequence from the GI play. It's just pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's just good old fashioned aggro. Like I love playing aggressive decks in limited because a lot of people try to get to, when we saw Symbiote's build, for instance, we saw him with Yoda and Yoda's lightsaber and these big units. Some players, either that's the pool you get or that's the deck you build, where everything is just this like kind of slow turning, get to the super late game and do these things. And sometimes just being aggressive is the best strategy to say, okay, well, you're not going to get there.
Yeah.
What can you do to make yourself live that long?
But interestingly, the mother player is far behind on base. Now is that? Oh, it's the green flower thing. They're from the comics. The Drengo. Oh, it's the Army of the Dead. I thought
Army of the Dead. I was trying to figure out where you were going with the green flower
was
thing,
going
and I
with
was
the-
gonna let you get there.
I was going for the Drenge, but it's not.
Oh no, it's the Army of the Dead. So just
It's the
a
Army of the
vanilla
Dead, the grey
7/6
one.
doesn't
Yeah,
have
the
the
grey
force
one.
tag.
No.
But yeah, 6 cost 7/6 hits hard, and
It
you
does.
still have a full health Asajj. Like Talzin's got to do something, or this game is ending this turn.
Yep. And I don't know what that could even be.
We see Darth Maul's lightsaber.
Yeah. Onto the thrall, it's not going to trigger any of the texts. It's just
Well, the text
buff.
only triggers on Maul unit.
Exactly.
Who, you're probably not going to have, as I believe it's just the leader in this set.
Yep. So it's just a 4/2.
But it is +4/+2 is still playable. It's just not going to get you out of this hole.
Exactly. Yeah. It's still a good card in many other sets. Yeah.
Because you
What
can't even
is it?
kill the GI because it still has a shield.
Yep.
It looks like he's just hitting the base and going to go to the next game.
Yeah. Why not just scoop then?
Yeah. Yeah. There is something to be said, especially in competitive events, for showing your opponent your cards. Like if you're dead on board, then in general there's no reason to show your opponent, hey, by the way, I have this Maul's lightsaber that you can know about. It's just kind of concealing information a little bit. It's a minor thing. And maybe he's gonna side out that Maul's lightsaber, but it could definitely be important. Your opponent knows that you have a turret already, and so now he could be thinking, oh man, I had to do this before he plays Maul's lightsaber on the turret, which I know he has, things like that.
Yep. No, yeah, I don't understand that. That's a situation where you...
Yeah, but either way, I think it was really well played by the Grand Inquisitor player. I really like the concept of this leader. I think it's a little bit more balanced version of Jin Urso. Like we were talking about comparing them before, but this one you have to actually work to turn it on. And the way they built the set in Limited, it's kind of hard to keep it turned on. We saw the Acolyte of the Dead and some of the kind of early Force units there helping this strategy along, but it's really cool to see it work.
Yep. I don't know if I still have the issues with my mic out, but apparently it's some problem. I hope it's better now. I have moved the mic a little bit closer in, and I hope it's not cutting out as.
A little bit. It's not. It doesn't seem too bad to me. I can still pretty much hear and understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Ooh, I
alright.
think I see an Ascension cable in the Grand Inquisitor's hand. It's one of my favorite items in the set.
Yeah.
You just have to be playing yellow.
And it really play it on your Grand Inquisitor. It makes him much more feasible. Just getting him, but also making. I think it's a really good for him, and perfect opening again for the.
Yeah,
I wonder if
the
he pulled a
Acolyte
lot of
again.
those. Yeah.
Yeah,
He might
and the
have pulled
Night
some
Sister
of those.
Warrior is not the
Yeah.
best.
No, definitely not. At least Mugtor
Could be getting better with an upgrade here. So yeah.
Oh, cool.
So now we see the Maul's lightsaber coming in again. So now it is a 6/4.
Yep.
On
Much
a
better.
6/4 Night Sister, much better.
Mhm.
It's actually interesting though. So if this Acolyte hits base,
Yeah.
then
Which
so
it
now you've
does.
got the Force. But yeah, the -2 from Grand Inquisitor isn't going to help a ton when you're up to 6 attack. So that's kind of a good counter there for it.
He's stable there, and he just placed the ship there. I can't remember the name of it, but it's Interceptor maybe, something like that. Cartel Interceptor. It's a
The 3
2/3
cost
with
ship.
raid 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
It does pack somewhat of a punch. I mean, if you look at it, they do have the same amount of.
Yeah.
Well, that shirt though is changing things a
Turret
bit.
on time. Yeah.
Yeah. And that Wampa is not changing that.
Wampa's not bad. You at least get to save your Acolyte because you can just activate so that he only takes 1 back. But
True.
yeah, you're not getting super close to killing this turret.
Nope.
You can just make them use the Force so that it takes no damage. I think that's still worth doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like
agree.
attacking for 4 first because now if your opponent claims, then you can say, okay, now I'll make you use the Force.
Yeah.
He might even pass anyway. He might not want to put the 1 damage on his Acolyte. It is a little bit of a
Yeah.
cost, but at the same time, I like them going into the round without having the Force.
Yeah. Yeah. I do think he should use a Grand Inquisitor to attack there, because he will get that force back immediately anyway.
Mhm.
It's
And the big difference is if you don't, yeah, it looks like that is what he's going to do. So if you just claim here, or if you just pass here and don't do this, then your opponent doesn't have to attack first. They can just play out their units and get 2 Force activations plus starting with it. Whereas if you do this now, their first action has to be attack with a Force unit so that I can get the Force back. And you're basically keeping them -1 Force activation, which for a Talzin deck on Talzin's flip turn is very critical. Because they're going to want to activate Talzin and flip Talzin, but they're also going to want to keep the Force online all the time for turret.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I like that attack a lot. I think it's totally worth putting 1 damage on your Acolyte to get that.
Yeah, especially
get that
since
Force
your
online.
opponent already claimed. So yeah.
Yeah,
no.
you're not choosing between keeping initiative and
Nope.
getting them off the Force. You're just taking 1 damage to get them off the Force.
Yep.
But yeah,
So it's
Talzin's being
going
on
to
the
18 here.
aggressive here.
Yeah. This is fast.
It's interesting to not attack with your turret first. It basically I don't mind it because turret is also hard to deal with. And if there is a bounce spell, like we've seen the yellow, we saw the yellow spell last round that
Yeah, but that's
bounces a
full
unit
cost.
and then makes them discard. Yeah, I think it's just
It's
getting
a
in your
4-cost
damage
one.
years. Yeah, 4 cost.
Exactly. So that would take up most of the turn, and he has, unless of course it gets discarded.
Yeah. So you're basically saying, what are the odds that they're going to bounce my? Oh, he's stealing the turret. Oh, okay.
That is nice.
This makes the Talzin flip a little bit more awkward for sure. Because now
Much
Talzin's
more
going to have to
so.
tack into their own turret.
Yep. And he will get the force.
Yeah, he'll get the force back from the turret attack.
Or the acolyte attack.
Mhm.
I'm thinking maybe he wants to push that turret into the Night Sister.
That's nice.
Oh, nice. Because I think maybe you want to that.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. You just you attack with your other units to force Talzin to attack into the turret, and then you can turret into the Night Sister. Like
Yep.
you might also just start trading here because this Wampa can take out the Talzin's assassin.
Yeah.
And then the Talzin doesn't have the force right now because of what we talked about, the 1 damage that he took last turn, keeping Talzin off the force. So that means that if Talzin wants to kill it, to kill the Wampa, they have to attack into their own turret.
Yeah.
And then turret can attack into the Night Sister. Acolyte could finish off the Night Sisters because it only has 4 health.
This sequencing from the IG, he's got some option. Okay, this is not what I thought he was going to do.
It's just action passing, I think, because that means that the turret into the Night Sister kills both the turret and the Night Sister. And you want to do that first, because if you kill turret, then Talzin can flip and attack your base. But now, if Talzin flips, Talzin has to attack into the turret. So I don't mind that attack at all. I think the only question is that attack, or do you go Wampa into the assassin?
And either way, you could also just go Wampa into base.
You could. My only thought is you're at 18, and that's a big number. You're losing this Sentinel. And also, Talzin is off the force right now. Obviously, they can get it when they flip, but they don't want to flip and attack their own turret.
No.
So it goes back to them starting the turn with the force or not, or being able to easily get it at the start of the turn.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
And it looks like Talzin did claim.
Yeah. So then you just kill the turret.
You just kill both. And then now you have your now they still have to flip Talzin and kill your Wampa because they don't have the force.
Exactly.
And as soon as they flip Talzin, you get your 4 damage into base, or you could get your 4 damage into Talzin, whichever one you want.
Yeah.
So
both of those would make sense.
Chat is saying that Joe is on top, so Joe is the Grand Inquisitor player.
All right, cool.
Yeah, and Mikers is the Talzin. But yeah, I'm really liking Joe's lines here. I think they're really clean. I think he's showing a good understanding of this type of deck and when to be aggressive, when to trade. I like it.
Yeah. No, I've only actually put together Grand Inquisitor in draft, but I've had some success with it in draft. So it can be really just the way we see it now.
Yeah.
Jedi in hiding here is not gets probably.
Yeah, it's not the thing you most want to do, I think.
No, but if he does have some
cards, he still has 4 cards in hand. Yeah, so you would imagine there were a lot of options. I'm curious what else he wants to play this turn. He still has his leader flip. I don't mind doing the double spell because you're also at the point where you're kind of trying to delay your leader flip so you don't just get murdered. And Jedi in hiding has hidden, so he can't just kill that.
No,
so I do like the play in terms of you're trying to slow roll. You're trying to make Joe use up his attacks and use up his actions before you have to commit to flipping your leader or not.
But then Joe can just do the same, of course. He can also just play
Yeah.
Resources here. And doesn't that one have, I think that's an ambush unit. Let's check that one out.
It is. Looks like it is 6 cost, neutral yellow. It is the
It's shield 6/6 shielded.
6/6 shielded. Yeah.
So it doesn't have ambush.
It's just the Sorcerers of Tund. So it is a force unit.
It is, and it's big, and it's got a shield. So it will almost certainly stay around. So this was kind of a way to action delay, but just because Marcus got to play 3+3 rather than one big thing, he could delay it out.
He does get 4 damage into the Talzin with the Swampa. He's valuing that over 4 to base, which I think I agree with, because Talzin just kills it for free. No real benefit there, going from 12 to 16, I don't think. And you need to be able to kill the Talzin this next turn.
Yep.
You have 2 shielded units, so you'll be able to trade pretty cleanly.
Yeah.
You're getting up there in damage, but it seems like you'll be able to probably prevent the last bit from getting in. Talzin is gonna need Micros is gonna need something else. Like just what he has out now isn't gonna do it.
No, that's true. But he's gonna get quite close at 26 after the attack of the Jedi in hiding. Maybe you take out the Jedi first.
Yeah, I think you take out the Jedi in hiding first. You can pop either shield to do it. I don't think it matters which one. Probably you've seen some +3 health, so you probably just kill it with the Grand Inquisitor, and that way, even if he puts an upgrade on Talzin, you still kill it with your Sorcerers of Tund.
Yeah, that makes sense. I can't really make out the hand there. There's blue card.
Is that a legacy? No, it's not a legacy run. It's a ship of some kind in Joe's hand.
Yeah, can't really make it out.
Actually, might be a yellow villain. It's hard to tell.
Yeah. Huh.
So I think it's the Banking Clan shuttle. So it's a 3 cost 3/3 hidden spaceship.
Yep. Not exactly what he needs here.
Yeah. So interesting. He took out the Talzin first before the Jedi in hiding.
So that means that he did get up to 26, which is not ideal. That's a falling Jedi. So now
there's not much restore here. Because now you're at the point where you have to decide if you can't kill that this turn, he just has to claim.
Yeah, without spending any resources.
There's the Tauntaun, so he needs a Sentinel or a way to kill 2 units. I don't know that is very prevalent in yellow-red.
I don't think I've seen anything in his deck that can do that.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to game 3.
No. Yeah.
And I was trying to look up what that unit was, so I might have missed his first action. I'm curious. So he just attacked into the Talzin first action?
Yeah, he did.
Interesting.
Yeah. And I don't know why he would do that.
He might have been scared of the -1 Talzin attack. Not 100% sure. But either way, let's just go to a game 3. Yeah.
Yep. It does.
And he might have had something in his hand where he says, okay, as long as he doesn't have this, then I can snowball from there. So there could have been some reasons that just got spoiled by 2-3 power units coming out.
Looks like he's actually doing
might be
something.
sideboarding.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought he might be doing there. Because he did take a while. Or he was just shuffling out of view of what we can see.
There are some times in some instances, depending where I'll sideboard differently if I have initiative versus when I don't.
Mhm.
It really there are a lot of factors that go into when that is kind of worthwhile to do.
Yeah.
But it's just something that some people do where, oh, I would rather have, more reactionary cards when I don't have when I do have initiative so that I can, kill their turn one play before it attacks, or maybe you need to kill their unit after they play it that turn that they play it. It depends
Mhm.
on how your cards line up and what kind of deck you've got, but it's something that is a possibility in some
For
cases.
sure. But again, less so in limited where options to do that kind of
Hmm.
often limited. So Acolyte all
Yeah,
3
Acolyte
games.
again. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and another no turn. So this is the same. Micros had the same thing last game, I believe, where he didn't have a turn one play and was able to
No, the first game.
claw it back. Oh, that was the first game.
Yeah, that
Gotcha.
was the
Yeah, he
first
did not
game.
win that one.
No, he did not.
It is this format, in my opinion, is especially unforgiving of not having a turn one play or early plays. Everything can snowball so hard.
Which unit is that? That's not something I recognize. It's a shielded thing.
I'm
Oh,
trying to
is
figure
it
that out
the?
myself.
It's the axe.
Axe's Woes. It's the
Axe wolf.
blue, yeah, the
Hmm.
blue 2/2 shielded that gets +1/+1 for each upgrade on it, and then immediately answered by the droid to
Nice.
defeat the shield on it.
Yeah.
Which, oh, that's so brutal. Turns it down into a 2/2 and then lets it
Hmm.
get killed by the acolyte. So
Yep.
that's just brutal.
Very, very harsh. And I don't know. Like, obviously, those units are gonna snowball into win game, but having 2 units on
Yeah.
the force, being able to use the Grand Inquisitor ability to trade with things now.
Yeah, and the acolyte's still out as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like this Night Sister Warrior is just gonna die for free to the acolyte. You can just Grand Inquisitor, use it, get the force back, take 0 damage back.
Exactly. Which is exactly what he's doing here. And Madatolsin not getting force ever here.
Yeah.
It also makes it so that
Yeah, oh, if there
it's just
yeah,
got
so
one
you
health.
so man, this is rough for Micers. He had no turn one
Mm.
play, and then
Mhm.
played a 3-drop on turn 2 that was immediately killed, and then for 4
Mhm.
resources, he just played a 2-drop that immediately got killed.
And
So he's only
nothing.
spent 5 resources this whole game so far,
Yeah, yeah.
and not gotten the force. It just
And
goes back to snowballing from the start. Like not having the
exactly.
turn one play is so unforgiving in this format. He plays the turret, but again, he doesn't have the force.
Nope. So it will actually die to
There's only 4
two
attack right
attacks.
now, so it'll be to the. But this is the Grand Inquisitor flip turn as well,
No,
so it'll
yeah,
die
right. Yeah.
to the droid. You could actually use the force, so the droid
To
only takes 1 back, and
mhm.
then flip Grand Inquisitor and hit it for 3 more.
Yep.
And you don't lose any of your units. You get the force back. He's just flipping though. Interesting.
Yeah.
I think he doesn't want to give Talzin the time to flip an attack, maybe,
Mhm. Um.
because the Talzin attack will give the force. So now he's in kind of an interesting spot where he's gonna get 1 free attack into this turret, but once Talzin can attack and kill the acolyte for free, and
Yep.
also Talzin attack gives the force for turret. So I think you just throw the acolyte into turret here, but it depends on what's
Yeah.
in your hand, obviously.
I do think he should have used the Grand Inquisitor ability first. Yeah.
Yeah,
To get.
you could have Grand Inquisitor ability to attack with the droid, and then Talzin flips, and then you attack with the acolyte after that. And then turret would be at 4 damage.
Yep. Exactly. So yeah, he's debuffing Grand Inquisitor, and now
That unit does not have Saboteur, I don't think. Does it? Am I missing that? Or
which one?
the droid?
No,
Because
it
it
does
just
not.
attacks through turret into Talzin.
Oh no, that Oh yeah, there
Oh,
was
Tal's an attack with
Talcin
droid. Got it.
attacking into
I
the
thought,
droid.
yeah.
Oh, and that is the Ascension cable, maybe? No?
Yes, the Ascension cable gives Saboteur. So now you can bypass turret if
Yeah,
you want. And
completely. For the
he
base.
might just attack base here, yeah.
I would assume that's what he's doing.
Is he
Why would
attacking turret?
No, alright. So
Interesting.
he's killing the turret, but he should lose shield then.
Yeah. So if he attacked the turret, and yeah, I'm interested. This is all interesting.
That should not be a shield left on that unit, I don't think.
Because so Grand Inquisitor when it attacks gives a unit -2 attack, but turret should have still had 3 attack unless there's something else I'm missing. So it would have still dealt 1 back.
Yeah, that's how I read this. But I'm thinking maybe that's not the Ascension cable then. What could it be if it's not? It could
The
be a
Ascension cable
corrupted
gives
lightsaber.
+1/+3.
It's a corrupted lightsaber.
Oh, okay, so that makes
On
a lot of
attack.
sense. Yeah, so corrupted
Yeah.
lightsaber, so on attack he gets another -2, and that also explains
Mhm.
why I didn't use the Force, because the turret would have died anyway. So
Yeah,
yeah, that has to be the corrupted lightsaber, not the Ascension cable. That's what makes all those plays make sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got there.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
the beast to tap down the Force unit is very nice here.
very good. Very good. But he
Does get
gets
to
to
kill
clean up
Talzin,
Talcin.
but I think that's okay with it. This
Yeah.
Grand Inquisitor, you've got to do something about this. It's
Yeah. No, that's
it's
still the
5
correct
attack,
play, I think.
gives -4, has a shield, has a million health. You've got to get
Yeah.
rid of this thing somehow.
Yeah.
Tapping it works though for now. It's what you can do.
For now. No, yeah, but let's again build back up. Oh well, is this really what I want to do now? I guess. I mean,
I think it's fine because you're still think you're gonna get initiative to get this
5.
attack off, and attacking
Yeah,
into
you
Grand
will.
Inquisitor doesn't do anything anyway.
No, yeah, true. But
Big
if Grand
curious
Inquisitor swings, Grand Inquisitor still loses shield now.
Yes.
So yeah, it kind of makes sense, I guess. But this is 10-0 damage and quite a difference in board between the
And
two.
that is a full power Curious Flock. Or no, sorry, a +5/+5 Curious Flock. So 1 away from full power.
Mhm.
So 6/6 total
Yep,
on the
that's
flock.
not nothing. That is not nothing. And at this point, you're just racing with the Grand Inquisitor.
I would think so. Yeah, you're at 10-0, and you've got 2 large ground units, and you've got a nice space unit.
Mhm.
You can still
Yeah.
utilize potentially the fact that your Grand Inquisitor can trade everything, and it's worse taking out the Curious Flock. It can only defeat non-leader units, so it
Yeah.
couldn't kill the Grand Inquisitor anyway. But 1/6/6 off the board.
Yep. But that's all of his resources for this round.
Yeah. Oh, craving
oh.
power. Oh my goodness. This is a big Grand Inquisitor right here.
Yep.
He is inquisiting hard.
And I don't know that there's anything that can take him off at any reasonable.
Yeah,
cost.
all of the removal in this set, the hard removal being Shatterpoint and its worse, say non-leader.
Yep.
There's damage based removal, but he both has a
He's got a
shield and a
shield.
million health.
Yeah.
So
I
it's looking
think
pretty
this
tough
is
to get
over.
rid of this. Yeah.
I think this game is over here. I think you got it. I really like this.
Yeah.
Super cool. I don't know that you will not be able to build in a
Yeah,
It is super cool.
yeah. This is the kind of thing where you're low chance to get a very functional Grand Inquisitor sealed pool, but when you get one, it's so nice.
Mm-hmm. As we can
And
see here.
yeah, we saw there the acolytes. The acolytes putting in work. He had turn one acolyte all 3 games. He
Yeah.
had a nice combination of upgrades, including the corrupted saber. We never saw the ascension cable come out, but I know I saw one in his hand at one point, and that's a really good upgrade to have. The
Yep.
off aspect craving power.
And that droid doing a lot of work, removing shields. And
Oh yeah,
stuff.
absolutely.
So there was, and I did just see that he had a giant. So this Grand Inquisitor probably quite cool.
Yeah.
And since he keep winning here, we will probably see more of that.
Yeah, so going into this round, there were 8 undefeated players, so all the top 4 tables. So next round, assuming no draws, we'll have 4 undefeated players at just the top 2 tables.
Exactly.
And then once we get into later, so round 6. So next round, we'll probably not. The undefeated players probably won't play next round.
No,
Because
they
6,
will
0, and
draw
2
it
will get
through.
you into the top 8. So next round is where we'll probably go to an X and 1 player. And then we'll have to see how clean of a cut we have. If all of the X and 1 players can draw in, usually they can, but it depends on how many draws there were, exact size of the tournament, how many rounds, all that stuff. So we'll have to wait and see the standings to see how all that works out.
Yep, for sure. From what I can tell of the
one of the undefeated
games,
drew last round. So we
it
don't
looks like
have a clean 8 4-0s. We have 7 4-0. Coming into this round, we had 7 4-0s and 2 3-0-1s. So that might mess up a lot of the math with who can intentionally
draws.
draw in and if we have a clean cut after 6 rounds or not.
And well, maybe not, because exactly he did. Scott beat him. So we do have 4 undefeated players. But yeah, it's still going to be interesting math. So
Yes.
I bet we, so that if we are the initiative, is that in effect here?
Yes. So the higher seeded player gets to determine initiative in the top cut. That is in effect.
That is not nothing.
It's not nothing. In general, I think it's widely considered, even if you would be the lower seed, like if you have the worst breakers, it's generally considered better to draw into top 8 and not have initiative, as opposed to playing a win and in where if you lose, you're just not in the top 8 at all. But obviously that's subjective. Maybe you have a deck that you think is way worse without initiative. Maybe you already know something about who you're playing against. You think you have a good matchup against them. There are a lot of factors that could change that, but the general rule of thumb is it's just better to be in top 8 than to have to play a win and end to get in.
Yeah.
Even if you know that you're not going to have initiative and be the lower seed.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, if you're looking at it from a grinding out PQ stance, you do get points for being in the top. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And once you're in the top 8, anything could happen. You could have a certain matchup where, I have a really good matchup here, even if I don't have initiative. I have a deck that I feel comfortable coming back without initiative. If you're playing a Talzin deck and you have, a Karis in your, and a lot of some of the 2/4s, maybe some units that are a little stickier, harder to kill, maybe a Secretive Sage, then you don't really care if you have initiative or not, because you're still going to be able to get the force and get your plan moving.
For sure. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, you are absolutely right. We can probably expect everyone to just draw
And
from.
chat's right that since the top 8 is draft, you're not using so for this event, you're not using your same deck anyway.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you don't actually know what deck you're
But I'm just even for constructed events, I think that unless you're on a deck that just has to have initiative to win, like maybe you think the whole top 8 is going to be
Anakin?
Hantu blue and that's what you're on.
Oh, right. You're playing Anakin.
Yeah, exactly. If you know if everyone in top 8 is going to be blue red hero, then maybe you play it out to try to get the 1 seed or get initiative. But outside of that, I think in general it's better to just be in top 8.
Yeah.
But it's all situational. And in here, obviously, the players aren't going to know what they have or what they're playing against because it's
Exactly.
going to be a new draft.
Yeah. So we do not have that many. Well, yeah, we do have just Jodo Killer just a win here, so he is still undefeated. So Bothan still going strong, even though. And then, is it looking like Micah won? So he's 4-1. Symbiote won. Oh, we had Friendly Fire. Symbiote took that one.
Oh, Symbiote versus Carlos Apodaca, yeah.
Yeah. Emmanuel did win his, so he should.
And Loopy lost, it
4-1.
looks like, so Loopy's down
Yeah.
to X2.
Yeah, he is.
Symbiote's still alive at X1. Then
Yeah, those are the ones I can see here. Yep. Well, I think maybe we break and be with you for round 6 in a bit.
yeah. Thanks for hanging out.
Welcome back to the Niles, Illinois. My name is, and with me today I've Jeff Creasy Network. Welcome.
Thanks for having me. Great to be here.
Yeah, we've had a great night here so far, right?
Oh yeah.
And we are looking at round number 6. Break we had here. The ID implications. I think the bottom of your screen with his it's a Obi-Wan deck, right? Built.
Yeah, so this is Symbiote from Late Night Gaming, who we watched during the deck building phase, so we know some of the cards that are in his deck, some of the big hitters that he's got.
Mm-hmm. And that looked to be a really nice deck.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And he is facing Lincoln, maybe? If I read that right?
Yes, Lincoln C
On
melee.
On a Snook yellow deck. So I'm thinking, what could he have found in yellow to make him go yellow? But apparently this, and he's been doing well. These guys are both X. I think they are both X and 1. Yes. So they, if they win this game, they might be able to draw in.
I don't think they'll be able to. I think all of the X1s are going to have to play next round as well, because this is a maxed out tournament. You need a slightly smaller number to get into the point where after 6 rounds you have a clean 8. I think we're going to end up with, well, it depends, because some of the XOs are playing. Basically all the math is getting messed up because one person is 401 and 4 people are 40.
Yeah.
So the top 4 people can't just double draw in, because one of them next round will get paired down and have to play. So it's risky for the 400 with the lowest breakers to try to double draw into top 8.
Yeah. So
it's all wonky things.
Yeah. So we got some interesting starting place here. We gifted good.
Yeah, and we see the Aura Sing, I believe that is really good. That is such a good card in the Snoke deck to have.
Yeah.
With,
and then so he is ambushing
in his Force unit.
Something, to get the Force. Mystic Hermit call. So 1/4 without ambushing in with that, keeping 1 open resource.
Yeah, so this means that even if Obi-Wan uses the Force to buff his current unit out, you can still Snoke buff the Aura Sing and have it kill the other unit. Ooh, Watto's a good one.
Very good. Watto,
I like this here, just killing the... Yeah.
Still, you need to get rid of that at this point, because Watto does not have Force Trap, so he will not be able to get. Of course, being able to put an experience on Watto, and he could